at a corner of the martial arts practice field. Duan Ling Tian's body was like a spirit serpent as his figure shifted ceaselessly. He seemed slow but was actually swift as the wind. I should be able to break through the initial stage in at least 10 days or at most half a month's time. Duan Ling Tian's figure jerked and he once again stood still. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian knew that his spirit serpent movement technique was currently in the rudiment stage and would soon be able to step into the initial stage. When the spirit serpent movement technique steps into the initial stage, he will gain a qualitative change in speed. Spirit serpent movement technique is a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Even at the initial stage, it is comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage and a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating in a timely manner as perseverance was key and results wouldn't be achieved overnight. He was prepared to return home and absorb the 7 treasures body tempering liquid to cultivate so that he can reach the 9th level of the body tempering stage as soon as possible. According to what he gathered, the yearly clan martial meet would be held 2 months from now. If he wanted to become an inner court disciple, he would need to show strength that greatly exceeded his peers during the clan martial meet. The corner of the martial arts practice field that Duan Ling Tian chose was quite deserted. When he walked out and arrived at the central area of the martial arts practice field, he noticed a group of people standing scattered around and watching something. Influenced by his curiosity, he walked over. In the middle of the crowd, a beautiful and graceful figure stood there. In her hands was a 3-foot-long blade that had transformed into a sword luster, skillfully revealing an extraordinary sword skill. This was a beautiful young girl around the age of 17. Her face was as fair as flowers and as beautiful as the moon. Since he arrived in this world, she was the only woman he had seen besides Ku-Er and his mother with such an outstanding appearance. The young girl had soft and straight long hair which accompanied her figure's movements, lightly fluctuating. Under the blazing sun's illumination, the 3-foot-long blade in her hand flickered with a dazzling luster. Abruptly, an ancient mammoth silhouette developed above her. Whoosh! Her sword struck out, leaving a string of afterimages behind as it swept past. 3 leaves that dropped off a tree on the side were all cut in 2, drifting down to the ground. When the girl finished, she was already drenched in sweat. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with applause and cheers. As expected of one of our outer court's top 3 big sister Xianxia. Her perfect stage shadow sword is too formidable. Yeah, cutting 3 leaves which were not in a straight line with only 1 sword strike. In the entire outer court, I'm afraid only big sister Xianxia is capable of it. 17 years old and at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. With the low-grade profound rank martial skill, shadow sword, cultivated to the perfection stage, big sister Xianxia is first on the list in our Li clan's younger generation females. Duan Ling Tian heard the surrounding cheers and applause. Top 3 in the outer court. Big sister Xianxia? Could it be that she is Li Xianxia? Duan Ling Tian recalled that when he went to the trade market medicine store a few days ago, Li Xiao and Li Yuan mentioned a girl called Li Xianxia in their chat. Seeing her today, she really deserved her reputation. In terms of her appearance, she was just a fraction inferior to his Ku-Er. Big sister Xianxia. Wipe your sweat. A young girl lightly smiled as she passed a handkerchief to Li Xianxia. After Li Xianxia wiped off the sweat on her forehead, her clear pupils constricted as she noticed that one of the gazes from the crowd was different from the rest. All of the people present were practically lost in amazement towards her sword skill. But this person seemed to be thinking that her sword skill was not worthy to be taken seriously. In her heart arose a slight sense of loss and competitiveness. You think my sword skill is ordinary? Under the gazes of the surrounding people, Li Xianxia arrived in front of the youth, her tone containing a trace of questioning. At this moment, the people present noticed the youth. Isn't he Duan Ling Tian? It's him. I was there on that day. He seems to be only 16. The young girl who's usually inseparable from him is actually not here. I heard that young girl's beauty is even slightly above Li Xianxia's. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Li Shirshi's clear eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had heard of what happened a few days ago. Your sword skill is not bad. If you lessen the flare slightly, maybe it could become even stronger. Duan Ling Tian, who was the focus of the crowd, indifferently nodded. Flare! The surrounding crowd roared in laughter. This Duan Ling Tian can't be thinking that just because his howling tiger fist is formidable, he is capable of giving Big Sister Shir guidance in her sword skills. Right? Just a layman. But he dares to talk nonsense. Big Sister Shir's Shadow Sword's cultivation stage is perhaps similar to his howling tiger fist, but Big Sister Shir's cultivation is one level higher than his. Combined with the 3-foot-long blade in her hand, she would be able to easily defeat him. The crowd started to defend Li Shir against Duan Ling Tian. I only heard that your howling tiger fist is formidable. Could it be that you're also proficient in sword skills? Li Shir glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a profound gaze. Duan Ling Tian didn't expect that speaking the truth would give rise to public wrath. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes it isn't easy to be a truthful person. Sword! Walking out in large strides, Duan Ling Tian unfolded his hand in front of Li Shir. Li Shir reacted and passed her sword to Duan Ling Tian. Her gaze emitted astonishment as she guessed what Duan Ling Tian planned to do. This Duan Ling Tian still wants to display his slight skill in front of an expert? He's simply too rash. Most people who noticed this scene had a disdainful expression. Duan Ling Tian took no notice as the facts would be able to speak for themselves. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian replaced Li Shir. His hand grasped the 3-foot-long blade as he stood in the middle of the crowd. The wind swept by and the leaves of the tree started drifting down. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone, Duan Ling Tian's sword moved. But everyone present, including Li Shir, only saw a flowing shine flicker by. From start to finish, they weren't even able to see how Duan Ling Tian struck with his sword. He's completed his sword strike? Everyone had doubt in their hearts. Quickly, look! Someone seemed as if to have noticed something. What they saw was that from the string of leaves that had drifted down from the tree earlier, there were more than 10 that had been sliced into 2, slowly dropping to the ground. Hiss! The people present couldn't help but exhale deep breaths of cold air. Only after Duan Ling Tian had returned the sword and left did Li Shir finally regain her senses. Looking at the proud and aloof view of his back from afar, Li Shir's heart had a feeling of defeat for the first time. The honor of being the top 3 in the outer court seemed like a title made to mock to her. Since the day she started cultivating, she had always used a sword. Towards sword skills, she had an intuition that exceeded common people. She knew in her heart that if she had to fight Duan Ling Tian one day, even if Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was lower than hers by 1 level, Duan Ling Tian could easily defeat her or even kill her with that sword strike from before. Duan Ling Tian, I'll remember you, Li Shir silently said in her heart. Duan Ling Tian saw what happened earlier as something that was just casually done, not even worth mentioning. But using Li Shir's low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, as a reference, combined with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories to estimate, Duan Ling Tian came to a conclusion. His sword-drawing arts at full strength had a might comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill at the perfection stage, or comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill at the mastery stage. If he took someone by surprise, it could even achieve the effect of a high-grade profound rank sword skill. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stopped walking as he looked towards the path home. The 2 figures were standing there. They seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Li Yuan, Li Xiao. Duan Ling Tian casually glanced at them before deciding to go around them. But who knew that they would be so overbearing, even blocking Duan Ling Tian's path once more? Is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't want to create trouble, but it didn't mean he was scared of it. Duan Ling Tian, give us all the silver bills you have, Li Xiao grunted. Having Li Yuan, one of the top 3 in the outer court, to back him up, he was filled with confidence. If he knew of the marvelous sword skill that Duan Tian had executed in the martial arts practice field earlier that even caused one of the top 3 in the outer court, Li Shih, to feel admiration and her own inferiority, he would probably not have such thoughts as the one now. The affairs of the world were marvelously so. You want all the silver bills I have? Duan Tian laughed and patted his thick chest. I did bring quite the amount of silver bills, but why should I give them to you? Why? Li Xiao sneered. If you don't want to suffer, then be good and hand over all your silver bills. Also, from now on, make the young girl that's always by your side, Ku Er, accompany brother Li Yuan. Shut up. Duan Tian's sword-shaped eyebrows twitched. His expression didn't seem angry, but it had an imposing manner, and an extremely terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Li Xiao. Ku Er was like the reversed scale on a dragon's neck to him. Touch it and he would go into a rage and kill the person. Li Xiao's expression became fearful and his legs started to shiver. Killing intent like Azura's caused his mental barriers to collapse. Oomph! Duan Tian walked away in large strides with a snort. If he was at any other place, he would have long ago crippled or killed Li Xiao. But this was the Aurora City Li clan. If he crippled or killed Li Xiao, even if the Li clan disregarded the matter, Li Xiao's family would not let it go. After all, Li Xiao was a main clan disciple with deep roots in the clan. He couldn't avoid having to think twice. Brother Li Yuan, why didn't you stop him? Li Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had a puzzled expression as he looked Li Yuan. Looks like we look down upon this Duan Tian. He isn't ordinary. Li Yuan's expression was heavy. Although Duan Tian's killing intent was directed at Li Xiao earlier, he was lightly touched by it, and it caused his heart to shake. Surely it doesn't mean that we're just going to let it go like this? Li Xiao had an unwilling expression. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Yuan slowly said, We can go look for him again, once my golden bell cover steps into the initial stage. For some reason, I don't have any confidence in winning right now. What? Li Xiao's expression was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that a mere branch family disciple, and a disciple with another surname at that, would actually be able to cause Li Yuan, who was considered one of the top 3 in the other court, to think twice. After hesitating for a while, Li Xiao asked, Brother Li Yuan, should we get my brother to make a move? Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he slowly said, What? Don't tell me you want to let your brother get a share? According to what I know, although you two are siblings, your relationship isn't that good. Your brother has both openly and secretly called you trash. If he takes part in the matter, I'm worried all the benefits of our efforts will be reaped by him. Li Xiao's expression turned grim. This was a real possibility. There was no one who was more clear of his brother's conducts than himself, dominating and fearless. Okay then, we'll wait for brother Li Yuan's golden bell cover to step into the initial stage. Humph! We'll just let that Duan Tian be complacent for a few more days. Li Xiao quickly made a decision. In the following days, Duan Tian would often bring Ku Er along to the martial arts practice field to cultivate her movement technique. They slowly blended into the Aurora City Li clan, winning over the respect of many main clan disciples. In this world, the strong were always respected no matter where they went. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Tian and Ku Er's cultivation had not broken through, their strength had undergone a heaven-shattering transformation. First of all was the defense martial skills. Under the assistance of the blood Lingji body refinement liquid, Duan Tian's greater teleportation and Ku Er's stealth substitution were both successfully cultivated to the initial stage. As for the offensive martial skills, Duan Tian didn't dip into any of them. Ku Er, on the hand, continued her painstaking cultivation of the sword-drawing arts without stopping. If Duan Tian's sword-drawing arts was considered to have stepped into the perfection stage, then Ku Er's sword-drawing arts could be considered to have reached the mastery stage. Of course, the reason Ku Er progressed so quickly was due to her painstaking cultivation. Since the day she started cultivating the sword-drawing arts until now, she spent at least 5 hours a day practicing it. People who put in painstaking effort were always rewarded. This was something even Duan Tian did not find unexpected. Something worth mentioning was that during this past month's time, due to Duan Tian and Ku'er always cultivating their movement techniques in the martial arts practice field, they became familiar with Li Shi, especially Ku'er. Her and Li Shi started calling each other sisters. Martial arts practice field. Duan Tian's figure flashed as if he had no bones. He stopped for a moment and then moved at swift speeds like a spirit serpent that was flying out in a flash. He was indeed cultivating the spirit serpent movement technique. The beautiful young girl stood at the side, silently watching him with a slightly smiling expression of happiness. Little sister Ku'er. Abruptly, a voice sounded from afar. Another beautiful young girl walked over with quick strides. Her hand grasped a sheathed fine steel sword, making her seem valiant and heroic. Big sister Shi. Ku'er lightly smiled as she greeted the person. Little sister Ku'er, I'm going to the trade market to buy some things. Come with me. The person was indeed Li Shi. Hearing what she said, Ku'er unconsciously looked towards the youth whose figure was flashing about, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she silently waited. Duan Tian, I'm borrowing Ku'er for a while. You don't mind, right? Li Shi looked at the youth. Whoosh! Duan Tian's figure lightly jerked, taking advantage of force exerted to come to a stop. His forehead was emitting hot sweat. A fragrant smell entered his nose as Ku'er walked forward to help him wipe his sweat. She was like a lovely little wife. I really can't stand the two of you. Li Shi had a nauseated expression. At this moment, no one noticed that deep within her gaze, a feeling of loss flashed quickly before disappearing. Ku'er, go ahead. Take care of yourself. Duan Tian smiled towards the young girl beside him. Besides himself, Ku'er had finally gotten a similar-aged friend. Duan Tian naturally would not restrict their contact. Don't worry, your Ku'er won't even lose a hair. Li Shi gave Duan Tian a look before grabbing Ku'er's hand and walking off. On the way, they attracted many gazes from lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Tian continued his cultivation. Spirit serpent movement technique. If anyone with a keen gaze was present, they would notice a barely visible defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Tian's body. Defensive martial skill. Duan Ting seemed to have forgotten the time as he cultivated. Every time his figure flashed about, he felt a comfortable feeling spreading through his entire body. Duan Tian. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Duan Tian's cultivation. Duan Tian frowned as he saw the two familiar faces coming over shoulder to shoulder. It was indeed Li Yuan and Li Xiao. In fact, Duan Tian hadn't seen them for the past half-month. He originally thought that they were scared stiff from the killing intent he emitted the other day and would not dare to cause trouble for him anymore. But now it seemed that it was not the case. What? Duan Tian looked at them with a calm expression. Duan Tian, hand over what we want, or else today you will have to crawl home from here, Li Xiao said, in a cold voice. You want my things? Sure. Duan Tian smiled indifferently. Ha! Li Xiao and Li Yuan were dumbstruck. Since when was this Duan Tian so easy to deal with? Duan Tian stopped for a moment. Better, he added. Defeat me. Okay. I'll make you sincerely hand everything over. Li Xiao walked out quickly, standing face to face with Duan Tian. At this moment, the people in the martial arts practice field noticed the commotion over here and came over to spectate. The deserted corner of the martial arts practice field was quickly surrounded by people. It's Li Yuan. Li Yuan and big sister Shi are the same. They are the top 3 strongest disciples in our outer court. Is he going to battle Duan Tian? I think so. Although Duan Tian is only a branch family disciple, his sword skills have reached perfection. Even big sister Shi felt like she was inferior. Even though his cultivation is weaker than Li Yuan's, he's not necessarily not a match for Li Yuan. You mentioned sword skills. Didn't you notice that Duan Tian doesn't have a sword with him? He can't be thinking of fighting Li Yuan empty-handed, right? Even though his howling tiger fist has broken through to the mastery stage, Everyone knows that Li Yuan's middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, has also been cultivated to the mastery stage. More importantly, Li Yuan is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, whereas Duanling Tian is only at the 8th level. The crowd's discussion didn't look favorably upon Duanling Tian, who didn't have a sword in hand. Some people who had swords wanted to lend them to Duanling Tian but were afraid of offending Li Yuan. Li Yuan was not simply a main clan disciple. He was also a clan elder's nephew. This was also the reason why, even though he was only an outer court disciple, he cultivated the offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Cover, and movement technique, Unfettered Steps, which were all middle-grade profound rank martial skills. Others could only be envious of it. The two of you come at me together. Duanling Tian shot a glance at Li Yuan before looking at Li Xiao. Don't overestimate yourself. Against you, I am more than enough. Li Yuan got angry from embarrassment as Duanling Tian looked down upon him. His figure abruptly moved. Unfettered steps. Li Yuan's legs stepped in a peculiar manner, quickly moving forward, arriving in front of Duanling Tian in a blink of an eye. Heart Destruction Palm. His palm struck out and shook the air as it brought along the force of heart destruction, flying straight towards Duanling Tian. At the same time, a strand of white mist congealed into an ancient mammoth silhouette above Li Yuan. Initial stage Unfettered Steps and Mastery stage Heart Destruction Palm. Exclamations sounded from within the crowd of spectators. Duanling Tian's eyes flickered as his upper body inclined backwards. His arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, and at the very moment he completed this action, he abruptly trembled. Collapsing Fist. Duanling Tian swung out his collapsing fist to intercept Li Yuan's Heart Destruction Palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Immediately, Duanling Tian felt that Li Yuan's palm strike strength was stronger than his collapsing fist. Furthermore, a strand of a strange force actually followed through his fist, trying to enter into his arm. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian activated his defensive martial skill, directing the strand of strange force, teleporting the force around, and causing it to shoot out in reverse. Do unto another what they do unto you. Bang! Duanling Tian stayed rooted as if he was a mountain, but Li Yuan, on the other hand, retreated 2 steps, and his expression was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Li Yuan was absolutely sure that his strength earlier was stronger than Duanling Tian's, and his heart destruction force was just about to flow into Duanling Tian's body. But just at this moment, Duanling Tian's body emitted a defensive chi barrier that was actually capable of reflecting his heart destruction force back. It was like a mirror. What defensive martial skill is that? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had heard of such a bizarre defensive martial skill. Looks like your Golden Bell Cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duanling Tian's eye narrowed slightly. Li Yuan's Heart Destruction Palm's might was in no way inferior to his collapsing fist. Combined with Li Yuan's cultivation being higher than his and possessing the strength of an ancient mammoth, in a head-on battle, he was inferior to Li Yuan. But with greater teleportation reversing Li Yuan's heart destruction force, which suppressed him, he was still able to gain the upper hand in a head-on battle. Of course, although reversing the heart destruction force did force Li Yuan back, Li Yuan was able to execute Golden Bell Cover in time to block it. Based on the circumstances from before, it could be said that he and Li Yuan were equally matched. But he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Yuan's defensive martial arts has also stepped into the initial stage. He really is a monster. The crowd sounded with exclamations. If Li Yuan is a monster, then what would Duanling Tian be? He's got the upper hand. After this last voice spoke, the crowd became deathly silent. It was true that Li Yuan took the initiative and attacked, and Duanling Tian passively took him head-on, but he still had the upper hand. As far as they were concerned, the superior and inferior side was instantly determined. In terms of attack, Li Yuan was inferior to Duanling Tian. Brother Li Yuan, I'll come help you. Li Xiao had the exact same thoughts as the others, so he wanted to join the battle. No need. Li Yuan took in a deep breath as he stopped Li Xiao. Only he who had experienced it for himself knew the true reason why he was at a disadvantage. If he had circulated his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say, your defensive martial skill is really bizarre. But everything is over now, Li Yuan sneered. Unfettered steps. His legs' movement sped up and stepped in a peculiar manner, spinning around Duan Ling Tian's body. He seemed like he was trying to distort Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. Li Yuan's unfettered steps is a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. Although it's only at the initial stage, it's comparable to a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Ling Tian's speed is inferior to his, then he will certainly lose. A voice abruptly sounded from within the crowd. This voice received the acknowledgement of most of the people present. Of the martial skills under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable. Li Yuan being able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such high stages indeed placed him at the top of his peers, as there were hardly any peers of his capable of such a feat. In the outer court there were only 2 people who were comparable to Li Yuan. Duan Ling Tian's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was not bad either. It was this reason that in most of the people present's view, Duan Ling Tian's movement technique should be his weak point. Want to compare in speed with me? Duan Ling Tian laughed. His pupils abruptly constricted and his legs shook. Spirit Serpent movement technique. This high-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, exceeded Li Yuan's movement technique by an entire stage. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure moved like an agile spirit serpent, spinning around Li Yuan in reverse. No matter how Li Yuan's palm strikes whistled through the wind, they were unable to touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb. This Duan Ling Tian, this speed, was simply monstrous. Li Xiao. Li Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Although unwilling, he still chose to request help from Li Xiao. The whole crowd drew in a breath of cold air. Li Xiao responded with a sound. Then his figure moved, flying into the battleground. Working together with Li Yuan, they attacked from both sides, causing Duan Ling Tian to have nowhere to dodge. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian as he opened his bloody mouth to bite him. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of dodging. Greater teleportation. Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill, his body emitting a defensive qi barrier. Bang! Li Xiao's violently approaching fist strike struck onto Duan Ling Tian's defensive qi barrier. The crowd was extremely silent. Just when everyone thought Duan Ling Tian would be blasted away, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. They saw the originally violently approaching and sneering Li Xiao's expression freeze on his face. The hand which struck out started to shake. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill cry, Li Xiao's body was blasted away like an arrow leaving the bowstring, fiercely plunging to the ground. Slumping on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale white, and his gaze towards Duan Ling Tian was filled with dread. He didn't expect the entire force of the fist he struck Duan Ling Tian with to be reversed back upon him as if he had hit a mirror. Extremely depressing. If not for his timely circulation of his defensive martial skill, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill that had been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian could fully bear Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist just by using his defensive martial skill, showing that his defense martial was in no way inferior to Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist. At the very least it was similar to Li Yuan's initial stage Golden Bell cover. Only an initial stage and above middle-grade profound rank martial skill would be capable of blocking an attack from a middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. In other words, Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one considered Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill to be a high-grade profound rank martial skill. After all, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare even in the Aurora City Li clan. Brother Li Yuan. I'm sorry, Li Xiao laughed bitterly as he looked towards Li Yuan. In the beginning he thought that only Duan Ling Tian's offensive martial skills were more formidable than his. But only now did he realize that his attack was completely incapable of breaking Duan Ling Tian's defense. Humph! Li Yuan's expression turned grim. His icy gold gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian just like a blood-thirsty poisonous snake's gaze. Only after Li Yuan and Li Xiao fled in shame did the crowd's gaze fall onto Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were filled with reverence. At the age of only 16, he had the middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist, at the mastery stage, as well as what was possibly a middle-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the initial stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank defense martial skill at the mastery stage. And also what might be a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. In the outer court, such accomplishments could perhaps only be compared to the outer court's top-ranked disciple. Even Li Shishir was quite inferior to him. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he's completely surpassed Big Sister Shishir and Li Yuan. In the outer court at present, his strength is probably only inferior to Li Kuang's. I feel like he can compete with Li Kuang. You all shouldn't forget that Duan Ling Tian's strongest offensive martial skill isn't Howling Tiger Fist, but his sword skill, which has attained perfection. Yeah, with his sword skill combined with the assistance of a good long sword, I estimate that his strength won't be inferior to Li Kuang's. The crowd's discussion was generous with admiration. Hearing these praises, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. This kind of scene was something he had experienced many times in previous life, so he had long ago become accustomed to it. As for the Li Kuang they spoke about, Duan Ling Tian had heard about him, the top-ranked disciple in the outer court. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian hasn't had the chance to meet him. He heard that Li Kuang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience, and that he would only return to the clan right before the martial meet begins. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to go home, an anxious voice that was getting closer to him called out, "Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian? Is something the matter?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the panting youth. Duan Ling Tian, Big Sister Shishir taught 2 Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. As a result, they called others over and now a group of people have surrounded them and blocked them in. Big Sister Shishir sent me back to deliver the news, the youth anxiously said. What? Duan Ling Tian's face instantly became grim. What he was worried the most about was Ku'er's safety. Show me the way. Duan Ling Tian's stern gaze stared fixedly on the youth. The youth felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to look Duan Ling Tian in the eye anymore, he hurriedly walked in front and led the way. The surrounding outer court disciples cast a gaze at each other before following them. The Lin clan members actually dare to bully Big Sister Shishir? They are virtually courting death. Let's go and teach them a lesson. Do they really think our Li clan outer court disciples are so easy to offend? The outer court disciples that followed behind Duan Ling Tian were filled with righteous indignation. Hurry up! Duan Ling Tian frowned. Then he grabbed hold of the youth's arm and brought him along as he flew forward, creating some distance between them and the crowd. Point the way. The crowd of outer court disciples behind could only hear Duan Ling Tian's loud shout from far away. Come on. We need to hurry up. Don't lose them. The crowd of Li clan disciples each executed their movement techniques, flying out to follow up. But even then, they could only eat Duan Ling Tian's dust. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was bringing along another person. Or else it would be impossible for them to even follow Duan Ling Tian's figure with their speed. After leaving the Li clan estate, Duan Ling Tian saw the 2 girls being blocked in a large street in the trade market. When he saw Ku'er safely standing there, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shishir, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for some drinks, we'll forget about today's matter. How about it? A coquettish voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears from afar. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Li Shishers delicately shouted. Lin Wei, you're dreaming. Then I'm sorry. The few of us will be forced to ruthlessly destroy some flowers. The coquettish voice sounded again, this time with a trace of coldness. Fuck off. Duanling Tian extended his hand, grabbed a Lin clan outer court disciple's shoulder, and pulled him backwards as he walked in large strides into the blockade. Kid, you're courting death. The Lin clan outer court disciple's face distorted as he walked forward and attacked with a fist strike. Bang! As a result, his first struck the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duanling Tian's body. So the ruthless fist strike's force reversed back to him. Ah! He went flying backwards while emitting a shrill cry, plunging to the ground in a sorry state. The commotion over here could not be considered small, so it had attracted the attention of everyone. Young master, Duanling Tian. When Ku'er and Li Shishir noticed Duanling Tian, their beautiful faces emitted expressions of delight, as if the lover they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ku'er, are you okay, right? Duanling Tian walked to the side of the young girl, his expression filled with concern. Young master, I'm all right. The young girl lightly shook her head. Big sister Shishir was here to take care of me. Thank you. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to Li Shishir. What are you thanking me for? I brought Ku'er out, so I naturally have to take responsibility until the end. Li Shishir's clear eyes flickered as she lightly shook her head. She sighed in her heart. Could it be that, in his eyes, I'm really not even slightly comparable to little sister Ku'er? Kid, you dare to injure our Lin clan members? Today, I, Lin Wei, will teach you a lesson. From behind the youth of was the Lin family's leader, a youth of around 17 years old flew out. His violently approaching palm was aimed at Duanling Tian's chest. The expressions of the two girls beside Duanling Tian distorted. They wanted to make a move to save him. Duanling Tian walked out in large strides, using his chest to meet the attack head-on. Greater teleportation. Defensive martial skill circulating. Bang! The youth's palm struck Duanling Tian's chest. Duanling Tian didn't budge an inch. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted away. His body was in a sorry state. He swayed a bit before being finally able to stand firmly. The pain that he felt coming from his arm caused cold sweat to flow out of him. When he once again looked at Duanling Tian, his gaze was filled with terror. Clap, 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 clap. Just at this moment, the Lin family's green-clothed youth in the lead started clapping. If I'm not guessing wrong, your defensive martial skill is a high-grade profound rank martial skill, right? The green-clothed youth glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. High-grade profound rank martial skill? No matter whether it was the Lin clan outer court disciples, or the Li clan outer court disciples that had just arrived, all of them were struck dumb. Although the Lin clan and the Li clan both had high-grade profound rank martial skills, a clan's high-grade profound rank martial skills were only allowed to be cultivated by the genius martial artists that the clan was focusing on. Everyone looked at Duanling Tian with surprised gazes. Ku'er, let's go home. Duanling Tian grabbed the girl's hand with a gentle expression and walked towards the outside of the enclosure. He walked through the enclosure as if he had entered a place where there was no one, or no one could resist him. Whoosh! The green-clothed youth's figure moved as if it had transformed into a gust of wind, blocking Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's expression turned grim. You beat up my Lin clan members and plan to leave just like this? The green-clothed youth had a carefree expression. His gaze, however, emitted a hint of playfulness. Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold and his voice sounded like thunder. Fuck off. If your Li clan members want to leave now, that is not a problem, but you have to fight with me. This is the precondition. In the past, I thought that the Li clan outer court disciples only had Li Kuang who was worthy of fighting me, but only today did I find out that there was someone like you. The green-clothed youth's face was filled with confidence. It was as if everything was under his control. So arrogant. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. Duanling Tian, he's Lin Qi, the Lin clan outer court's top disciple, and the son of the Lin clan's patriarch, Li Shishir warned. Lin Clan Outer Court's top disciple? Lin Clan Patriarch's son? No matter which title he used, it was enough to cause this green-clothed youth to seem dazzling. The Lin Clan, similar to the Li Clan, were both colossi of Aurora City. Have you finished considering? After a battle between the two of us, no matter who wins or who loses, I'll allow your Li Clan members to leave. Lin Chi lightly smiled as if he didn't feel the least bit angry about what Duan Ling Tian did earlier. Just for the chance to battle Duan Ling Tian. The injured Lin Wei's expression turned grim as he unwillingly said, Brother Chi, Li Shi and her injured are people you? Shut up. Lin Chi coldly glanced at Lin Wei, interrupting Lin Wei. Are you questioning my decision? Lin Chi's voice contained an undoubtable prestige. Although he was young, he had developed the bearing of someone in a high position. Lin Wei took a deep breath, not daring to open his mouth again. But his icy-cold eyes still stared fixedly on Duan Ling Tian, waiting for a chance to swallow him up. Duan Ling Tian noticed Lin Wei's gaze but paid no attention to it. Lin Wei's strength was only on par with Li Zhao's, and as such posed no threat to him. His gaze fell on Lin Chi. If you want to fight, then I'll give you one. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Ku Er and asked her to go wait beside Li Shi before walking out in large strides to confront Lin Chi. The Lin Clan Outer Court disciples all moved back a few steps, emptying out a large space. This was, after all, Aurora City's biggest trade market, so roadside spectators quickly gathered around. I heard that the green-clothed youth is the Lin Clan's patriarch's son, Lin Chi. Lin Chi? I've heard of him, the top-ranked Lin Clan disciple amongst the juniors. At the age of only 17, his cultivation is already at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and he has even cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills? Damn, the Lin Clan really expended a lot of resources on him. Who's the one confronting him? I think it's a Li Clan disciple with another surname. The surrounding crowd discussed in low voices. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Lin Chi with a serious expression. Facing Lin Chi caused him to feel a strand of pressure. Even when he faced the Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family manager, an existence at the first level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel even a trace of pressure. In other words, Lin Chi was more dangerous than Fong Chong, thinking though it would make it easily understandable. Families like the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town only had high-grade yellow rank martial skills as their best martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Ling Tian gifted the Li family a movement technique, not one of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town had one. Defensive martial skills, on the hand, were something that were too far away for the 3 families to consider. Duan Ling Tian found out through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories that although martial skills were divided into 4 ranks, namely Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow rank martial skills only encompass defensive martial skills. No movement techniques or defensive martial skills were at the yellow rank. On Cloud Continent, the lowest ranked movement technique and defensive martial skills were at least Profound rank. Whoosh! As if previously agreed upon, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Chi moved at the same time. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's figure was graceful. Every movement he made was filled with a sense of supple beauty. His speed was so fast that the most of the people in the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Chi's legs were like afterimages. Even if they flew past a snowfield, there probably wouldn't be any traces left behind. Traceless snow steps. A high-grade, profound rank martial skill. Where did this Duan Ling Tian come from? Since when did the Li clan have such an incredible person? His movement technique speed is actually not one bit inferior to Brother Chi's Traceless Snow Steps. Brother Chi's Traceless Snow Steps is a high-grade profound rank martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or a low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Unbelievable! Besides the Li clan's Li Kuang and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yun, there is actually someone of the same generation that could compete with Brother Chi in movement techniques. Humph! This Duan Ling Tian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you all realize that Brother Chi hasn't even exerted his full strength? but instead suppressed his strength at the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed. Brother Chi's current attacks aren't drawing upon the energy of heavens and earth to develop into an ancient mammoth silhouette. The crowd of Lin clan outer disciples had complacent expressions. It was as if the person who was flying crisscross with Duan Ling Tian and had similar speeds was not Lin Chi but themselves. Duan Ling Tian, receive my palm strike. Lin Chi abruptly shouted loudly. Whoosh! The sound of a gust of wind pierced out coldly. Lin Chi's right hand abruptly slapped out. All that could be seen with the naked eye was a string of palm afterimages, enveloping towards Duan Ling Tian. More than 10 palm afterimages descending at the same time made it extremely hard to identify the real strike. If judged wrongly, it would undoubtedly mean walking into danger. It's the high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. Overlapping afterimages. The famous martial skill of the Lin clan. Supposedly, the overlapping afterimages allows the creation of 99 afterimages when cultivated to the perfection stage. As expected of the Lin clan's young genius, Lin Chi, being able to cultivate overlapping afterimages to the initial stage at the mere age of 17. The surrounding crowd didn't lack people who had their own unique views. So this is a high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tian's heart twitched. Through rebirth martial emperor's memories, he had quite the understanding of high-grade profound rank offensive martial skills. A high-grade profound rank martial skill compared to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill was a qualitative change. Not only was the might of the skill increased by a level, it even stressed upon using a certain method to confuse the enemy before executing a swift and hard strike. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Relying on the experience he gained from the battlefields in his previous life, he seemed to be able to see through the more than 10 afterimages, pinpointing the palm strike which contained a trace of killing intent. Collapsing fist. Duan Ling Tian drew his arms back before swinging out his right fist. His fist was aimed at one of the afterimages. Bang! The palm and fist strikes collided. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Chi's bodies trembled, and Duan Ling Tian stepped 3 steps back whereas Lin Chi took 5 steps back. The surrounding spectators were stupefied. Lin Chi, who had suppressed his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, was actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Your strength is actually stronger than an ordinary level 8th body tempering martial artist's by so much. Lin Chi gazed at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Because he cultivated in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, on every occasion that his cultivation broke through, his strength would always be slightly stronger than someone of the same cultivation level. Just like now, an ordinary 8th level body tempering martial artist would have the strength of 5,000 pounds. But he, on the other hand, had a strength of 7,000 pounds. Haha! Satisfying. My view of you was not wrong. Besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, you're the first in the same generation of disciples of Aurora City capable of seeing through my true palm strike. Lin Chi laughed loudly with a delighted expression. Once more. Lin Chi's body shook as he flew out once more. Traceless snow steps. This time, he and Duan Ling Tian didn't purposely attack each other head-on, but instead flew out as they searched for their opponent's weak spots in order to defeat the opponent. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Collapsing Fist. Duan Ling Tian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, flying forward as he found the best chance to blast a fist strike on Lin Chi's body. Even though the might of Collapsing Fist was unable to suppress Lin Chi's overlapping afterimages in a head-on collision, in terms of combat experience, it would be impossible for Lin Chi to be on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life in terms of combat experience, Lin Chi was obviously not on the same level as him. Bang! His fist descended, blasting on the defensive chi barrier that rose to the surface of Lin Chi's body. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt his right fist shake as if he had pounded his fist on a turtle's shell, and he was exposed to the force of the shock that was deflected back. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill, doing unto another what another does unto you. He reversed as much of the deflected force as possible back to Lin Chi. The deflected shock force was, after all, originally from Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier, so Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier didn't reject it. Lin Chi's body trembled when the deflected shock force reached him. As if being struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry manner. What defensive martial skills are you using? Lin Chi looked at Duanling Tian as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was shocked by Duanling Tian's combat experience, what astonished him the most was Duanling Tian's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return most of the force that his profound turtle form had deflected to Duanling Tian. That deflected shock force originated from his defensive chi barrier, and as such his defensive chi barrier wouldn't react to reject it, so the force that was returned to him by Duanling Tian caused him so suffer quite a loss. Duanling Tian's defensive martial skill had thoroughly countered his defensive martial skill. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, "Use your full strength. You don't have to continue suppressing your strength. If you continue as it is, you will undoubtedly lose. Fine, as you wish. I really didn't expect that in the same generation of Aurora City's 3 great clans, there would be someone besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun capable of forcing me to exert my full strength. Be careful, once I exert my full strength, I will have the strength of an ancient mammoth. Compared to your current strength, it will be stronger by 3,000 pounds. Lin Chi frankly laughed. He naturally knew that what Duanling Tian said was true. Considering Duanling Tian's rich combat experience and the defensive martial skill that had countered his, it was more than enough to defeat him when his strength was suppressed to be on the same level as Duanling Tian's. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Chi's body started to bulge up. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth shook as an ancient mammoth silhouette became indistinctly visible. This Duanling Tian is really abnormal. He is able to force Lin Chi to use his full strength even though he's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. After today's battle, Duanling Tian will still obtain honor even in loss. Yeah, just now brother Lin Chi was in a disadvantageous position when his strength was suppressed to the same level as Duanling Tian's. It's easily imaginable how if one day he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Lin Chi probably won't be his match. The Lin clan outer court disciples looked at Duanling Tian with dazed expressions. On the other hand, the Li clan outer court disciples had radiant expressions. Duanling Tian really brought honor to their Li clan. From today onwards, besides Li Kuang, the Li clan outer court would have Duanling Tian. As Li Shishir gazed at Duanling Tian, her clear eyes had an extremely complicated expression. The young girl beside her, however, seemed to not be shocked in the slightest. As far as she was concerned, her young master would forever be the best, incomparable to anyone. Duanling Tian, be careful. Once I exert my full strength, no matter whether it is strength or speed, it will all undergo a massive increase. After giving Duanling Tian a reminder, Lin Chi made his move. Traceless snow steps. Lin Chi's speed was at least 30% faster than before. Overlapping afterimages. More than 10 palm afterimages abruptly descended, enveloping towards Duanling Tian. Lin Chi at full strength had a speed that completely surpassed Duanling Tian's, and the might of his overlapping images also surpassed Duanling Tian's collapsing fist, causing Duanling Tian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, to have difficulties in blocking the attack. Even if Duanling Tian's had an even richer combat experience and greater teleportation was even more miraculous, he would still end up in a disadvantageous position after a few moves. If the martial skills were considered as the software, then the strength of the user was the hardware. If the hardware was inferior, then even better software would be burdened by it. The difference between strength is too great. Duanling Tian is about to lose. Noticing Duanling Tian passively defending and repeatedly being forced back, the Lin clan outer court disciples had smiles on their faces. Duanling Tian will still obtain honor even if he loses. The Li clan outer court disciples, however, didn't get dejected. After all, Duanling Tian's cultivation was laid out there, being lower than Lin Chi's by a level. If Duanling Tian was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, in their opinions, Lin Qi would definitely not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. In terms of age, Duan Ling Tian was also younger than Lin Qi by a year. He had limitless potential. Just when everyone other than Ku Er thought that Duan Ling Tian would be defeated by Lin Qi, they heard a voice. Lin Qi, be careful. Duan Ling Tian's voice abruptly sounded. Whoosh! Subsequently, a violet sword shine flashed by before disappearing instantaneously. It forced Lin Qi to swiftly stop. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of dread. Did Duan Ling Tian use a sword just now? I think so, but he doesn't have a sword on hand right now. Where did he hide it? Not one of the Li clan and Lin clan outer court disciples were able to see how Duan Ling Tian had struck with his sword, or where he hid his sword. If they hadn't seen the sword shine, they might have even thought they were seeing things. Lin Qi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused and then he moved. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His figure moved, flying straight towards Lin Qi. Whoosh! The violet sword shine appeared once again, flashing by before vanishing instantaneously as Lin Qi quickly retreated. I admit defeat, Lin Qi said, in a slightly panicked voice. Besides Li Shishir and Ku Er, the other people present were all struck dumb. Lin Qi admitted defeat? What's going on? Brother Qi, why did you admit defeat? You obviously had the upper hand. Lin Wei looked at Lin Qi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't using a sword, I could have defeated him, but once he brings a sword out, I'm not a match for him? Lin Qi replied in a very straightforward and simple manner. Duan Ling Tian, the speed at which you executed that sword skill is at a level that is difficult for me to reach. Unless I undergo an overall breakthrough, I can't even defend against a single sword strike from you. Lin Qi sighed as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. Duan Ling Tian's marvelous sword skill caused admiration within his heart. Acknowledged. Duan Ling Tian nodded, slightly increasing his view of Lin Qi. This was a person who could accept defeat. A person like this would surely be extraordinary in the future. Lin Qi's eyes flickered brightly as he proclaimed confidently, but there will eventually be a day where I will defeat your sword skill. I'll be waiting. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. I keep my promises. You can leave with your Li clan members now. Lin Qi's eyebrows twitched. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Lin Qi before bringing along Ku Er and the crowd of Li clan outer court disciples to leave the trade market together, walking towards the Li clan estate. The surrounding crowd slowly dispersed as well. In their hearts, they remembered a single name, Duan Ling Tian. The Li clan had an outer court disciple whose strength was similar to or even surpassed Li Kuang's. Brother Qi, you haven't replied to me. Why did you admit defeat without reason? Lin Wei frowned as he asked with a manner showing he wouldn't give up until he got to the bottom of things. The other Lin clan outer court disciples also looked towards Lin Qi. They had the same question. See for yourselves. Lin Qi shook his head. He then raised his head to display his throat to everyone. The Lin clan outer court disciples were all dumbstruck. They could clearly see that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Qi's throat. If it wasn't for him showing mercy today, I would already be dead. Lin Qi sighed. Lin Wei's eyes flickered as he ruthlessly said, Brother Qi, how dare that Duan Ling Tian, a merely clan disciple with another surname, use such a killing move against you? If it was up to me, we could get our Lin clan's inner court disciples to treat him a lesson. Lin Qi's expression turned grim as he said, in a stern voice, Lin Wei, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Ling Tian is my opponent, and I will take care of this matter myself. Don't try to be smart. Yes. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen Lin Qi get so angry, so he hurriedly nodded and replied his acknowledgement. But, when he lowered his head, his eyes still flickered with a trace of unwillingness and ruthlessness. Duan Ling Tian and the crowd on their way home. Duan Ling Tian. Why did Lin Qi abruptly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't notice him suffering any losses, so why would he abruptly admit defeat? Duan Ling Tian. Is there an inside story we don't know about? The Li clan outer court disciples all gazed at Duanling Tian with puzzled expressions. What inside story could there possibly be? You all just didn't see it clearly. Stop talking nonsense. Li Shirshi's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Big sister Shirshir, could it be that you know the reason? Instantly, all of the Li clan outer court disciples shifted their gazes to Li Shirshir. Only after looking at Duanling Tian and noticing that he didn't have any dissatisfaction did Li Shirshir explain. Didn't all of you notice that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Qi's throat? Duanling Tian showed mercy on that sword strike, only piercing through the skin of his throat. If it was slightly deeper, he would undoubtedly be dead. For a moment, all of the Li clan outer court disciples were stupefied. Never would they have thought that Duanling Tian was so formidable, slicing the throat with a single sword strike. Although some of them had once seen Duanling Tian execute his sword skill, that sword strike that sliced more than 10 falling leaves, they didn't think that Duanling Tian's sword skill would be so terrifying when used in actual combat. Only Duanling Tian knew that the only reason his attack went so smoothly was because he attacked unexpectedly. The sword-drawing arts that he executed had a might not inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage when attacking unexpectedly. The crowd dispersed after arriving back at the Li clan estate. Duanling Tian and Ku Er greeted Li Shirshir before returning home. I wonder if he would be willing to teach the sword-drawing arts to me. Li Shirshir had always been focused on sword skills and had even cultivated her low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, to the perfection stage. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to advance in her sword skills, she had to wait until she was an inner court disciple to choose a middle-grade profound rank skill from the second floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion. During their time together, she heard from Ku Er that the sword-drawing arts might was comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. If attacking unexpectedly, its might was even comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill. When they got home, Duanling Tian went to lie on his bed with his body spread open. Cultivating his movement technique and subsequently getting into an intense battle with Lin Qi today caused him to feel slightly exhausted. The young girl sat on the side of the bed, gently helping him massage his legs. Delightful. Duanling Tian couldn't help to release a breath of foul air. Duanling Tian noticed the young girl's hesitation to speak, so he asked, while smiling, Ku Er, is something the matter? What, you can't be still thinking of yourself as an outsider, right? Young master, big sister Shirshir hoped I would ask you if you were willing to teach her the sword-drawing arts, the young girl said with slight hesitation. That's a nice idea of hers. Don't tell me the reason why she started calling you sister was so that I would teach her the sword-drawing arts. Duanling Tian's eyes flickered. Young master, big sister Shirshir isn't that type of person. The young girl lightly shook her head. Then, Ku Er, are you hoping I teach the sword-drawing arts to her? Duanling Tian asked while smiling. Ku Er will listen to the young master's decision. The young girl lightly smiled, her delicate face blushing slightly. Duanling Tian thought silently for a moment before slowly saying, her low-grade profound rank sword skill has already been cultivated to the perfection stage, so I can't blame her for wanting to cultivate a better sword skill. Since she's good to my Ku Er and took care of her, I'll pass down a different sword skill to her. As for the sword-drawing arts, I would never pass it out of the family. The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she curiously asked, Young master, what sword skill are you going to pass down to big sister Shirshir? Synchronous Shadow Sword. This sword skill was a high-grade profound rank sword skill. It was one of the complete sword skills that Duanling Tian had found inside the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. It had a similar but slightly different effect from the overlapping afterimages that Lin Qi executed earlier, and its might was not a bit inferior to it. Originally, Duanling Tian was prepared to teach a middle-grade profound rank sword skill to Li Shirshir. But after a quick thought, he decided otherwise. Another 1.5 months from now would be the yearly clan martial meet. Based on Li Shirshir's current strength, becoming an inner court disciple was a piece of cake. Becoming an inner court disciple would allow her access to the Martial Repository Pavilion's second level to choose a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. it would be unnecessary of him to give her a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. A few days later, Duanling Tian wrote down the synchronous shadow sword and asked Ku Er to go get Li Shi. Synchronous shadow sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill? After looking through the handwritten book Duanling Tian had written for her, her clear pupils constricted and she had an excited expression. Due to some reasons, I'm unable to teach you the sword drawing arts, so I'll give you this sword skill instead. But I have a condition. As he spoke up to hear, Duanling Tian stared fixedly at Li Shi. What condition? At this moment, Li Shi felt as if Duanling Tian's burning gaze was tearing her clothes apart, so her voice started to slightly tremble. You can't tell anyone that it was I who gave you this sword skill. Remember, that means anyone. Duanling Tian told her his condition. Of course. Li Shi hurriedly nodded as she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was just this condition. She even thought that. Duanling Tian nodded to Li Shi as he indifferently said, "You can go now." Li Shi grit her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shi felt a sense of loss in her heart. She even doubted if her charm was turned to nothingness when in front of Duanling Tian. Since becoming familiar with Duanling Tian, he had not once looked at her properly. His gentleness was always only for the young girl beside him. Sometimes, even she didn't know if she was feeling admiration or envy. From an unknown time, or maybe since the time when he executed the sword drawing arts for the first time, this man's shadow had appeared in her heart. Lying on his bed and looking at the ceiling, Duanling Tian laughed for no reason. Being the amorous weapons specialist who always went into a bush of flowers but came out without a single leaf on him, he naturally was able to notice the little feelings Li Shi harbored towards him. Li Shi was different from Ku Er after all. In Ku Er's entire world, there was only him. But Li Shi had her own dreams to pursue. Even if she had feelings for him, it was just a pure, young maiden's romance. Just like a law of nature, an outstanding male would always be able to attract a female with ease. Of course, this didn't mean that Duanling Tian had to stubbornly be faithful to only a single wife. If he met someone who truly loved him and was willing to give up everything for him, and he liked the girl as well, he wouldn't let it easily slip past him. Based on Duanling Tian's past estimations, 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood lingji concocted into blood lingji body refinement liquid would be able to supply himself and Ku Er for 2 months. But now his mother was using it as well, and as the three of them didn't intentionally restrict their usage, the speed at which the blood lingji body refinement liquid was expended increased significantly. After a month's time, the 5 pounds of blood lingji was completely expended. Of course, the expenditure without reservation did provide great returns. Besides his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, being cultivated to the initial stage, Ku Er and his mother both cultivated their defensive martial skill, stealth substitution, to the initial stage as well. When any one of the three of them circulated their defensive martial skill, people of the same cultivation level who executed high-grade profound rank martial skills at the initial stage, middle-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage, or even low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage would be unable to do any harm to them. Of course, the precondition to this was that the opponent didn't use any weapon to execute their martial skills. If the opponent used a weapon, then it would be an entirely different story. He once again made a trip to the trade market to buy another 8 pounds of blood lingji. Duanling Tian's remaining silver was almost fully spent, leaving behind only a few thousand. He originally had 130,000 silver, which he obtained in the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. The money was considered payment for his Thunderflame pill medicinal formula and the middle-grade profound rank movement technique Swift Wind Steps. After purchasing blood lingji twice, he almost finished spending all his silver. I haven't even broken through to the core formation stage yet, but I'm almost out of silver. It's time I find a way to earn some money. After returning home and concocting the 8 pounds of blood lingji into blood lingji body refinement liquid with the help of Ku Er, Duanling Tian started pondering. Any random medicinal formula inside Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories had extraordinary value. They would easily able to be sold for a high price. But he wasn't willing to do this. a relatively common medicinal formula wouldn't sell for much. Whereas a medicinal formula that was nearly extinct in Cloud Continent, even if it sold for a high price, the large amount of wealth would surely incur unwanted attention. His current strength wasn't enough to handle such attention. He was self-aware. I have to do this. After thinking for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally made a decision. In the Aurora City trade market, there were many medicine stores that sold medicinal liquids, but there were only a few stores that sold medicinal pills. After all, only graded alchemists were able to refine medicinal pills. Medicinal liquid, on the other hand, only required a medicinal formula, so anyone was capable of concocting some. Duan Ling Tian brought Ku Er along to the medicine store where he bought the blood lingji from. Respected customer, do you need anything? The manager enthusiastically greeted, his face glowing. As far as he was concerned, the youth before him was a huge customer, sweeping away 13 pounds of his 50-year-old blood lingji in a short month's time. After removing his capital for obtaining his wares, the silver he earned from this youth was at least 20,000 silver. Manager, this time I'm not here to buy medicinal materials, but I want to put some medicinal liquid for sale here. Duan Ling Tian proclaimed his reason for coming. He planned to take out some of his completed 6 treasures body tempering liquid to sell. Although the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was inferior to the 7 treasures body tempering liquid Duan Ling Tian used, and the medicinal effect of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was only 10% of a body tempering pill, the important thing was that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was much easier to absorb compared to the body tempering pill. An ordinary body tempering stage martial artist, even with the help of a thunder flame pill, would require 10 days to absorb one body tempering pill's medicinal strength. But one portion of 6 treasures body tempering liquid, if with the help of a thunder flame pill, would only require half a day to be fully absorbed. In other words, compared to consuming a body tempering pill, using the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would allow a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation to increase by an entire 100%. Customer, you're not joking, right? After hearing the medicinal effects of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, the manager was stupefied. To him, this was truly unbelievable. If it was really as the customer before him said, then wouldn't the 6 treasures body tempering liquid be able to fully take over the market of the body tempering pill? Manager, if you aren't interested, I can look for another store. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, with an expression that seemed like he was saying, I won't force you. The manager hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the Li clan crest on Duan Ling Tian's clothes before finally gritting his teeth. Customer, I'll take 10 portions from you to sell first, and we'll see how it goes. How about it? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded, passing over 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the manager. Customer, how much should each portion be sold for? The manager inquired. A body tempering pill is 100 silver, correct? Manager, sell these 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid for 110 silver each. You'll get 10 silver for each sale. How about it? The manager's pupils constricted. After all, a portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid only had a medicinal effect of 1/10 of what a body tempering pill had. Even Ku Er was shocked. She knew that the cost of the medicinal materials needed to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. A portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid required medicinal materials cost not even a silver coin. This was extremely profitable. Manager, when you sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for me, I only have one request. Don't let anyone know that it was I who entrusted them to you to be sold. After glancing deeply at the manager for a moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er left. 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal effect was only comparable to one body tempering pill, but it requires 1,100 silver, a similar medicinal effect as a body tempering pill, but the cost is a whole 11 times of a body tempering pill. Looking at the youth and young girl from afar, the manager had a complicated expression. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er didn't return to the Li clan estate. They instead went to buy 2 horses and ventured out of Aurora City. Their destination, Misty Forest. Exiting from the North City Gate, the youths and the young girl's horses galloped forward. On the way, the young girl inquired curiously, "Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Will anyone actually buy it? Ku-air, let me ask you, if you had 10,000 silver, would you buy yourself a body-tempering pill or some 6 treasures body-tempering liquid?" Duan Ling Tian didn't directly answer the young girl, but instead replied with a question. 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The young girl replied instantly without a need to ponder. Although the price for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was 10 times that of a body-tempering pill, the absorption of the medicinal effect had a speed that was double that of the body-tempering pill. Using the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would provide double the increase in speed as compared to a body-tempering pill. The young girl finally understood. But there was still a question in her heart. "Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. I'm afraid not many people could afford to use it, right?" the young girl inquired. "I know." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Huh." The young girl was even more puzzled. "Ku-air, think about it. If I set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid beneath the price of a body-tempering pill, would there be anyone who would buy body-tempering pills? At that time, not to mention it would affect the market of the body-tempering pills, it would initiate a series of adverse effects. Even I don't have the time to concoct that much 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, so I'm only entering the high-end market. As for the people who are unwilling to buy the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, they can continue to buy the body-tempering pills," Duan Ling Tian explained. "Young master is so intelligent." The young girl felt enlightened. "Ku-air, once we enter the misty forest, no matter what happens, do not leave my line of sight," Duan Ling Tian said, with a serious expression. "Yes." The young girl hurriedly nodded. Their horses galloped forward. 3 hours later, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to see the misty forest. The misty forest is a primeval forest north of Aurora City, situated in the middle of 3 cities which included Aurora City. There would normally be many martial artists from the 3 cities who would enter deep into this primeval forest, hunting wild animals and ferocious beasts. The outer area of the misty forest is occupied by some fierce wild animals. Once the inner area is reached, only then can fierce beasts be encountered. Fierce beasts are unlike wild animals. Because of certain reasons, they transform into demons and undergo variation, so their strength is extremely terrifying. The weaker fierce beasts are comparable to a core formation martial artist, whereas the stronger fierce beasts are even comparable to an origin core martial artist. A body-tempering stage martial artist is only able to go around the outer area and hunt some wild animals. Duan Ling Tian had 2 objectives for coming to the misty forest. The first, earn money. The second, to temper Ku-air. In the misty forest, some of the stronger wild animals have fur and some body parts that are worth quite a high price. For example, hunting an adult rhinoceros. The rhinoceros' thick skin and hide can be sold to weapon stores to be forged into a type of defensive armor. The rhinoceros penis, on the other hand, is a tonic for men, able to be sold to medicine stores. The 2 combined would be worth more than 300 silver. Moreover, an adult rhinoceros wasn't even the wild animal that was the fiercest or had the most value in the entire misty forest. The type of wild animals Duan Ling Tian was aiming for were wild animals like tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. The wild animals that stood at the top of the food chain. Only by hunting these types of wild animals would he be able to earn large amounts of silver while allowing Ku-air to get the tempering and training she needed. Although Ku-air was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had sparred with Duan Ling Tian on many occasions, she has never experienced a battle where life and death were on the line. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, if a martial artist wanted to become formidable, he or she had to experience the test of fire and blood. Just like the weapons specialists of his previous life. He knew quite a few weapons specialists during his previous life, and each one of those weapons specialists had been through battlefields and mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Maybe their strength was inferior to the current Ku-airs, but in a life and death battle with her, the one that dies would definitely not be them. To Duan Ling Tian on this world, besides his mother, Ku-air was the closest person to him. He hoped that Ku'er would have the strength to protect herself. He wouldn't be able to always be by her side. After helping the horses settle down outside of the misty forest, Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl along as he entered the misty forest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian took the lead. Profound rippling steps. The young girl followed behind. After a month's cultivation, the young girl successfully cultivated her movement technique to the rudiment stage, and only a short distance away from the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian and the young girl quickly encountered some prey. Adult wild wolves. A total of 10. An adult wild wolf strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Of course, the most terrifying part of its body was its jagged teeth. If a 6th level body tempering martial artist were to be accidentally bitten in the neck, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill was, there would only be a slim chance of survival. Ku'er, I'll go in from the front and take care of the 7 wolves there. While I attract their attention, you attack from behind and take care of the 3 in the back. Smiling to the young girl, Duan Ling Tian flew out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. He directly crossed over to arrive near the wild wolves, attracting the attention of the 10 wild wolves. The young girl, whose delicate figure was slightly trembling, took a deep breath and grit her teeth as she suppressed the fear in her heart, flying out as she made her way to the back of the 10 wolves. Sword Drawing Arts. Duan Ling Tian started his attack. Whoosh! The violet sword shine flashed before instantly disappearing. Poochie! A wild wolf howled before dropping to the ground as a pillar of blood sprayed out from it. The smell of blood caused the remaining 9 wolves' eyes to become crimson red, growling as they rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. The 6 wild wolves that were at the front bared their fangs as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian's body was as flexible as a spirit serpent. His legs stepped swiftly as he skillfully dodged the wild wolves' pouncing strikes, seeming as if he was playing around with them. Each time his violet meteorite flexible sword swept out, it took with it a wild wolf's life. After a short moment, the wild wolves that pounced towards him had all died. On the other side, the young girl finally mustered up enough courage, holding back the 3 wolves in the back. Sword Drawing Arts. Whoosh! A violet sword shine appeared. Instantly, one of the wolves that pounced towards her had its throat sliced open, and warm wolf blood sprayed all over her face. The nose-piercing smell of blood caused the young girl's stomach to churn. Be careful! Noticing the other 2 wild wolves pouncing towards the young girl, while she was filled with terror and unable to move, Duan Ling Tian moved. Whoosh! The 2 wild wolves were killed with merely a single sword strike. The young girl could not bear it any longer, vomiting out her breakfast as her face became pale. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Run! Without hesitation, Duan Ling Tian pulled the young girl into his arms before flying up a nearby tree. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. He coiled up the tree like a spirit serpent until he arrived at the tree's top. Howl! Howl! At this moment, near the corpses of the 10 wild wolves were another few packs of wolves, and their amount was still increasing. The howls of the wolves were filled with rage. Looking at the surroundings filled with wolf packs, Duan Ling Tian started feeling anxious. Holding the young girl tight in his arms, he jumped over to another tree. Using the trees as a road, he moved forward. Suddenly, an eagle's cry sounded and was approaching. Duan Ling Tian abruptly raised his head, vaguely able to see a black figure swooping down from above. Its target was him and Ku'er. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Ku'er, are you feeling better? Subsequently, he looked towards the young girl in his embrace. The young girl lightly nodded. Then stand here and don't move. Putting the young girl down, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Using the tree's trunk as the ground, he used it to assist himself to fly upwards to meet the black figure that was swooping down. The eagle's cry was getting closer by the moment. The black eagle had wings like the clouds, its eyes emitting a swift and fierce gaze as it swooped down towards Duanling Tian. Under the burning sun, its pair of claws seemed to flicker with a sharp sheen. Die! Duanling Tian's heart was quiet like water with a cold gaze that stared fixedly at the eagle's claws. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! Violet meteorite flexible sword swept out without restraint. The ear-piercing eagle cry sounded, mixed with a trace of shrillness. Damn! Its speed is so fast. Duanling Tian had an astonished expression as the violet meteorite flexible sword that he swept towards the eagle only sliced off one of its claws. Whoosh! The eagle went berserk with rage, flapping its wings as it moved to attack once more. Even when Duanling Tian sent the violet meteorite flexible sword piercing into its chest, before it died, it still spared no effort to slap its right wing towards Duanling Tian's chest, creating an ear-piercing wind howl. Greater teleportation. Without hesitation, Duanling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill. Bang! The huge wing slapped onto Duanling Tian's chest. Duanling Tian's body trembled and his throat tasted something sweet. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although greater teleportation blocked most of the force and even used the power of teleportation to throw the eagle's body far away, Duanling Tian's internal organs were still slightly injured from the shock. The strength of this eagle was in no way inferior to mine, nearly comparable to a martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duanling Tian felt shocked. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl had finally recovered slightly. She stepped on the tree trunks and flew over, arriving at Duanling Tian's side. Young master, you're injured. When she noticed the trace of blood on the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth, the young girl's expression turned grim. It all right, it's only a slight injury. Duanling Tian shook his head. His heart slightly twitched as he thought this. A human martial artist required the increase of the stage of cultivation of a martial skill in order to be able to better utilize their strength. But animals like the eagle that were birds of prey at the top of the food chain, living in nature's survival of the fittest, they long since tempered themselves to gain methods to fully utilize their strength. Tearing a tiger or leopard alive, catching a python by force, it was all possible. The method in which the eagle attacked Duanling Tian earlier, in terms of might, was comparable to a mastery stage high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill executed by a martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Luckily, Duanling Tian was able to kill it in time, causing it to not have enough strength to continue the attack. Or else Duanling Tian would have surely been heavily injured. Young master, it's all because Ku-Er is useless. The young girl's eyes dripped with tears. What are you talking about? My Ku-Er is very brave, killing a wolf on her first attack. Take it slow, you can't rush it. Duanling Tian comforted her. The young girl lightly nodded, her clear eyes emitting a firm expression. Consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, Duanling Tian brought Ku-Er along as they continued to move forward slowly on the ground. When he left the Fresh Breeze Townley family, Grand Elder Li Hua gave Duanling Tian quite a few grade 9 gold injury pills. Subsequently, throughout their journey, Duanling Tian noticed that the young girl seemed to have completed a metamorphosis in a short while. Even when killing tigers or leopards, her expression would only slightly change, no more vomiting out of disgust like before. The young girl's staunchness caused Duanling Tian to feel gratified, but at the same time he felt his heart ache. Young master, there's a lot of fog over there. The young girl looked to the front. The forest a few hundred meters away was enveloped in a white fog, as if wearing a mysterious mask. This was exactly the reason how Misty Forest got its name. That should be the inner area of Misty Forest, the area where fierce beasts roam. Ku-Er, we're more or less finished today, so let's go home and come back tomorrow. Duanling Tian and the young girl brought their spoils as they walked back on the same path as before. When they passed the place where the wolves were killed, they noticed that the wolf corpses had vanished, only leaving behind dried wolf blood, probably taken care of by the wolf packs. Riding their horses back, the setting sun was going down when the couple finally arrived back at Aurora City. After taking care of their spoils in Aurora City, trading them for 300+ silver, the couple returned to the Li clan estate. Just when the Li clan main door was in front of their eyes, a stern shout sounded from behind them. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps. He recognized the owner of the voice, Li Xiao. He didn't expect Li Xiao to still dare to come and make trouble for him. Slowly turning around, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Xiao standing not far away. Beside him was another youth around the age of 18. The youth's appearance seemed slightly similar to Li Xiao's. Brother, he is Duan Ling Tian. You must help me teach him a lesson, Li Xiao said to the youth beside him. After hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he guessed who the youth was. He had once heard Li Shishir talk about him. Li Xiao had a brother who became an inner court disciple in the clan martial meet 1 year ago. Li Zhong, currently 18 years old, stepped into the core formation stage 3 months ago. Calling you trash was indeed not wrong. Now you can't even defeat a little kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Zhong didn't give a shred of face to his own little brother. Li Xiao could only embarrassedly smile. So it was you who beat up my little brother? Li Zhong looked coldly at Duan Ling Tian in a condescending manner. Whatever he said, Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders. Although Li Xiao is trash, he is still my Li Zhong's little brother. You beating him caused me to lose face as well. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Li Zhong sneered. In his heart, however, he was slightly shocked. He heard from his little brother that even Li Yuan was not a match for this youth. This youth was only 16. A 16-year-old 8th level body tempering stage main clan disciple wasn't something the Li clan lacked. But there were none that could defeat Li Yuan. If I didn't guess wrong, as an 18-year-old inner court disciple, you will participate in the clan martial meet half a month from now. If you want to help your little brother and teach me a lesson, you don't have to be so anxious. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently. The Li clan's martial meet was the stage for the younger generation. Li clan disciples at the ages of 16 through 18, no matter whether they were inner or outer court disciples, would all be allowed to participate. Brother, don't listen to him. He's purposely delaying, Li Xiao hurriedly said. Duan Ling Tian was straightforward, staring at Li Zhong as he slowly said, You're right. I'm delaying. I admit I'm not a match for you now. But in half a month, who loses to who is still unknown. Interesting, truly interesting. If you are at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, in half a month you will be able to break through to the 9th level at most. I really want to see what you will rely upon to fight me half a month from now. Li Zhong's eyes narrowed into a line, disdainfully laughing as he turned around and left. Brother! Li Xiao was anxious. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze sweeping over, Li Xiao's expression was slightly fearful. He hurriedly caught up to Li Zhong and left. This Li Zhong is exactly as Li Shishir said. Obsessed with martial arts. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Young master, how do you know? The young girl beside him asked. My Ku heir's appearance is like a flower's. But he actually didn't even take an extra glance. If he isn't obsessed with martial arts, then what is he? Duan Ling Tian laughed loudly. Young master, you're teasing me again. The young girl instantly blushed. Okay, let's go home. We can't let mom wait too long. During the time that Duan Ling Tian and Ku heir returned home. In the Aurora City Trade Market. The 3 great clans' clan martial meet is about to begin. And the body tempering pills have all been swept clean, so unlucky. Muttering to himself, a youth of around 16 and in embroidered clothing walked into the medicine store under the watch of his 2 middle-aged bodyguards. Young Master Xiao. Noticing the person who arrived, the manager's face was full of smiles. There were 3 colossi in Aurora City, respectively being the Li clan, the Lin clan, and the Xiao clan. He instantly recognized this person. It was indeed the Xiao clan's patriarch's youngest son. Manager, give me 3 sets of the medicinal materials to refine body tempering pills. The youth in embroidered clothing said to the manager. The manager lightly smiled as he asked, Young Master Xiao, I have a new batch of medicinal liquid here. Its effects are the same as body tempering pills, but its ability to increase the speed of cultivation is double compared to the body tempering pill. Are you interested? That night, after eating his fill, Duanling Tian returned to his room. After pouring in 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bath barrel, he took off his clothes, sat inside the barrel, and closed his eye as he started to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, spirit serpent form, greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. Duanling Tian could clearly feel the lifeblood in his body slowly growing stronger as his body underwent a metamorphosis. When he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, Duanling Tian opened his eyes. What's going on? I still haven't broke through. Duanling Tian frowned. His face had a puzzled expression. For the past half-month's time, on every occasion that he absorbed the 7 treasure body-tempering technique, he was clearly able to feel the changes in his body as it underwent metamorphosis. But every time he felt he would soon break through, he would be unable to. Could it be that it has something to do with the spirit serpent form's mental cultivation method? Duanling Tian curiously searched through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. He quickly found an answer. Fuck! Duanling Tian couldn't help himself from spitting out a vulgarity. It turned out to be that the madman rebirth martial emperor had added an extra something in his self-created 9 dragons war sovereign technique spirit serpent form. According to his theory, when the spirit serpent form is cultivated to the 9th level of body tempering stage, a strength of 3 ancient mammoths would be achieved by just relying on the fleshly body. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is 30,000 pounds. Duanling Tian was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had a strength of 7,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds above the strength of an average martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. But at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would be able to possess a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage only had the strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he will be 3 times stronger than an average 9th level body tempering martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess this sort of strength by relying on the fleshly body and origin energy when they reach the 2nd level of the core formation stage. No wonder I was unable to break through. It was actually the exceptional ability in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form. It was because of the spirit serpent form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid was constantly activating the potential in my body, creating a foundation for me to successfully possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. How long will I have to endure until the tides turn? The next day at dawn, when he exited his room, Duanling Tian noticed that his mother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mom, what's the happy occasion? Duanling Tian was slightly shocked. Tian, looks like you really are going to have to let Ku-Er protect you. Ku-Er broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Li Ro blinked her clear eyes as she teased him. Really? Duanling Tian was startled. Young master. Ku-Er slowly walked out of her room. The slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added on some charm after a night's time. Ku-Er, looks like you'll have to protect me from now on. Duanling Tian smiled tenderly. Ku-Er's breakthrough was something Duanling Tian expected. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, and Ku-Er's natural talent, it wasn't strange for her to break through. After all, the Frost God Sword technique was not as abnormal as the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. After having their breakfast, Duanling Tian notified his mother before bringing Ku-Er along as he left the Li clan estate. This time, he planned to spend a few nights in the Misty Forest with Ku-Er to get proper tempering. If I had noticed the unusualness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's Spirit Serpent form earlier, I wouldn't have promised to battle Li Zhong half a month from now in the clan martial meet. On the way to the Misty Forest, Duanling Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would surely break through before the clan martial meet. At that time, he thought that after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would possess around 15,000 pounds of strength, comparable to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zhong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, he would only be weaker by a few thousand pounds. If he attacked unexpectedly while relying on the sword-drawing arts, he had a good chance of defeating Li Zhong. But now, the 9th level of the body-tempering stage was far, far away. If he wanted to let his fleshly body possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, it would at least require half a year to be successfully accumulated. It's really like how they say, "Don't act like you're great or you'll be struck by lightning." Duanling Tian muttered to himself. "Young master, what's this about getting struck by lightning?" The young girl looked over curiously. "No, nothing." Duanling Tian smiled embarrassedly. Entering the misty forest this time wasn't the same as before. Everything seemed to progress easily from experience. After a journey of hunting wild animals, Ku Er and Duanling Tian finally arrived near the inner area of the misty forest when the sun was setting. The wild animals around this area were quite ferocious. If not for Ku Er breaking through to the 9th level of the body-tempering stage, Duanling Tian wouldn't be daring enough to bring Ku Er this deep into the misty forest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Sword-drawing arts. Duanling Tian was like a spirit serpent, and his violet meteorite flexible sword was like the tongue of a poisonous serpent. Every time it swept out, it would take the life of a wild animal with it. Profound rippling steps. Compared to the bizarreness of Duanling Tian's movement technique, Ku Er's figure seemed much more graceful. That night in the misty forest, Duanling Tian and Ku Er slept out in the open. As a former exceptional weapon specialist, sleeping out in the open was as normal as eating to Duanling Tian. But it was different for Ku Er. She was restless until late at night when she finally fell asleep while listening to Duanling Tian's stories. Sitting on the tree trunk, looking at the young girl soundly sleeping, the corners of Duanling Tian's curled up into a light smile. Maybe a life like this wasn't too bad. Dawn of the 2nd day. Some noise entered Duanling Tian's ears. 7 people, 5 men and 2 women, were approaching from afar. These people were young, only at the ages of 17 or 18. When they noticed Duanling Tian and Ku Er, they were slightly shocked as they didn't expect there to be people younger than them that dared to pass the night in the misty forest. Moreover, they were only 2 people. The 5 youths' gazes fell upon Ku Er, emitting a slight burning gaze. When the 2 young girls looked at Ku Er, their eyes emitted a sense of envy. When the 7 of them arrived near Duanling Tian, a tall youth asked, "Should we get them to help us? Are you crazy? Wouldn't 2 more people mean we have to share 2 more portions? It's only a black python. It will be easy to kill it with the 7 of us working together," a short youth said as he frowned. "Yeah, if you're scared, you don't have to come. The 6 of us can share it." The young girl who was dressed in revealing clothing and had a face covered in makeup said. The tall youth went silent. The 7 of them passed by Duanling Tian and Ku Er, walking towards a different area. Black python. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. Searching through rebirth martial emperor's memories. Black python, a fierce beast that evolved from a wild animal. Its strength is comparable to a core formation martial artist. Allegedly, the nest of the black python has treasures that are formed from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. There would be rare medicinal materials or rare ores, or maybe even spirit fruits. Ku Er, let's follow them and see what happens. On the spur of the moment, Duanling Tian took Ku Er and followed the 7 people from afar. The 7 people quickly entered the inner area of the misty forest. The inner area of the misty forest was covered in fog all year round, turning the entire forest into a maze of fog. As they entered the inner area of the misty forest, the figures of the 7 people slowly became indistinct. Shit! I lost them. After a moment, Duanling Tian frowned. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud bang sounded nearby on the left. Duanling Tian and Ku Er silently went towards the sound. What they saw was a huge, multicolored tiger, fighting with the 7 people from before on an empty field. The multicolored tiger had an enormous body, greatly exceeding that of an ordinary wild tiger, and its strength was at the first level of the core formation stage, extremely ferocious. 4 of them are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. No wonder they dared to hunt the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above 3 of the youth and 1 of the young girls, Duan Ling Tian's hearts twitched. Finally, by paying the price of 1 of their 9th level of the body-tempering members being injured, the 7 of them eventually killed the huge, multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and other parts of the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er followed from afar. Finally, in front of a remote cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside? Duan Ling Tian brought Ku Er and hid on a nearby tree, watching from afar. Duan Ling Tian quickly saw 1 of the 7 throw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flew out from inside. It was exactly an enormous python with an entirely pitch-black body. The black python was over 10 meters long, with a pair of icy cold and piercing eyes, its tongue moving like lightning. Let's do it. Immediately, the figures of the 7 of them moved, flying straight towards the black python and attacking with full force. Whoosh! The black python moved as well, as if transforming into a flash of black lightning. His tail swung out and blasted a youth away. The youth dropped to the ground and fainted. Abruptly, the tall youth shouted, "Not good. This black python isn't simply at the first level of the core formation stage." The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth as she shouted in a delicate voice, "Wang Dong, pierce its weak spot. You guys, hold him for a moment." The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice as he started to look for an opportunity. But the speed of the black python was not something they could compare to. Another youth's head was quickly bit off by the black python's bloody mouth. The entire scene seemed incredibly bloody. Looking at this scene, Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't change. But Ku Er beside him had a dreadfully pale expression and her delicate figure trembled. "Young master, should we help them?" Ku Er's eyes emitted a trace of pity. "If we go help them, they might not even be willing, or maybe they would even think we wanted a share of the spoils." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After a moment, with the help of the remaining 5 people who fought desperately, the sword-wielding youth eventually found an opportunity and pierced the weak point of the black python. But it seemed to be slightly off target. Bang! The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail, until the last person lied there lifeless. Only then did the black python's enormous body finally drop heavily on the ground, its eyes emitting a sense of sorrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er dropped to the ground, reaping the rewards at the earlier 7's expense. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed the black python raise its head and gaze at him. Its piercing eyes were actually emitting a begging expression. Ha! Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. The black python suddenly raised its head and turned to look at the cave behind it. It shook its head as if it were begging for something. Only when he entered the cave did Duan Ling Tian understand what the black python was begging him to do. Inside the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 bizarre plants, were 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that would hatch at any moment. Out of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 were the same, whereas the other larger spirit fruit was slightly different. "This is a dark spirit fruit." The memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed inside his mind. Looking at the slightly large crimson-red spirit fruit, Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled and his face turned completely red. Dark spirit fruit, even in the 2 lifetimes of rebirth Martial Emperor, he had heard of it but had never seen one. That just shows how exceedingly rare the dark spirit fruit is. If the dark spirit fruit is consumed by an ordinary person, it will allot the person to instantly complete his body tempering, allowing them to step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was indeed heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form, I still haven't been able to break through. Maybe this will be a turning point for me. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He didn't expect his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was really too huge. As for the other 2 dark violet spirit fruits, they were extremely rare spirit fruits as well. Violet thorned fruit, a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. If consumed by a human, it would cause instant death. but if consumed by a poisonous fierce beast, it would be a tonic to it. Young master, let's keep them. Unknowingly, the young girl had already taken the 2 fist-sized python eggs in her hand. She was looking at Duanling Tian with anticipation. Since their mother is dead, let's take them both home. Duanling Tian nodded. The violet thorn fruits were obviously ripe. The reason the black python still hadn't consumed it was probably because it was keeping it for its 2 offspring. After plucking the violet thorn fruits and the dark spirit fruit, Duanling Tian and Ku-Er left the cave. Ku-Er's gaze never left the 2 python eggs in her hands. Her clear eyes were filled with motherly brilliance. Ku-Er, wait for me over there. Duanling Tian walked to the front of a passed-out youth. His sensitive senses felt the suppressed killing intent emitted from the youth. A killing intent directed towards him. Stop acting. Your breathing sold you out, Duanling Tian said in a low voice, and in the instant that the youth's eyes emitted a terrified expression, his violet meteorite flexible sword had already silently pierced the youth's heart. At the beginning, Duanling Tian didn't expect he would bump into such a matter. So he and Ku-Er didn't change their clothes, which had the Li clan's crest. Now, only with the death of this youth could he avoid any troubles in the future. As a former weapons specialist, Duanling Tian deeply knew the maliciousness of a person's heart. There was also the fact that the youth showed killing intent towards him. After taking a circle around, Duanling Tian noticed that 4 out of the 7 had been killed by the black python. Adding on the one he just killed, there were still 2 more alive. 2 extremely faint killing intents were indistinctly felt. They were obviously awake but pretended to be passed out. In the silence of the surroundings, Duanling Tian's ears slightly moved as he clearly heard their rapid and nervous breathing. Another 2 sword strikes went directly into their hearts. After finishing off the other 2, Duanling Tian collected the more valuable spoils they had. He then glanced at the black python's corpse before giving up on the thought of cutting it up. Then Duanling Tian slowly walked towards Ku-Er. Half an hour later, the body of the short and stout youth who was supposed to have been pierced in the heart by Duanling Tian trembled. He struggled to open his eyes. Then he removed a medicinal pill from his pocket with much difficulty and swallowed it. After a short amount of time, the blood flowing out of the short and stout youth's chest finally stopped. Li clan, member of Aurora City's Li clan, you probably never would have imagined that my heart was naturally inclined sideways. The short and stout youth struggled to sit up, his expression extremely grim. Because his heart was inclined sideways, he was able to keep his life. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and stout youth's expression changed into an expression of terror as he hurriedly fled. After he fled, an enormous figure moved 1,000 meters in an instant and abruptly descended, all while emitting a bizarre roar filled with rage. Aurora City, Shao Clan Estate. In a vast and luxurious courtyard, the youth in the embroidered clothing walked out. His expression seemed anxious. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is virtually godly. Based on my current cultivation level, consuming body tempering pills would require at least around 5 days of consumption to achieve a breakthrough, but undergoing medicinal baths in that 6 treasures body tempering liquid will merely require 2 days of absorption before I can break through. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing brought along his 2 bodyguards as he left the Shao clan and arrived at the trade market. Manager, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing entered the medicine store and directly proclaimed his needs. When the medicine store manager noticed the youth in embroidered clothing rushing over, he thought that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was useless and the youth had come to sully the reputation of his store. But he never would have imagined that the youth would say this. 100 portions? The manager's heart trembled. Young Master Shao, I'm afraid it would be impossible today. I still haven't replenished my stock. How about 2 days from now? The manager laughed bitterly. I really wonder what you were thinking. Such an excellent medicinal liquid and you didn't replenish extra stock. This is 5,000 silver as deposit. I'll come by to get it in 2 days. The youth in embroidered clothing frowned. Then he put down 5,000 silver before leaving in large strides. 2 days. The manager had a distressed expression. He was only casually mentioning the time earlier, and he was completely unaware when the Li clan youth would return. Now he felt a bit of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten more 6 treasures body-tempering liquid from the youth. Manager, what happened? Why the distressed face? Just at this moment, a voice sounded. The manager's gaze instantly shone brilliantly, as if he found his savior. He quickly went to greet the person. The person who arrived was indeed Duanling Tian. After leaving the Black Python's nest, he and Ku Er returned to Aurora City. They first went and took care of the spoils of their trip, exchanging it for 3,000 silver. Afterwards, out of a whim, he wanted to know how the sales of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was going, so he came to medicine store. Manager, you? Duanling Tian looked at the slightly discomposed manager with a puzzled expression. Customer. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid you put for sale in my store has been sold. The manager took out 1,000 silver and passed it Duanling Tian in a slightly agitated manner. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, "Then manager, do you need more stock now?" Yes. I want as much as you can give me," the manager hurriedly said. Seemingly extremely afraid Duanling Tian would cut off his supply. "Do you have an unused room here?" Duanling Tian asked the manager. "We do, customer. You need it." The manager was dazed. "Yes. I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here from now on." Duanling Tian nodded. The manager's pupils constricted as he asked in amazement, "Customer, you concocted the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid? It's only a medicinal liquid. Is there any reason to get so excited over it?" Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. The corners of the manager's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him had said that on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could thoroughly triumph over the body-tempering pill? Was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? "Since I'm already here today, go prepare some medicinal materials for me. I'll concoct some for you now." According to Duanling Tian's request, the manager quickly finished preparing everything. Looking at the pile of cheap medicinal materials in front of him, and then looking at the large crock in the room, the corners of the manager's mouth started to tremble. According to these proportions, the cost of manufacturing the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large crock was filled to the brim, it would at least produce around 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Right? When Duanling Tian and Ku Er were about to prepare the medicinal materials, the manager suppressed the agitation in his heart as he self-consciously left the enclosed room and closed the door behind him. With the assistance of Ku Er, Duanling Tian finally finished concocting the large crock full of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid in an hour. He then walked out of the room and returning to the medicine store. "Manager, I'll trouble you to divide the 6 treasures body-tempering liquids into portions." Duanling Tian lightly smiled at the manager. The manager entered the small room for a moment before exiting once more with a glowing face. "Respected customer, that large crock of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid would at least be 2,000 portions. How about I pay you the silver for 2,000 portions now, and we will sort out the difference later?" The manager asked. "Okay. As for the cost of the consumed medicinal materials, just deduct it from the extra portions." Duanling Tian nodded as he received the silver bills from the manager. 200,000 silver in bills felt heavy when held it. "No need. Those medicinal materials don't even cost 1,000 silver combined. Just take it as a gift from me." The manager was very perceptive in the way he dealt with the situation. If it was in the past and someone had told the manager that medicinal materials that weren't even worth 1,000 silver could be concocted into medicinal liquid worth 220,000 silver, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Now that the facts were laid out right before his eyes, he had to believe it. "Manager, since you're so frank, I'll take it. How about this? You can suitably increase the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. My bottom line is 80% for me and 20 for you." Duanling Tian glanced deeply at the manager. "Thank you, customer." The manager took a deep breath. He knew that since the youth relented, he would naturally be able to change the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Oh yeah, before the end of our Li clan martial meet, I won't come here again, so you better not sell off all the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid in a few days. Precious items are more valuable. Manager, you're an intelligent person. After saying one last thing to the manager, and under the manager's shocked gaze, Duanling Tian and Ku Er returned to the Li clan estate. Young master, I didn't think silver was so easy to earn. Ku Er's face was slightly red because she was mildly excited. Haha, Ku Er. Not everyone has this sort of ability to earn money like your young master. Duanling Tian laughed loudly. In the entire Cloud continent, it would probably be only him and the Li family's grand elder who knew how to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Whereas only he knew how to concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. After returning home and greeting his mother, Duanling Tian hastily returned to his room and consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duanling Tian felt a warm and boundless medicinal strength filling his entire body. His lifeblood was strengthening by leaps and bounds, and his fleshly body was undergoing a metamorphosis at full speed. In the courtyard, Ku Er, what type of egg is this? Looking at the 2 python eggs Ku Er placed on the table, Li Ro curiously asked. Madam, these are black python eggs. Ku Er smiled. Black python? Li Ro's pupils constricted. She of course knew of the bloodthirsty fierce beast, black python. Ku Er, what happened? Li Ro asked. Ku Er obediently told her about what happened on her trip with Duanling Tian. So it would seem that the 2 of you benefited greatly simply by waiting for it to fall into your laps. Li Ro laughed. Madam, the young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that not nice? Puckering her pink, small mouth, Ku Er blinked her clear eyes as she looked at Li Ro. Although Ku Er didn't say anything in front of Duanling Tian, in her heart, she found it slightly difficult to feel at ease. In her pure and simple world, she felt that they should have helped those youths and young girls hunt and kill the black python. Ku Er, I don't think Tian did anything wrong in this matter. Not to mention that the black python might have injured you. Even if you really had helped them kill the black python, they might have joined hands to deal with you and Tian for the sake of obtaining the treasures that the black python guarded. Li Ro guided patiently and gently. She had experienced much more than Ku Er and thus knew of the maliciousness of a person's heart. For the sake of treasures, relatives killing each other could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. Ku Er didn't think so much about it at that time. Ku Er will listen to the young master in the future. Ku Er lightly nodded as she slowly felt at ease. From this moment on, Ku Er would never doubt any of Duanling Tian's decisions in the future. In her world, Duanling Tian was the heavens. He was everything. At the crack of dawn, the sun rose in the eastern sky. Duanling Tian was already sitting cross-legged on his bed early in the morning, continuing to cultivate and assimilate the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. Since consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, Duanling Tian had only assimilated 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian could still feel his lifeblood and fleshly body undergoing a metamorphosis. This feeling was extremely vivid. Duanling Tian walked out of his room as he thought in his heart, I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. Tian, I heard that the clan martial meet's registration starts today and continues for 3 days. Take Ku Er and go register after you've finished eating, Li Ro said to Duanling Tian as they had their breakfast. Okay. After finishing their breakfast, Duanling Tian brought Ku Er along as he left. The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she slowly said, Young master, I heard from big sister Xianxia that disciples who advance to the top few ranks will get quite the prizes during the clan's yearly martial meet. Oh? Did she say what prizes? Duanling Tian felt slightly curious. Big sister Xianxia said that last year's champion, an inner court disciple, obtained a 300-year-old bloodlingji. Young master, a 300-year-old bloodlingji should be much more precious than a 50-year-old bloodlingji, right? She inquired. 300-year-old blood Lingji? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Ku I'll put it this way, 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingji is worth a 1,000 silver. 50 grams of a 300-year-old blood Lingji would be worth at least 10,000 silver, and even at this price, there probably isn't any in the market. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew the value of a 300-year-old blood Lingji. The blood Lingji in the medicine stores were ordinarily around the 50-year-old mark, and a 100-year-old blood Lingji was rare. A 300-year-old blood Lingji would be worth at least 10,000 for just 50 grams, comparable to 10 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingji. A 300-year-old blood Lingji would at least weigh 100 grams, and be worth over 20,000 silver. If a 300-year-old blood Lingji was directly crushed and consumed, a mere 50 grams would be comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingji in terms of medicinal effects. However, the medicinal strength of 5 pound of 50-year-old blood Lingji would require an ordinary person to spend an entire year to assimilate. Whereas a 300-year-old blood Lingji was different. Its medicinal strength could be fully assimilated in, at most, 1 month's time. If the former is compared to a tractor, then the latter would be a rocket. So expensive? The young girl's cherry lips slightly opened, obviously out of shock. If the prize this time is a 300-year-old blood Lingji as well. Duan Ling Tian's heart twitched and his eyes emitted a burning gaze. If it was so, he was determined to obtain it. If he had a 300-year-old blood Lingji, he would be able to concoct even better medicinal liquids and increase the speed at which his defensive martial skill progressed by a lot. Duan Ling Tian and Ku quickly arrived at the registration site. A stream of people was flowing in. After lining up for a moment, some inside information entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Let me tell you guys, the disciples who get into the top 10 in this year's clan martial meet will not only be able to enter the 3rd floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion and choose a high-grade profound rank martial skill, they will also obtain 3 100-year-old blood Lingzis and 10,000 silver. An outer court disciple said mysteriously. There hasn't been any news that leaked out so far. How do you know? Immediately, some people doubted him. Hey, you guys don't know this, but my cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner court disciple. It was he who unintentionally overheard the discussion of a few elders. The outer court disciple from before complacently laughed. What's the prize for the top 3? Another person asked. The prizes for the top 3 are nearly similar to last year. Besides entering the 3rd floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion and choosing 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, they will also obtain a 200-year-old blood Lingji and 30,000 silver. How about the champion? The champion, on top of choosing 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, will obtain a 350-year-old blood Lingji and 100,000 silver. Oh my god! 350-year-old blood Lingji? The prize for last year's champion was a 300-year-old blood Lingji, and it was already shocking. I didn't expect that this year's prize for the champion would be even better. I heard last year's champion, Li Feng, used the 300-year-old blood Lingji and cultivated his high-grade profound rank martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Among the youths below the age of 20 in the clan currently, without using weapons, no one is able to break through his defense. Yeah. Li Feng is a rare genius of our Li clan, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussion in his surrounding, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. 350-year-old blood Lingji? If he could obtain it and concoct it into medicinal liquid, it would be more than enough to assist him, Ku and his mother's defensive martial skills to all break through to the mastery stage. If I can break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, becoming the champion won't be impossible. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart to go all out, spare no efforts to break through. The clan martial meet was restricted to Li clan disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Once one turned 19, it would be considered leaving the scope of the term youth, and they would be called young man. This restricted from participating in the clan martial meet. According to what Duan Ling Tian knew in the inner court, disciples at the age of 18 were mostly at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and a few had already stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it will be extremely difficult to compete against them. Eventually, it was Duanling Tian and Ku Er's turn. At the registration site, the two of them registered and each got a number card. Duanling Tian was number 77. Ku Er was number 78. The Aurora City Li family main clan had a population of almost 10,000. Youth disciples between the ages of 16 to 18 amounted to nearly 300 people. Besides a portion of inner court disciples, outer court disciples that met the criteria for registration amounted to over 200 people as well. For the first round of the clan martial meet, the inner court disciples obtained a bye to the second round, whereas the outer court disciples would compete for 30 placements to directly become inner court disciples. The start of the second round would be the true fierce struggle, deciding the top 10, top 3, and even the champion, winning matchless honor and generous prizes. The first round of the clan martial meet competition would begin after 10 days. For the next 10 days, besides eating and sleeping, Duanling Tian was practically always cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Absorbing 7 treasures body tempering liquid in extremity, desperately assimilating the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. For the sake of the 350-year-old blood Lingji, Duanling Tian was really going all out this time. Tomorrow is the clan martial meet, but I still haven't broken through until now. Luckily, after the first round, the second round will only begin after 3 days. With my current strength, entering the top 30 of the outer court disciples in the first round isn't really a challenge. Thinking up to this point, Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. In these past 10 days, besides cultivating, Duanling Tian did hear some rumors from Ku Er. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid had thoroughly become famous. Aurora City was going crazy over it. What the Li clan outer court disciples discussed the most nowadays was the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If anyone's parents bought them some 6 treasures body tempering liquid, it would attract the jealousy and envy of many outer court disciples. Along with the arrival of Aurora City's 3 great clans' clan martial meets, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid supply could not meet the demand. People who had no accumulated wealth in their homes would even go so far as to borrow money in order to be able to buy some 6 treasures body tempering liquid for their children. The clan martial meets affected the lives of many. If one was unable to become an inner court disciple by the age of 19, their life would be doomed to end without any accomplishments. As a parent, no one would hope for their children to face this. Of course, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid did allow many 18-year-old outer court disciples to achieve a further breakthrough before the clan martial meet, increasing their chances of advancing to become an inner court disciple. These examples that were plain for everybody to see caused the black market price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to experience a price hike to 3,000 silver a portion. A bunch of madmen. After hearing about all this, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be amazed. It was lucky that he had long ago told the medicine store manager to keep his identity a secret. Or else, if anyone knew that he was the one who concocted the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, he would never get a shred of peace. In a wide courtyard of the Li clan, whoosh, an extremely swift figure stepped in at a peculiar pace. The figure flew past as if it had transformed into a gust of wind. The figure stopped and revealed itself. It was a youth at around the age of 17. It was precisely Li Yuan. Haha, good. Yuan, your unfettered steps has finally stepped into the mastery stage. With this, besides Li Kuang, there will be no one in the outer court who can be your match. Even entering the top 10 of the clan martial meet wouldn't be impossible. A middle-aged man who stood at the side laughed. I will surely enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. If I can obtain 3 100-year-old bloodlingji, my golden bell cover will be able to step into the mastery stage earlier. Li Yuan's eyes flickered, showing incomparable confidence. Quickly, a towering youth's figure flashed inside his mind. Duanling Tian. Last time, my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to gain the upper hand. But this time, my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will surely defeat you and mercilessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps, a middle-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to the mastery stage, Its speed will in no way be inferior to Duan Ling Tian's spirit serpent movement technique. In a slightly cramped courtyard. Whoosh! An icy cold sword shine flew out accompanied by more than 10 sword afterimages. It was as if a sword net had been condensed in the air, without an opening and extremely powerful. Clang! The 3-foot-long blade entered its sheath. I have finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed young girl stood still, her face had a light smile. A married woman with a slightly pale complexion was standing in front of the door, coughing twice before she slowly said, Sure. You need to properly thank the person that passed this sword skill to you. Mom, why are you out here? Your body isn't well, so stay inside your room more often, and don't come out often. Li Shi's face emitted a trace of reproach, supporting the married woman into the room. In another courtyard. You really are trash. I passed the howling tiger fist to you so long ago, but until now you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage. Li Zhong looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy expression. Brother, I'm sorry. Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to retort. Zhong, stop scolding your brother. He has already worked hard. It's just he's limited by his natural talent, which is far from yours. The middle-aged man who was standing nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he interrupted. Dad, it's because you've spoiled him. Li Zhong frowned as he left Li Xiao behind and angrily returned to his room. Tomorrow is the clan martial meet. That night, Duan Ling Tian's house had an unexpected guest. Looking at the youth, Li Shi lightly grit her teeth as she said in a low voice, Thank you for gifting this sword skill to me. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have 100% confidence to enter the top 10 in the clan martial meet. Top 10 in the clan martial meet? Looks like your synchronous shadow sword has been cultivated to the initial stage. The youth was slightly shocked of Li Shi's ambition. Although Li Shi's strength placed her at the top 3 in the outer court, the top 10 of the clan martial meet would require competing with many inner court disciples. Wanting to enter the top 10 was no easy matter. Yes. Li Shi lightly nodded. If you really want to thank someone, then thank Ku'er. It was because of her that I gave you that sword skill. If there's nothing else, then I'll be returning to my room to cultivate. Shrugging his shoulders, the youth turned around and returned to his room. Glancing at the youth's back, Li Shi's gaze became complicated and she sighed faintly. Big sister Shi, where's the young master? An elegant and refined young girl entered the courtyard. He's returned to his room to cultivate. Little sister Ku'er, it's time for me to leave as well. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have taught me the synchronous shadow sword. Li Shi forced out a laugh before turning around and leaving. Big sister Shi. The young girl noticed that something was wrong with Li Shi. Li Ro had walked out of her room at an unknown time, shaking her head as she sighed while looked at Li Shi's disappearing figure. As an experienced person, she naturally was able to discern Li Shi's thoughts. At the crack of dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian and Ku'er arrived at the inner court martial arts practice field. The clan martial meet would be held here. At a corner of the inner court martial arts practice field stood 30 combat arenas. The 30 combat arenas were in a circle. In the middle stood a high platform with seats laid on it. In front of the combat arena, a stream of people flowed. Along with the appearance of 3 aged chief judges, the noisy martial arts practice field became quiet. These 3 chief judges were all Li clan elders in charge of presiding over the clan martial meet. Behind these 3 chief judges were 30 more judges. Nearly all of them were young adults. The 3 chief judges were led by an old man with white eyebrows. Duan Ling Tian noticed an extremely dangerous aura emitting from the white-eyebrowed old man. Duan Ling Tian understood that this person was definitely a powerhouse, strong enough to slap the current him to death with a single stroke. As the lead chief judge, I'll introduce the rules for today's clan martial meet. 242 outer court disciples will be divided into 30 groups based on the number cards in their hands. Besides the first group having 10 people, the rest will only have 8. The 30 groups will each determine an arena master. As for the specific rules, the judges will let you all know. Of course, if you think your luck is bad and was divided into a strong group, you'll all have a chance later to challenge any one of the 30 arena masters. As long as you win, you will be the new arena master. When no one is left to initiate a challenge, the 30 arena masters will become inner court disciples. After the lead chief judge finished, the 30 judges started to divide the outer court disciples into groups. Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er were divided into the same group. These rules aren't too bad. They guarantee absolute fairness. Duan Ling Tian indifferently smiled. Duan Ling Tian was number 77 and Ku Er was number 78. They were placed in the 10th group. The 10th group had a total of 8 people. Out of the other 6, 2 of them recognized Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian defeated the Lin clan outer court's top disciple, Lin Qi, they saw it with their own 2 eyes. Meeting Duan Ling Tian here, the 2 of them took the initiative and admitted defeat. Out of the other 4, none of them could withstand a single move from Duan Ling Tian. As for Ku Er, her opponents wouldn't even have the chance to attack before her violet meteorite flexible sword had already descended upon their throats, causing her opponents to feel a chill run down their spines. Even the judges were speechless. The 10th group actually had 2 little freaks. In the end, it was up to Ku Er and Duan Ling Tian to determine the arena master of the 10th group. Gazes from the surrounding combat arenas descended on the 2 of them. On the central high platform, the 2 of them look unfamiliar. Are they branch family disciples? One of the chief judges was slightly shocked. They are precisely branch family disciples. Both of them are from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and they are both disciples with another surname. The youth among the 2 of them even defeated the Lin clan's Lin Qi a while ago in the trade market. Another chief judge lightly smiled. Lin Qi, the Lin clan's patriarch's youngest son, the top disciple in the Lin clan's outer court, with a strength comparable to our Li clan outer court's top disciple, Li Kuang. The former chief judge was visibly moved. You're right, it was him. The latter chief judge nodded. A branch family disciple, and even a disciple with another surname. Such a pity. The formed sighed. Humph. Branch family disciple. Disciple with another surname. So what? As long as they don't betray our clan, then they are members of our Li clan. The white-eyebrowed old man grunted. Hearing this, the other 2 chief judged immediately went silent. Standing on the 10th combat arena, Duan Ling Tian indifferently said, I admit defeat. This caused everyone, including the judges, to be disappointed. But Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er were together after all. Although they were disappointed, they weren't shocked. Ku Er became the arena master for the 10th combat arena. After some time, an arena master appeared on each of the 30 combat arenas. Besides Ku Er, Duan Ling Tian recognized another 3 of these arena masters. Li Shi, Li Yuan and Li Xiao. The 3 chief judges in the central high platform that was surrounded by the 30 combat arenas stood up. The white-eyebrowed old man had an unchanging expression as he indifferently said, Now, those outer court disciples who failed to be chosen in their own group and are unwilling will now have a chance to challenge the other arena masters. If they win, they will become the new arena master. If they lose, they will lose the chance to become an inner court disciple. Immediately, noise erupted beneath the 30 combat arenas. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. They needed to spend some time to judge the strength of each of the arena masters before initiating a challenge. Whoosh! Quickly, a figure flew up onto the 15th group's combat arena, attracting the gazes of everyone. It's Duan Ling Tian. Many outer court disciples recognized the figure. Duan Ling Tian? The outer court disciple that defeated the Lin clan's outer court top disciple, Lin Qi, in the trade market. You're right. It's him. With his strength, he could probably rival Li Kuang. How could he have been eliminated? Don't tell me he was eliminated by Li Kuang. No, he gave the 10th group's arena master position to the young girl who never leaves his side, that young girl over there. So beautiful. Even slightly more beautiful than the former top beauty of the outer court, Li Shi. Since ancient times, heroes love beautiful women. No wonder he forfeited. On the 15th combat arena, Li Zhao's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually come challenge him. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's decision was on purpose. Duan Ling Tian. Outside the combat arena, Li Zhong's eyes emitted a fierce light. Although he always looked down upon Li Xiao no matter what, Li Xiao was his younger brother. This was an unchangeable fact. I admit defeat. Under everyone's gazes, Li Xiao took the initiative and admitted defeat. Even though the surroundings sounded with boos and caused his face to flush with shame, he still gritted his teeth and endured. By admitting defeat now, he would be able to conserve his full strength to battle another arena master. If he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian slightly attacks harder on purpose, once he gets injured, he would lose any chance of becoming an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tian, in 3 days, I will properly teach you a lesson. Li Zhong coldly glanced at Duan Ling Tian before walking to another combat arena with Li Xiao, helping Li Xiao to find an opponent. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed before closing and resting his mind. The arena master challenges progressed like a raging fire. No one challenged Li Kuang, Li Yuan, and Li Shishir because these were the top 3 of the outer court. After forcing Li Xiao to admit defeat, no one came to challenge Duan Ling Tian either. Ku-Er, on the other hand, had 3 people who one after the other challenged her. However, her violet meteorite flexible sword would always descend on the opponent's throat at the first possible moment, causing her opponent to be unable to move. This young girl is similar to Duan Ling Tian. They are both freaks. I have a feeling that she might be even stronger than Li Shishir. Yeah, in front of her, no matter if it's appearance or strength, Li Shishir is slightly inferior. The outer court disciples discussed with each other. Some of the inner court disciples who came to join in the fun were also slightly astonished as they took an extra glance at the young girl. Brother, and this little girl is really not bad. From today onwards, our inner court will have another female disciple whose appearance and natural talent is be able to rival Li Fei's. An inner court disciple said to the youth beside him. Li Fei, the top beauty in the inner court. The youth had a gray shirt with silver lining. His piercing gaze descended on the young girl and emitted a trace of greed and dominance. It's Lian. It really is him. When the surrounding outer court disciples recognized the gray-clothed youth, they were unable to keep themselves from exclaiming. Lian, a famous inner court disciple of the Li clan. 1 year ago, when Lian was 17 and with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he participated in the clan martial meet and entered the top 10. His final placing was 6th, merely inferior to 4 18-year-old core formation stage youths and 1 more 9th level body tempering youth of the same age. Now, among the inner court disciples under the age of 19, his strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2. As dusk, the clan martial meet came to an end. After admitting defeat in front of Duan Ling Tian, Li Xiao successfully challenged another arena master. The 30 arena masters advanced to become inner court disciples. For a moment, many people shook their heads and sighed, and many more felt dejected. Among them, some were already 18. Since they couldn't become inner court disciples this time, it meant they would forever lose the chance to become inner court disciples. If they were branch family disciples, they would be sent back to their respective branch families. Duan Ling Tian and Ku-Er walked shoulder to shoulder. Ku-Er held onto his arm. Her face had a smile of happiness. Many gazes of jealousy and envy descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Looking forward, at an empty space that had been opened up by the crowd, stood 2 youths around the age of 18. The youth with gray clothes that stood in front looked at him with a gaze filled with enmity. Duan Ling Tian couldn't understand why someone who he didn't even recognize would look at him with such a gaze. When he noticed the gray-clothed youth's gaze move from him and on to Ku-Er, he was enlightened. So the reason turned out to be Ku-Er. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Late at night, the room was brightly illuminated by lamplight. The youth sat cross-legged in the bath barrel that was filled with medicinal liquid, painstakingly cultivating, practically forgetting everything else. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. 7 treasures body tempering liquid continuously poured into his body. The medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit was also dissolving at an extremely fast speed, merging into the youth's flesh, blood, and bones. If he wanted to win the champion's position at the clan martial meet in 3 days and obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji, then he must break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Still a little bit more. Perceiving the speed of which his fleshly body underwent metamorphosis and his lifeblood grew reducing, the youth opened his eyes and sighed. Yawning, the drowsy youth instantly fell asleep. He slept until morning the next day. Young master, an anxious voice sounding from outside his room caused the youth to be startled awake. Ku'er, what happened? Not having time to put on an outer garment, the youth was wearing his sleeping clothes as he opened the door and looked towards the young girl outside. Young master, look! In the young girl's hands, 2 fist-sized python eggs were violently trembling. Kacha! Quickly, the 2 python eggs broken open one after another. 2 exquisite little pythons stretched their heads out and poked out their tongues before swallowing down the python eggshell fragments. Subsequently, they looked at each other with unsatisfied expressions before looking at Duanling Tian and then at Ku'er. The 2 pairs of tiny eyes emitted a deep sense of attachment, as if they were looking at their parents. Young master, they don't look anything like a black python. Ku'er sized up the 2 little pythons before her willow-shaped eyebrows lightly knit together. They aren't alike. Duanling Tian was also sizing up the 2 little pythons. The 2 little pythons were black and white respectively. The white little python had silver markings on its body. The markings were extremely complicated, difficult to understand thoroughly. The black little python had gold markings on its body, exactly similar to the markings on the white little python. They both had one more similarity. Both of them had a small bulge on their heads. Duanling Tian searched through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, but he didn't come across any memories that related to the 2 little pythons. In other words, even if Rebirth Martial Emperor was alive, he wouldn't be able to recognize the 2 little pythons. But, in the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, there was one type of python that had slightly similar overall characteristics to the 2 little pythons. That python was not a black python, but a fierce beast, the snow python. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, the fierce snow python would be comparable to a nascent soul martial artist when it reaches adulthood. A martial artist's cultivation after the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. After the core formation stage was the origin core stage. Only after the origin core stage was the nascent soul stage. A colossus such as the Aurora City Li clan had many origin core martial artists. But nascent soul martial artists could be counted with one's fingers. It's unlikely that the offspring of the black python was made with a snow python. Duanling Tian shook his head, dispersing this absurd thought. Not to mention the difference between a black python and snow python, even the markings on the body of the 2 little pythons were not something neither the black python nor the snow python had. From this it could be determined that these 2 little pythons were not snow pythons nor black pythons. Maybe they are similar to their father. I wonder what type of python their father is. Rebirth Martial Emperor experienced the passage of 2 lifetimes and has a wide range of knowledge and experience. But even he couldn't recognize this type of python. Duanling Tian silently deduced in his heart. Young master, they seem to be hungry. The young girl's voice caused Duanling Tian to come back to his senses. The 2 little pythons heard their tiny eyes wide open, flickering with pitiable brilliance as if begging for something. Duanling Tian took out the 2 violet thorned fruits that they brought back the other day from a corner of the room. The 2 violet thorned fruits were precisely left behind for them by the mother of the 2 little pythons. Just as Duanling Tian brought the 2 violet thorned fruits to Ku'er's side, the 2 little pythons' bodies trembled and they moved instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As if transforming into a bolt of white lightning and a bolt of black lightning. They flew straight towards the violet thorned fruits in Duanling Tian's hand. In a few moments, The two violet thorned fruits had been completely nibbled by them until nothing remained. After eating their fill, the two little pythons fell soundly asleep. What type of snake are they? Duan Ling Tian and Ku-Er glanced at each other, noticing the astonishment in each other's eyes. The speed of the two little pythons earlier, even if compared to their mothers, the black python, they wouldn't be much slower. An adult black python having such a speed was not strange. But these two little pythons had only just been born. Duan Ling Tian's subconscious felt that these two little pythons were not so simple. After finding a box and poking a hole in it, Duan Ling Tian placed the two soundly asleep little pythons within. Only after doing this did he put on his outer garments. Then he grabbed Ku-Er's hand and walked out of his room. Ku-Er, let's go out for a walk. Duan Ling Tian and Ku-Er walked out of their home, quickly arriving at the martial arts practice field. A corner of the martial arts practice field was currently surrounded by quite a few people. Let's go take a look. Duan Ling Tian and Ku-Er walked over. They supposed it would be someone sparring, but only when they approached did they notice it wasn't. A blue-clothed youth stood in the middle of the crowd, saliva flying from his mouth. Combined with his tone, he seemed to be a storyteller. According to what I heard, the adult snow python in the misty forest moved like a thunderbolt, killing a few origin core martial artists of Aqua Mist Cities, He clan in seconds. In the midst of human martial artists, they were considered outstanding, but in front of the adult snow python, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The blue-clothed youth continued, as if he saw all this with his own two eyes. Li Yun, is there realty a snow python inside the misty forest? Someone in the crowd asked. I, Li Yun, am famous in Aurora City for my ability to know everything, and my reputation is extremely good. News of this will spread throughout the entire Aurora City soon. At that time, you all will naturally know that what I said was true. Li Yun held his head high with a face full of confidence. Li Yun, you know every bit of news at the first moment. This we do not doubt. But this matter is truly unbelievable. Yeah, according to reason, during this season, this python species of wild animals and fierce beasts should be hibernating, especially a top-ranked fierce beast like the snow python. According to the records in books, among the python-type fierce beasts, the snow python has the highest level of somnolence. Another person voiced their doubt. What you said isn't wrong, but according to the origin core stage lucky survivor of the Aqua Mist Cities He clan, that snow python seemed to have gone completely mad, killing anyone it saw, as if it was venting its anger. Li Yun lightly nodded as he continued. The surrounding crowd were in high spirits. A few people even curiously asked, what do you think is the reason the snow python became like this? My personal guess is either its mate was killed by humans, or its offspring have died, Li Yuan said. The speaker had no particular intention in saying it, but the listener understood. Duan Ling Tian and Ku-Er glanced at each other before leaving the crowd. Young master, do you think that snow python is the father of the two little pythons? Ku-Er's clear eyes emitted a trace of compassion. There is such a possibility. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. The two little pythons were indeed possibly the offspring of the black python and snow python, and due to certain reasons, a variation occurred. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew that variant fierce beasts existed. Young master, should we send them home? Ku-Er said. Her clear eyes were slightly wet. She seemed to have thought of something. Ku-Er, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian had a worried expression. I thought of my mother. When my mom left me, I felt my whole world collapse. The feelings of that snow python right now are certainly the same as how I felt before. Ku-Er's voice slightly trembled as she spoke. Duan Ling Tian took advantage of the opportunity and embraced her in his arms, lightly patting her back as he gently said, Silly girl, don't you still have me? Being able to meet young master is my good luck. But that snow python. Ku-Er's voice was almost in tears. Duan Ling Tian touched Ku-Er's beautiful hair as he smelled the fresh fragrance it emitted and slowly said, It's okay. I promise you, after the clan martial meet ends, we can send them back home. When he returned home, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the small box was empty. The two little pythons had vanished. Just when he and Ku'er were about to go looking for them. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black and a white bolt of lightning approached. The black little python coiled itself around Duanling Tian's wrist, and the white little python coiled itself around Ku'er's wrist, playfully flicking out their tongues at them. They really are two little rascals. Duanling Tian shook his head as he smiled. Ku'er, give them names. Duanling Tian gazed at Ku'er. Let's call them Little White and Little Black. Ku'er lightly smiled. From now on, you're called Little Black. Duanling Tian raised his hand and looked at the little black python that was coiled on his wrist. At this moment, a strange scene took place. Duanling Tian saw that the little python actually looked at him and nodded its head, causing Duanling Tian to be dazed from shock. This little black python could understand human speech. After a moment, he noticed that the little black python was still continuously nodding. Only then did Duanling Tian realize that he had overthought things. The little black python seemed to have entangled itself with Duanling Tian and was unwilling to leave. The little white python was entangled with Ku'er as well. The two of them were helpless and could only bring them along at their side. After a moment of distinguishing, Duanling Tian noticed the little black python was male, whereas the little white python was female. That night, when Duanling Tian sat inside the bath barrel to cultivate, he noticed the little black python dive into the bath barrel, swimming across the surface of the water as it swallowed the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. At the same time, the gold markings on its body started to flicker in a dark gold luster until it finished eating a full portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after it was satisfied did it fly out. Then it lied on the corner of the bath barrel and slept. At this moment, the dark gold luster on its body slowly dimmed. I wonder what this little python has varied into, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. 2 days passed. Tomorrow was the second round of competition for the clan martial meet, and it was the true clan martial meet. Duanling Tian's cultivation still wasn't able to break through. Although he could feel he was at a threshold, he still couldn't break through after a long time. He had already absorbed 80% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Is it not my fate to get that 350-year-old blood Lingji? Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. Hiss hiss. He heard a light sound enter his ears. Only now did Duanling Tian notice that that little black python was contracted at the corner of the bed, flicking its tongue in what seemed like a greeting to him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the little black python's body trembled and it started wriggling, sometimes slow, sometimes transforming into black lightning. Silent like a hermit, moving like a mad rabbit. At the beginning, Duanling Tian only used a curious gaze as he sized up the little black python. But slowly, the little black python's movements seemed to give him a certain enlightenment. His gaze became engrossed and dull. At this moment, the world in his eyes seemed to only contain the little black python that continuously flashed about. The 9-Dragon War Sovereign Technique's first form, the Spirit Serpent form, originally stressed upon allowing the cultivator's fleshly body to increase its strength while maintaining the body's flexibility and agility like spirit serpents. Now, as the little black python's movements reflected into Duanling Tian's eyes, it seemed to have ignited something. Now he was suddenly enlightened about things he couldn't understand in the past. Bang! Seeming to suddenly be filled with wisdom and enlightenment, Duanling Tian's body slightly shook as he closed his eyes and circulated the spirit serpent form mental cultivation method. With a trace of understanding, he started cultivating. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless night for Duanling Tian. His mind completely merged with the changes happening inside his body. Lifeblood increasing at a terrifying speed. The fleshly body was even going through an extreme metamorphosis. Duanling Tian himself was unaware of how long he cultivated for until a ray of sunlight passed through the window and descended upon him. Only then did he awaken. Only now did Duanling Tian notice that the clothes on his body were extremely dirty. A liquid similar to black oil had flowed out of his entire body. It was extremely sticky and rancid. He removed his clothes and sat inside the bath barrel before cleaning his body with great effort. After cleaning up, he clenched his fists, slightly using some strength. Duan Ling Tian abruptly lifted his head. Hua! Above him, the forces of heaven and earth shook before developing into three ancient mammoth silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. Lightly reducing the amount of strength exerted, one of the ancient mammoth silhouettes vanished. Reducing his strength once more, another ancient mammoth silhouette vanished. Perfect! Duan Ling Tian abruptly stood up and changed his clothes. His expression couldn't help but be filled with smiles. He succeeded. Before the clan martial meet, he smoothly broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Possessing the strength of three ancient mammoths, the crazy theory of rebirth martial emperor had perfectly been accomplished. Hiss hiss. A sound entered his ears as the little black python transformed into a bolt of lightning, coiled around Duan Ling Tian's wrist, and started nodding towards him. The little black python's actions, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, seemed to be it seeking credit for his achievement. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll get you something good to eat. Duan Ling Tian lightly rubbed Little Black's body as he lightly smiled. Little Black closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Please leave, we don't welcome you here. Suddenly, Ku'er's voice sounded from outside, containing a trace of anger. Duan Ling Tian's face distorted. Ever since Ku'er had started following him, it was the first time he heard her speaking with such a tone. Someone obviously had infuriated her. After opening his room's door, Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides. With a glance, he noticed the two youths standing at the courtyard door. One of them was precisely the gray-clothed youth from before. Brother, and asking you to follow him to the martial arts practice field is him thinking highly of you. I've already been courteous to you, now don't push your luck. The other green-clothed youth looked at Ku'er, getting slightly angry out of embarrassment. Young master! But in the young girl's eyes, only the young master that had just walked out of his room in large strides mattered. The green-clothed youth's face turned grim as he shouted in a low voice, I'm talking to you. Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept the green-clothed youth with his gaze, his voice containing a trace of icy coldness. You're courting death. The green-clothed youth's gaze turned cold, and he was about to enter the courtyard to fight Duan Ling Tian. Smack! Just at this moment, the gray-clothed youth's hand descended upon the green-clothed youth's shoulder, stopping him. The gray-clothed youth looked at Duan Ling Tian in a condescending manner as he indifferently said, You aren't worthy of her. So you mean you're worthy? Duan Ling Tian laughed. He had met arrogant people before, but never someone arrogant to this extent. Li An's eyes flickered as he threateningly said, Of course, I, Li An, at the age of 18, am the second strongest in the younger generation of the clan. How could you, an uneducated bumpkin, compare to me? Kid, if you're sensible, hurry up and leave her side. Second, if someone didn't know better after seeing how brazen you are, they would think you were number one. So it turns out you're only number two. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Say what you want, but in the clan martial meet, I will certainly drench my 3-foot blade with your blood. Don't think that you can look down on others just because you've broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The core formation stage is only the beginning of the path of martial Dao. The current you is only an ordinary martial artist. Li An ridiculed him before leaving with the green-clothed youth. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed within. Drench his 3-foot blade with blood? Young master, you broke through? Ku'er was slightly startled. Yes, I just broke through. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Ku'er, what happened earlier? Duan Ling Tian inquired. They asked me to go to the martial arts practice field with them. I rejected them, so the green-clothed youth kept pestering me. While mentioning the two of them, Ku'er's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. Next time, you don't have to bother with senseless people like them. Just ignore them directly. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Okay, young master. I'll go help madam in the kitchen. Ku'er nodded before transforming into a gust of wind and entering the kitchen. During breakfast, Tian, that Li An will certainly be gunning for you during the clan martial meet. Be careful. Li Ro reminded Duanling Tian. I know, Mom. Duanling Tian replied with an unconcerned expression. Don't think that just because you killed Fang Chong in Fresh Breeze Town you can act outrageously. Although Fang Qian was a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage and possessed the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, due to the limitations of his martial skills, his strength wasn't even half of Li An's. Li Ro continued. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. He naturally knew all this. Maybe when Fang Chong attacked, his overall state would have been the same as Li An's, both being first-level core formation martial artists and therefore able to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, developing it into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, due to the difference between their martial skills, in a head-on battle, Lian could kill Fang Chong in a single move. If Lian circulated his defensive martial skill, he could just stand there. Even if Fang Chong hit him until he collapsed from exhaustion, Fang Chong wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on his body. If Lian circulated his movement technique, Fang Chong would only be able to eat his dust. This was exactly the difference in martial skills. The higher the martial arts rank is, the better its ability to perfectly exert the strength of the cultivator's entire body. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. As Li Ro saw it, he was unconcerned and persisting to do things his own way. Ku-er, hurry up and persuade him. Li Ro quickly decided to get Ku-er to help. Madam, I believe in the young master. The young girl replied with a single sentence, showing her confidence towards Duanling Tian. I really wonder what magic potion Tian gave you. Li Ro had a helpless expression. Mom, don't worry and be at ease. Your son will only let others suffer losses. He himself won't suffer any. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll bring back the prize for the champion and let you see it properly. After eating his fill, Duanling Tian left behind the short line before leaving with Ku-er. They proceeded to the martial arts practice field. Young master, it's big sister Shi. On the way, the two of them met Li Shi. The two became 3. In the clan martial meet, the 30 newly advanced inner court disciples will compete with the other 56 inner court disciples. According to what I know, 5 of the inner court disciples have already stepped into the core formation stage. Li Shi shared the information that she knew of. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. So we don't have any chance for the top 3. The core formation stage isn't something the body tempering stage can compare to. What we can do now is strive to enter the top 10. To little sister Ku-er and you, it isn't really difficult. So how about it? Are you confident you can defeat Li Kuang and win over a spot in the top 6? Li Shi looked at Duanling Tian. 6th? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. What? Li Shi was puzzled. I'm not interested in being the 6th, Duanling Tian said indifferently. Then what position are you interested in? Li Shi asked. The champion. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of confidence. Li Shi was instantly struck dumb. Champion? This Duanling Tian really dared to imagine. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, loud laughter sounded from behind the 3 of them. The laughter was filled with disdain. 2 figures quickly passed by the 3 of them. It was precisely the 2 brothers, Li Zhong and Li Xiao. Obviously they overheard what Duanling Tian said. Duanling Tian, if you want to be the champion, then you have to defeat me. I'll be waiting. Li Zhong glanced at Duanling Tian, his face filled with a mocking expression. Duanling Tian ignored Li Zhong. He liked to use facts to prove everything. Debating was meaningless. Duanling Tian and the 2 girls quickly arrived at the inner court martial arts practice field. The 30 combat arenas remained. Presently, the 30 combat arenas were fully surrounded by people. Some were inner court disciples who were participating in the clan martial meet, and there were some Li clan disciples who came to join in the fun. After a short moment, the 3 chief judges appeared. The 30 judges, on the other hand, got each on the 30 combat arenas. Silence. The white-eyebrowed old man in the lead's voice clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. For a moment, the noisy martial arts practice field became completely silent. Condensing origin energy into sound, This is something only a martial artist above the 7th level of the Origin Core stage is capable of. Duanling Tian looked at the white-eyebrowed old man with a slightly startled expression. Today, the inner court disciples between the ages of 16 and 19 will carry out the final part of the clan martial meet. This competition will decide the top 10, top 3, and the champion, all of whom will obtain the generous prizes of the clan. The white-eyebrowed old man said slowly. Subsequently, another chief judge started narrating the prizes for the top 10 disciples of this year's clan martial meet, the prizes of the top 3, and finally the champion's prize. Duanling Tian knew of this since long ago. But the prizes that the chief judge spoke of still aroused the morale of most of the inner court disciples that were participating. Today's clan martial meet will be conducted on a point basis where everyone begins with a single point. Every victory increases their points by 1, while every defeat reduces their points by 1. Finally, the ranking will be listed based upon the accumulated points. As for the question of fairness, you can all be at ease. Out of the 86 inner court disciples, unless accidents happen, everyone will need to battle 85 times. The chief judge explained the rules. For a moment, many people drew in a breath of cold air. 85 battles? Wouldn't that mean that they would have to battle every single inner court disciple? That pace would exhaust people to death. This year's clan martial meet will be divided into 3 days. The clan has already planned out your battle order, pushing down the amount of battles per person per day down to 30 or below. The chief judge continued. Only now did the crowd of inner court disciples heave a sigh of relief. Now, the people called upon by the judge enter the relevant arena. If you don't appear within 5 minutes, it will be considered as a forfeit, the chief judge said. The 30 judges on the combat arenas quickly started calling names. The first battle of the first round had a familiar face to Duanling Tian. Li Yuan. Li Yuan's first opponent was a youth around the age of 18. Their bodies jerked as they flew towards each other. Above their heads, ancient mammoth silhouettes were indistinctly visible. In a mere move, their speed difference was obvious. Li Yuan's speed looked to be slightly faster. After a moment, he found an opportunity to dash to the back of his opponent. Heart Destruction Palm. A clear-cut palm strike slapped on his opponent's back, blasting him off the combat arena. Li Yuan is victorious. The judge immediately announced the result. The middle-grade profound rank movement technique, Unfettered Steps, which Li Yuan cultivates, actually had breakthrough to the mastery stage. Seeing this scene, Duanling Tian was mildly shocked. In terms of speed, Unfettered Steps at the mastery stage was not one bit inferior to the high-grade profound rank movement technique, Spirit Serpent movement technique, at the initial stage. I've been so busy trying to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage that I've actually let my movement technique drop behind. After the clan martial meet ends, I need to increase the cultivation stage of my Spirit Serpent movement technique, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. Unlike defensive martial arts, which could be improved by directly consuming medicinal items, improving movement techniques required painstaking cultivation. There were no possible shortcuts. Li Yuan walked off the combat arena in large strides. When he noticed Duanling Tian looking at him, he met Duanling Tian's gaze, and the corners of his mouth emitted a provoking and cold smile. Duanling Tian retracted his gaze, indifferent. If it was before he broke through, the current Li Yuan might be someone he would confront seriously. But now, Li Yuan was not on the same level as him. To the extent that in his eyes, the current Li Yuan was weak and fragile like a child. In terms of strength, Duanling Tian was currently comparable to a martial artist at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. On the 30 combat arenas, the inner court disciples contended against each other like a raging fire. After each of the inner court disciples determined the victor, the judges would start recording their points. Duanling Tian. Finally, the judge called upon Duanling Tian's name. Combat Arena Number 3. Duanling Tian's body moved towards the arena. His opponent was a slightly straightforward and robust youth. I'm Li Xin. Please go easy on me. The robust youth naively smiled. I'm Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian returned a smile. Across the entire surrounding combat arenas, The inner court disciples that competed would practically start fighting the moment they entered the arena. It was rare for them to speak to each other. Everyone wanted to swiftly defeat their opponent and win points. Li Jun, however, was a special case. Whoosh! Li Jun moved. His robust figure did not seem one bit heavy and cumbersome. With the strength of an ancient mammoth exploding out, Li Jun's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards Duanling Tian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian moved to meet him head-on. In terms of speed, Duanling Tian was slightly faster than the robust youth. Of course, this was under the precondition that Duanling Tian suppressed his strength at the strength of an ancient mammoth. Li Jun attacked a few times, unable to touch Duanling Tian. I admit defeat. Abruptly, Li Jun's figure stopped. Up till now, only my speed was faster than yours, but you're already admitting defeat? Duanling Tian was slightly startled. This is enough. If your speed is faster than mine, you've already placed yourself in an invincible position. Continuing would be meaningless. Li Jun naively laughed. He was extremely straightforward. He then jumped off the combat arena. Duanling Tian faintly smiled. This Li Jun was really clear-cut. He followed and jumped off the combat arena. Where's Ku'er? When Duanling Tian noticed that the young girl wasn't where she was earlier, he couldn't help himself from looking around to find her. After a short moment, on the neighboring combat arena, Duanling Tian saw the young girl's figure. Whoosh! The young girl stood there as the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand soundlessly stuck itself to the side of her opponent's neck. If she used an ounce of strength, her opponent would surely lose his life. Her opponent's body slightly trembled as his cold sweat poured out. Then he said, in a flustered tone, I admit defeat. Only then did the young girl withdraw her sword. Under the burning gazes of the surrounding people, she descended the combat arena and returned to Duanling Tian's side. The heavenly couple instantly attracted the attention of many people. Even more of those gazes were filled with jealousy and envy. Humph! Not far away, the gray-clothed youth who achieved one more victory after his opponent took the initiative and admitted defeat, gazed coldly through the air descending upon Duanling Tian. Up till now, he had already won 2 matches. As a core formation martial artist, the opponents he met wouldn't even have the guts to fight him. They all admitted defeat before the fight started. A day's time quickly passed. Duanling Tian won 27 straight matches, accumulating 28 points. Ku'er won 28 straight matches, accumulating 29 points. The overall results for today were quickly released. On the notice board, today's results for the 86 inner court disciples were displayed for everyone to see. They were ranked according to the total accumulated points. Duanling Tian quickly found a problem. Besides him and Ku'er, there were still over 10 people who were similar to them, having maintained a 30-win streak. Among them were quite a few people Duanling Tian knew. Li Shishir, Li Yuan, Li Zhong, Li Yin. Placed at the front were all those who had obtained 30 points, a total of 5 people, all having a streak of 29 wins. Among the 5 were Li Zhong and Li Yin. The battles arranged by the clan today did not cause any of the relatively stronger inner court disciples to battle. They obviously purposefully arranged it this way so that the stronger disciples could battle towards the end of the martial meet. Duanling Tian could guess the reason why so many people maintained a winning streak. Little sister Ku'er, you're so formidable, obtaining 29 points. Li Shishir arrived besides Ku'er. Big sister Shishir, I only participated in an extra match compared to you. If your match count was higher by 1, then our points would be similar. Ku'er lightly smiled. Li Shishir was similar to Duanling Tian, having a streak of 27 wins, obtaining 28 points. The clan purposefully arranged it like this for sure. Look, the 5 people who were ranked at the top with a score of 30 points, they are all the clans below 19 core formation stage inner court disciples. But this is normal. They had the easiest time today. Without even having to make a move, their opponents admitted defeat. Li Shishir slowly said. Duanling Tian's eyebrows knit. All at the core formation stage? Besides Li Zhong and Lian, which he had met before, he had never once seen the other three. His gaze fell upon the notice board. Li Qing, Li Fei, Li Hu. These three people were the other three core formation stage inner court disciples. Duanling Tian, you can consider yourself lucky for now, but we will meet each other sooner or later. At that time, I will properly entertain you. Li Zhong had brought Li Xiao to walk past Duanling Tian. When they were close, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Idiot! Duanling Tian indifferently spat out a word. What did you say? Li Zhong's body jerked. The smile on his face froze, and he slowly turned around. A pair of flaming eyes stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Ku-er, let's go home. Ignoring Li Zhong, Duanling Tian held the young girl's hand and walked off. Li Shishir glanced at Li Zhong with an odd gaze before catching up to Duanling Tian and Ku-er. Li Zhong's body was shaking. The gazes of ridicule from the surroundings caused his expression to turn extremely gloomy. Hee, Li Zhong, he called you an idiot and you actually endured it. I really admire you. Just at this moment, the gray-clothed youth arrived beside Li Zhong and indifferently laughed. Lian, don't think I don't know what you're aiming for. Stop trying to sow discord here. In the next 2 days, I will meet him sooner or later and will defeat him, and then I'll mercilessly humiliate him. It doesn't require your concern. After coldly sweeping a gaze at Lian, Li Zhong took Li Xiao and left. Li An's expression turned grim, turning angry from embarrassment. On the way home, little sister Ku-er, did you see Li Fei today? Li Shishir asked the young girl beside her. Li Fei. The young girl was dazed. Yeah, Li Fei, the #1 beauty of the inner court. But now that there's little sister Ku-er, her title of #1 beauty of the inner court might not only be hers anymore. Li Shishir lightly smiled. Big sister Shishir, you're teasing me again. I'm telling the truth. As the two girls talked, their topic slowly moved to Lian. Duanling Tian, you have to be careful of that Lian. At least 10 inner court disciples were crippled by him in last year's clan martial meet. Li Shishir said to Duanling Tian with a serious expression. Crippled? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Who gets crippled when the time comes isn't certain yet. In the clan's younger generation, Li An's strength is only below Li Qing's. He's stronger than the other 3 core formation disciples. Noticing Duanling Tian's unconcerned expression, Li Shishir warned again. Among the 5 core formation disciples, the strongest, Li Qing, what's his cultivation? Duanling Tian finally said something. But it wasn't to discuss Li An. Rather, it was moving the conversation topic to the strongest in the clan's younger generation, Li Qing. He's naturally at the first level of the core formation stage. The reason Li Qing is the most formidable is because he cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Strongman's Finger, to the mastery stage. Combined with his perfection stage middle-grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill, he sweeps through all opposition. He is publicly acknowledged as the disciple with the highest comprehension ability in the current younger generations of the clan. Li Shishir's eyes flashed with a trace of respect as she slowly said this. High natural talent increases the speed at which one's cultivation level progresses. High comprehension ability increases the speed at which the martial skill cultivation progresses. It has to be said that Li Qing was indeed a person with an extremely high natural talent and comprehension ability. Perfection stage middle grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill, comparable to a mastery stage high-grade profound rank movement technique and defense martial skill. In terms of movement technique and defense techniques, he slightly surpasses me. In terms of offensive martial skills, relying on sword-drawing arts, I'm not afraid of his strongman's finger, Duanling Tian lightly muttered to himself. But if I fully exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, even with my movement technique and defensive martial skills being lower than his by a stage, I will still be able to compete with him. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly, slightly filled with anticipation. This time, no matter what, the clan martial meets champion prize would be his for sure. Not for honor but only for the sake of the 350-year-old blood Lingji. after just returning home and entering the courtyard. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black and white bolt of lightning greeted them, respectively descending upon Duanling Tian and Ku Er's wrists, coiling together. The two little pythons nodded to them like normal humans. These two little things, I really do feel a little unwilling. Thinking about how he would have to send them home after the end of the clan martial meet, Duanling Tian sighed. I'm not willing either, but if we don't send them home, their father will surely be extremely sad. Ku Er couldn't bear to part with them either. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed like they didn't even notice their vexation, happily flicking out their tongues. On the next day, the clan martial meet continued. Although today's martial meet was slightly more intense than yesterday's, under the intentional arrangement of invisible forces, the stronger inner court disciples still did not face each other. Duanling Tian and Ku Er didn't meet any opponent that could threaten them, so they continued to maintain their winning streak. When dusk arrived, the results on the notice board had experienced some change as opposed to yesterday. Today, Duanling Tian had one more match compared to Ku Er. Their points were tied, both accumulating a total point score of 57. Today, the inner court disciples with the highest points were still the 5 core formation disciples. They each had 60 points. After undergoing 2 days of competition, the warm-up has finally ended. Tomorrow will be the most exciting moment. An inner court disciple sighed. Everyone deeply felt the same. According to the current situation, tomorrow would surely be an intense struggle. Just after arriving home, Ku Er entered the kitchen to help Li Ro prepare some food. Duanling Tian hadn't even sat down for a while before he was greeted by an unexpected guest. You're Duanling Tian? The person in the lead seemed to be an astute middle-aged man. You are. Duanling Tian was puzzled. I'm the outer court manager, Li Yi. After you became an inner court disciple, the clan arranged a new residence for you in the inner court. It was just cleared up today, so I brought a few people along to see if you needed any help moving over. The middle-aged man's tone was filled with courtesy without any airs, communicating with Duanling Tian in an equal manner. Duanling Tian's strength was something he had heard of, and he knew that this youth would achieve great things in the future, so he could not offend him lightly. Thank you, Uncle Li. We don't really have anything that needs to be moved. Duanling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After notifying the two beauties in the kitchen, their family moved into the inner court. The two beauties entered the kitchen of their new home, continuing their unfinished dinner preparations. After sending Li Yi off, Duanling Tian sized up their new home. The new home was extremely large and its courtyard was extremely wide, more than a few times larger than the courtyard of the previous house. From now on, I don't have to go to the martial arts practice field to cultivate my movement technique. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as his body moved. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. He quickly started to cultivate his movement technique in the wide courtyard. Flexible like a spirit serpent, swift like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons flew out, coiling up the large tree in the courtyard. They were extremely lively. The black and white bolts of lightning entered Duanling Tian's field of vision. Enlarging limitlessly. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique was originally made by Rebirth Martial Emperor based on serpents, and thus has an extremely close interwoven relationship with snakes. The other time, I observed Little Black's movements and was filled with enlightenment. Only then was I able to coordinate with the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and dark spirit fruit, and cultivate my spirit serpent form to the highest stage in a single night, breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The spirit serpent form is related to serpents, and spirit serpent movement technique is similarly related to serpents. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. Maybe. Duanling Tian quickly gazed at the flexible bodies of the two little pythons who were playing on the large tree, learning their movements to the best of his ability. Slow at times, swift at times. After an unknown amount of time, Duanling Tian deeply felt that this method really worked. Although he was still quite far from breaking through to the mastery stage of the Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, Duanling Tian could still feel his Spirit Serpent Movement Technique progressing by leaps and bounds. Once the clan martial meet is over tomorrow, I'll get something good for you two little things to eat. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the two little pythons, his mood elated. Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. How did you know we moved over here? After arriving outside the courtyard and seeing Li Shishir, Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked. It isn't only you who moved over. Don't you forget. I'm now an inner court disciple as well. Li Shishir smiled. You mean? Duan Ling Tian was startled. We're neighbors from now on. Li Shishir continued. Big sister Shishir, you moved in next door? At this moment, Ku-Er, who was carrying some food out, heard what Li Shishir had said. She became slightly excited as her small face blushed. Yup, little sister Ku-Er. We can see each other more often from now on. Li Shishir lightly smiled as she nodded. As she spoke to Ku-Er, she didn't forget to cast a glance at Duan Ling Tian. But she was bound to be disappointed. Ku-Er, you two continue chatting. I'll go help Mom carry the food out. Duan Ling Tian said to Ku-Er before entering the kitchen. After the food had been carried out. Sure. Come eat with us. Li Ro looked towards Li Shishir as she invited her. Aunt Ro, that's not necessary. My mom is waiting for me at home. Little sister Ku-Er, I'll be going home now. See you tomorrow. Li Shishir politely declined Li Ro's invitation before returning home. After the food, Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate his spirit serpent movement technique in the courtyard. He understood the principle of striking the iron while it was hot. Dusk the next day, escorted by Ku-Er and Li Shishir, Duan Ling Tian went towards the martial arts practice field. On the way, he naturally could not avoid drawing many envious gazes. If a gaze could kill, Duan Ling Tian would probably have died countless times over. Since their home was in the inner court, it wasn't far from the martial arts practice field. They arrived in a few moments. So many people. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Li Shishir couldn't stop herself from exclaiming. The current martial arts practice field was filled with streams of people flowing about. There were youths, young adults, and even many middle-aged and old people. Not only that, but on the high platform surrounded by the 30 combat arenas, there was an extra middle-aged man and a few old people beside the three chief judges. Duan Ling Tian gazed over. The middle-aged man had a firm expression with an imposing manner, and he wore a green robe with gold borders, seeming to have an extraordinary bearing. He sat at the middlemost seat on the high platform. His identity was obvious. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. As for the other few old people, they certainly had extraordinary identities as they were able to sit on Li Ao's sides. He reckoned they were figures of the elder level. I didn't expect that even the patriarch would come personally. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly stirred. Silence. After a short while, the patriarch Li Ao stood up. He had condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into the ears of everyone present. Condensing origin energy into sound again, Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. This patriarch that appeared to be around 50 years old was actually a powerhouse who was at least a 7th-level origin core martial artist. Although streams of people were flowing about, the entire martial arts practice field was currently deathly silent. Everyone's gaze descended onto Patriarch Li Ao. Among these gazes, some were fanatical, some were filled with reverence, and some we startled. I'm extremely happy that every year, I'm able to witness the unparalleled demeanor of my Li clan's younger generation. After today, this year's clan martial meet will officially come to an end. The disciples ranked in the top 10, top 3, and the champion will receive prizes personally distributed by me. I won't waste time with any more nonsense. Fellow judges, begin. Li Ao sat back down after finished. Streams of people flowed, surrounding the 30 combat arenas. The two people whose names were called would enter the combat arena and proceed to battle intensely. The winner would obtain a point and the loser would have a point deducted. After a morning's worth of time passed. Although he met with some opponents that were quite strong in the later matches, Duan Ling Tian still maintained his winning streak. At noon, he had already accumulated 73 points. The maximum number of points was 86 points. He still hadn't lost up till now. In other words, among the 86 inner court disciples, there were only 13 other people who hadn't met him in battle yet. Ku'er maintained a winning streak as well. Until now, there was still no one who could dodge the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. After a short moment, Ku'er was back on the arena again. This time, her opponent was Li Yuan. On the combat arena, Li Yuan gazed at the slim and graceful young girl, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The young girl stood on the spot with a tranquil expression. Li Yuan moved. Unfettered steps. The strength of an ancient mammoth fully exerted as he flashed towards the young girl. Sword-drawing arts. The young girl moved as well. Then the violet sword shine flashed before vanishing, moving towards Li Yuan. In the air, an ancient mammoth silhouette was indistinctly visible. Who? Li Yuan hastily moved aside. The light but piercing cold sword howl caused his expression to instantly change, not daring to face the young girl's edge head-on. He actually dodged. In these 3 days, Li Yuan is the first person able to dodge her sword. As expected of the former top 3 in the outer court, he indeed has some strength. The crowd surrounding the combat arena discussed together. Some people guessed that maybe Ku'er would lose. Only Duan Ling Tian had a tranquil expression. No one was clearer of Ku'er's strength than him. Besides the sword-drawing arts that was comparable to a mastery stage middle-grade profound rank sword skill, Ku'er's high-grade profound rank defense skill, stealth substitution, and her movement technique, profound rippling steps, were all cultivated to the initial stage. Ku'er's natural talent and comprehension ability was something that even he couldn't help but be shocked by. In terms of cultivation, Ku'er and Li Yuan were comparable. In terms of movement technique, there was little to no difference. In terms of defensive martial skills, she completely dominated Li Yuan. In terms of offensive martial skills, she completely dominated Li Yuan. Until now, Ku'er had been executing her sword-drawing arts back and forth, and she hadn't executed any other martial skill. On the combat arena, Li Yuan's figure flashed unceasingly, as if he was looking for Ku'er's weak point. In the blink of an eye, his gaze shone. Heart Destruction Palm. He slapped out his palm strike, which carried along the force of heart destruction, blasting onto Ku'er's back. Just when most of the people thought that Ku'er would be seriously injured, and even some people started scolding Li Yuan for being merciless and ruthless. Stealth substitution. On Ku'er's body, a faint chi barrier flickered. Bang! Li Yuan's full-force palm strike blasted onto Ku'er's defensive chi barrier. Instantly, all the force he exerted was diverted by her defensive chi barrier, sweeping towards an empty space. The defensive chi barrier shattered directly after, and although the young girl's light green dress lightly moved, she was without a scratch. Whoosh! Sword-drawing arts appeared again. The violet meteorite flexible sword in the young girl's hand descended onto Li Yuan's throat, just a sliver away from slicing it open. At this moment, Li Yuan had a dull expression. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. Ku'er is victorious. The judge emitted an astonished expression as well, taking a long time before finally reacting and hurriedly announcing the results. The crowd surrounding the combat arena was dumbstruck, unable to believe that what they saw was real. Such a weak and delicate figure was actually able to block Li Yuan's mastery stage middle-grade profound rank martial skill heart destruction palm. Unbelievable. Only Duan Ling Tian had a tranquil expression. He had long since guessed the outcome. Ku'er didn't even need to use her movement technique to defeat Li Yuan. Ku'er's stealth substitution was a high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank defense martial skill at the mastery stage. The cultivation stage of Li Yuan's offensive martial skill, heart destruction palm, was comparable to Ku'er's defensive martial skill, stealth substitution. The same spear and the same shield. If the two were to clash head-on, the end result would be both perishing together. Earlier, Ku'er's defensive chi barrier fully removed the force from Li Yuan's palm strike and subsequently dispersed it, completing its mission. And right before Li Yuan could catch a breath, Ku'er's sword-drawing arts would be able to easily kill him, so Ku'er winning wasn't anything strange. This little girl, what a remarkable sword skill. And her defensive martial skill should be a high-grade profound rank martial skill without a doubt. On the high platform, the Li clan patriarch's gaze descended upon the young girl, slightly startled. Yeah, although her sword skill was the same sword strike back and forth, its might is extraordinary, and it seems to have an extremely large room for improvement. One of the elderly people on the side nodded in agreement. I've had my eye on this little girl for some time. She and that Duanling Tian were recommended by the Fresh Breeze Town branch family. The branch family of Fresh Breeze Town have really done a great merit this time. The lead chief judge, namely the white-eyebrowed old man, lightly smiled. Duanling Tian? I heard that some time ago, when this kid was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and by relying upon his marvelous sword skill, he defeated the Lin clan's patriarch's youngest, said another one of the elderly people beside Li Ao as his eyes shone brightly. That did indeed happen. The white-eyebrowed old man nodded with a light smile. Duanling Tian, Li Kuang. The judge's voice transmitted out, attracting the attention of many outer court disciples. For a period of time, the crowd of outer court disciples started surging over, surrounding the combat arena Duanling Tian and Li Kuang were on. It was extraordinarily bustling. They greatly looked forward to this battle. No matter whether it was Li Kuang or Duanling Tian, they weren't strangers to them. Li Kuang, the former top disciple in the outer court. Duanling Tian, a branch family disciple that arrived at the main clan 2 months ago, having once defeated Lin Qi, who was considered equal to Li Kuang. Thanks to that battle, he became famous in the outer court. Li Kuang was a name Duanling Tian had heard of many times. Today, however, was the first time seeing him in the flesh. Li Kuang was around the age of 17, with a tall and thick build, and a pair of eyes that were brimming with radiating vigor. Duanling Tian, I returned from the Misty Forest a few days ago, and then I heard about your deeds. I have to say, you being able to defeat Lin Qi really caused me to be surprised. But if you think you can rely on that to defeat me, then you're extremely mistaken. Li Kuang spoke in a clear-cut, straightforward manner without the slightest amount of beating around the bushes. Really? Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. On the high platform, this one is Duanling Tian? The patriarch, Li Ao, took a few extra glances at the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena. You're right, it's him. The other day, he used his 8th level body tempering cultivation to defeat Lin Qi. Now that has even broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Li Kuang probably isn't his match. The white-eyebrowed old man slightly nodded. That isn't certain. Li Kuang allegedly stayed in the Misty Forest for a few months. After fighting with wild animals throughout those days, he certainly would have had a breakthrough. Another elderly person disapproved. In the combat arena, Li Kuang's body jerked as he moved like thunder. Whoosh! His arms jerked as his body flew out like a gust of wind, like a rock spreading its wings, flying towards Duanling Tian. Above his head, an ancient mammoth silhouette dashed out with him, in a threatening manner. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. At the instant Li Kuang's body moved, he noticed. Li Kuang's movement technique's cultivation stage was comparable to the cultivation stage of his spirit serpent movement technique. Arcade palm. Li Kuang arrived in front of Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye, bringing with him a palm strike that carried the force to split open a mountain, flying straight towards Duanling Tian's chest in full fury. It's time to end this, Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Instantly, an ancient mammoth silhouette formed above him. He casually placed his right hand on his waist. Duanling Tian stood on the spot, immovable like a mountain, facing Li Kuang's palm strike without an intention to dodge, as if planning to withstand Li Kuang's palm strike head-on. The spectators that surrounded the combat arena were stupefied. Has this Duanling Tian gone mad? Li Kuang's arcade palm was a middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill at the perfection stage, so splitting mountains and shattering rocks was nothing difficult for it. Was this Duanling Tian thinking of using his fleshly body to withstand the strike forcefully? On the high platform, what's this kid trying to do? Patriarch Li Ao had a startled expression. Across his lifetime, It was the first time he had ever seen such a bizarre scene. Could it be that his defensive martial skills cultivation level is on par with Li Kuang's Alcade Palm? The elderly person on his side was dumbfounded as well. On the combat arena. If you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. The corners of Li Kuang's mouth curled into a sneer as his palm blasted down. Only a meter away from Duanling Tian's chest. As far as Li Kuang was concerned, unless Duanling Tian's defensive martial skill was on par with his Alcade Palm, it would be impossible for Duanling Tian to withstand his palm strike forcefully. However, in the entire Aurora City Li clan's disciples below the age of 20, there was only one person able to cultivate his defensive martial skills cultivation stage to be on par with his Alcade Palm. That person was already 19 this year, whereas Duanling Tian was only 16. In his opinion, the chances of this happening were too slim. Has he gone mad? At the side of the combat arena, different from Ku Er's absolute confidence towards Duanling Tian, Li Shi had an expression filled with worry. Li Kuang was in existence stronger than her. Even if her high-grade profound rank sword skill, Synchronous Shadow Sword, was cultivated to the initial stage, relying upon her 3-foot-long blade, she had no confidence whatsoever to defeat Li Kuang. Under the gazes of everyone present, at the critical moment, Duanling Tian moved. The arm which he had casually placed on his waist earlier abruptly moved in a circle, swinging directly outwards, without using any martial skill. Just a casual circular swing. Bang! In the next moment everyone saw Duanling Tian's right arm mercilessly slammed upon Li Kuang's chest, shattering the defensive chi barrier that appeared instantaneously on Li Kuang's body. Li Kuang's palm strike was just a hair's distance away from Duanling Tian's chest, but unable to descend in the end. Whoosh! Li Kuang's body was blasted flying by Duanling Tian's arm, which swung at him in a circular motion. He flew like arrow leaving the bowstring and collided into the side of the high platform before continuously spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he drop to the ground. Satisfying. Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air. Although he didn't use any martial skills, he did, however, use 18,000 pounds of strength. Under the precondition of not drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth and developing it into the second ancient mammoth silhouette, swinging out his right arm and solidly blasting Li Kuang's chest, causing him to be blasted flying. It has to be said that this type of feeling was fucking satisfying, a feeling that made his blood boil. He quickly noticed that including the patriarch and his fellow elders on the high platform, everyone who saw the battle between him and Li Kuang was maintaining a dumbstruck expression. Until he jumped off the combat arena, only then were they able to react. Fuck! Freak! A casual swing of the arm without even using martial skills was able to break Li Kuang's mastery stage defense martial skills and blast Li Kuang flying. Is this Duanling Tian really only a body-tempering martial artist? Is he really a human? Freak! The people who were able to regain their senses were all stupefied. If Duanling Tian was a core formation martial artist who could rely on his origin energy and fleshy body, such a feat would not leave them shocked. But Duanling Tian didn't use origin energy. He only relied upon the strength of his fleshly body to casually swing his arm. It was truly unbelievable. How did he do it? On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the elders all glanced at each other. In their hearts, they had the same question. Can it be that he has innate superhuman strength? One of the elderly people took a deep breath as he guessed. There could only be this possibility. I could feel that the casual circular motion he swung his arm in contained a force exceeding 15,000 pounds. I reckon it was just a slight distance away from drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. Liao nodded, agreeing to this. Normally, even if it was innate superhuman strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, their strength would at most be 2,000 pounds higher than the average person's. This Duanling Tian is indeed bizarre, another elderly person said. On the side of the combat arena, the crowd split open a path. It won't affect your ability to compete for the top 10, right? Duanling Tian walked to the panting Li Kuang, who was leaning on the side of the high platform. He was smiling in an amicable manner. After all, he didn't have any enmity with Li Kuang. It won't. Li Kuang took a deep glance at Duan Ling Tian. He was lucky that his defensive martial skill had helped him withstand most of the force, or else his injuries would not be so light. He had to respect Duan Ling Tian's strength. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was virtually a freak. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled. It was all thanks to you showing mercy and not using martial skills, or else I probably would have lost my chance to make it into the top 10. Li Kuang sighed. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly before returning to Ku Er's side. What? Is there something on my face? Noticing Li Shirshi's strange gaze from beside Ku Er, Duan Ling Tian stared blankly. Freak! After holding back for a while, Li Shirshi finally spat out a word. Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Actually, it wasn't only Li Shirshi who thought this way. Among the surrounding people, most of them sized up Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that seemed like they were looking at a freak. Brother, after he broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Ling Tian actually became so much stronger. Nearby, Li Xiao looked towards Li Zhong. His expression was ugly. Even I didn't expect this. Li Zhong's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth smiled faintly. As far as he was concerned, only now did it have a sense of meaning. If Duan Ling Tian was too weak, it would be boring. Brother, the other day you shouldn't have. Li Xiao suppressed his voice to a low sound. His tone had a hint of complaint. What, have you grown your wings? Are you daring to question my decisions? Li Zhong's tone turned grim, interrupting Li Xiao. No, it's not like that. Li Xiao's expression had a sense of fear as he hurriedly denied it. Even if it was true, he wouldn't dare admit it. On the other side, brother, and this kid's strength isn't something to take lightly. He defeated Li Kuang without using any martial skills. The green-clothed youth said to the gray-clothed youth beside him. Humph! So what? Just like I said before, until the day he steps into the core formation stage, he can only be considered an ordinary martial artist. The gray-clothed youth laughed in disdain. Of course, brother, and you're a core formation martial artist. No matter how strong this kid is, he is still at the body tempering stage. He will naturally not be a match for you. The green-clothed youth seized the opportunity to kiss the gray-clothed youth's ass. The clan martial meet continued. After defeating Li Kuang, Duan Ling Tian had 74 points. After that, he met and defeated a few inner court disciples with pretty good strength. No body-tempering martial artist could withstand a single move of his. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 figure in the Li clan under the core formation stage. It wasn't long before his accumulated points rose to 79. As for Ku Er, she had 77 points, only losing a single matchup till now. She lost to Li Kuang. Even though Ku Er's cultivation and martial skills cultivation stages were similar to Li Kuang's, Li Kuang was still the former top disciple of the outer court, and he has even entered deep into the misty forest to fight wild animals. In terms of combat experience, he completely outclassed Ku Er. Young master. After being defeated by Li Kuang, the young girl had a slight sense of loss. Ku Er, you lost due to inadequate experience. You wouldn't lose to Li Kuang in any other area. We will enter the misty forest and fight wild animals more often in the future. Then your combat experience will naturally be abundant. Duan Ling Tian comforted her. Okay. The young girl obediently nodded. As time went by, the clan martial meet finally entered its climax. Duan Ling Tian, Li Zhong. The judge's voice sounded outwards. Li Zhong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and he had a smile on his face as his body flashed up the combat arena. Li Zhong entered the combat arena before mocking him. Duan Ling Tian, we finally bumped into each other. Today, let me see what capability you have, since you have the audacity to talk nonsense that you want to seize the title of champion in the clan martial meet. Duan Ling Tian, competing against a core formation inner court disciple, had attracted the attention of many spectators. After hearing what Li Zhong said, the crowd went into an uproar. It can't be. Duan Ling Tian's ambition is so huge. Is he actually thinking of seizing the title of champion in the clan martial meet? Does he really think a mere body-tempering martial artist like him can defeat a core formation martial artist? PSH. No matter how strong the body-tempering martial artist is, it will still be impossible to be a match for a core formation martial artist. Even if it's only a first-level core formation martial artist who's merely initially developed origin energy, the strength they possess would be equal to an ancient mammoth. Yeah, the strength of two ancient mammoths can be exerted at the first level of the core formation stage. Although this Duanling Tian is quite strong, he won't be strong enough until he can draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop two ancient mammoth silhouettes. He's too arrogant. Does he really think the 5 core formation inner court disciples are paper tigers? Now, let Li Zhong destroy his delusions, and let him sober up properly. Even Duanling Tian never thought that a single sentence from Li Zhong would put him at the cusp of public opinion, attracting the disdain of so many people. But he understood. Now he could only rely on his own strength to prove himself. Only then will he be able to make these people shut their mouths for good. Clan martial meet champion. He was determined to win it. He will use his strength to prove everything. Duanling Tian stared fixedly at Li Zhong as he indifferently said, Li Zhong, whether I have the capability or not, you'll know once you try. I will naturally try. Not only will I try, I will defeat you in one move and let you properly experience the difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage. Li Zhong sneered. One move? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! Li Zhong moved and the origin energy in his feet burst forth. He immediately, using the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, flew out with a leap and flashed straight towards Duanling Tian. His speed was practically double of when Li Kuang executed his movement technique. The movement technique Li Zhong executed was a high-grade profound rank movement technique, crossing river on a reed. It was his prize for battling his way into the top 10 during last year's clan martial meet. He spent a year's time to cultivate it to the initial stage. He always took pride in this achievement. Your speed is quite fast. Duanling Tian's gaze brightened as his body jerked, abruptly flashing backwards. Suddenly, bang! Duanling Tian stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball. Flying straight out, an ancient mammoth silhouette slowly formed, appearing in the space above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving to greet the violently approaching Li Zhong. No matter whether it was Patriarch Li Ao, the elders in the high platform, or the spectators, they all couldn't help but hold their breath. Looking at this stance, it was clear that Duanling Tian was planning to fight Li Zhong head-on. As he flashed forward, Duanling Tian's upper body tilted backward into the shape of a bow, as if transforming into a strong, heavy bow. Whereas opposite of him, Li Zhong underwent largely similar movements. Collapsing fist. Duanling Tian swung his right fist out in a straight line, bringing along with it thunder-like force. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Zhong attacked as well. His fist swung out like a collapsing mountain. Bang! Their fists collided. Li Zhong sneered as the force in his fist drained out. As far as he was concerned, in terms of martial skill cultivation stage, Duanling Tian's Howling Tiger Fist was only at the mastery stage. But his Howling Tiger Fist had already stepped into the perfection stage. In terms of strength, his fleshly body and origin energy at full exertion were comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Although Duanling Tian's strength wasn't bad, it didn't reach the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, and thus was far inferior to his. At this moment, it was as if he could hear Duanling Tian's arm bones shattering. It was as if he could see the scene of Duanling Tian being blasted flying. Humph! Noticing the sneer on the corners of Li Zhong's mouth, how could Duanling Tian not know what he was thinking? Instantly, the force in his fist drained out as well, colliding with the force of Li Zhong's fist. Li Zhong's fist force instantly suppressed and destroyed Duanling Tian's fist strength, blasting towards Duanling Tian's right arm. In this instant, if it was not remedied quickly, Duanling Tian's right arm would at least break a few bones or even become crippled. Greater teleportation. Duanling Tian was prepared. He instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. After all, Li Zhong's fist force had collided with his, so while suppressing and destroying his fist force, it had weakened considerably. The initial stage Greater Teleportation's defensive chi barrier was more than enough to fully withstand this fist force. Not only that, but even using the power of teleportation to return most of the force. Do unto another what they did unto you. Presently, the scene on the combat arena was something extremely bizarre to the spectators. Seeing Li Zhong's fist strike breaking past Duanling Tian's strike, soon to blast Duanling Tian flying. Just at this instant, Duanling Tian's body slightly jerked and then did not budge an inch more. On the other hand, Li Zhong's expression turned grim as he was blasted flying like an arrow leaving the bowstring, dropping on the corner of the combat arena, nearly falling off. The surroundings of the combat arena was extremely silent. Most of the people couldn't understand why Li Zhong, who seemingly had the upper hand, would be abruptly blasted flying. Could it be that he was throwing the match? On the high platform, the high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill Duanling Tian cultivated is completely different from the martial skill cultivated by the little girl beside him. It seems to be even stranger. Patriarch Li Ao's eyes flickered. With his cultivation base, it was easy to notice some clues. Aren't they branch clan disciples from Fresh Breeze Town? How could it be possible to have so many high-grade profound rank martial skills? Moreover, these martial skills seem to be much more remarkable than our main clan's martial skills. Another elderly person on the side was slightly startled. Don't forget, they are disciples with another surname. This Duanling Tian is even of the Duan surname. The Duan surname is well renowned in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, the white-eyebrowed old man slowly said. What you mean to say is, the Imperial City's Duan clan? If Duanling Tian is really a member of the Imperial City's Duan clan, having so many remarkable martial skills isn't something strange. But I'm curious, if he's really a disciple of the Duan clan, for what reason could he have possibly come from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and even be recommended by them to our Li family main clan? Maybe there were certain reasons behind it. After the clan martial meet, I will send some people over to the Fresh Breeze Town branch family to do some digging. At a corner of the combat arena. Useless thing. Really throwing the face of us core formation martial artists. The gray-clothed youth swept a cold and indifferent gaze at Li Zhong. Lian, you seem to be extremely resentful towards that Duanling Tian. A hearty laughter approached as a green-clothed youth walked in large strides towards him. Li who? Li An's pupils constricted when he noticed who it was. Li who was like him, also a core formation inner court disciples that was participating in the clan martial meet. What's wrong? Not enough confidence. Li Hu laughed. How could that be possible? All he can do is play with trash like Li Zhong. Li An disdainfully laughed. On the other side, this Duanling Tian's strength is quite good, said a slim and graceful young girl wearing light violet clothes. Her charming red lips slightly moved with a tone that had a trace of shock. The young girl had shining eyes and white teeth, having peerless elegance. Humph! Just a body-tempering martial artist. Beside the young girl stood a proud and aloof white-clothed youth. His manner of speaking seemed to portray that he looked down upon everyone. Li Qing, he isn't any simple body-tempering martial artist. When you were at the body-tempering stage, could you have achieved a feat like this? I'm slightly interested in him. Such an interesting person. The young girl faintly smiled. Her clear eyes flickered with an enchanting brilliance. The young girl, however, didn't notice that at this moment. After hearing what she said, the white-clothed youth beside her had a completely gloomy expression. His eyes even gazed upon the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena, flickering with a slight malicious gleam. Nearby, little sister Ku Er, have you always known that Duanling Tian was so abnormal? Li Shi noticed that the young girl beside her was not one bit shocked with Duanling Tian's performance. Big sister Shi, how can you say something like that about young master? The young girl was slightly displeased. Okay, I won't say anything. Li Shih hurriedly smiled apologetically, her gaze once again descending upon the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena. Duanling Tian, I really wonder how many lifetimes of fortune you accumulated to get a girl like Ku Er to be by your side. Li Shih sighed faintly. She understood that based solely on this fact, no one could possibly replace Ku Er's position in Duanling Tian's heart. Brother. Li Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. His brother was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by Duanling Tian in a head-on battle. On the combat arena, Li Zhong drew in a deep breath, slowly calming down his agitated mood. Duanling Tian, I have to admit, your defensive martial skill is really peculiar, but everything is over. As his voice dropped, Li Zhong moved once more, crossing river on a reed. His entire body jumped agilely, like a swift gust of wind. Unless your speed is faster than mine, I'll be in an invincible position. Once I find your weak point, you will undoubtedly lose. Li Zhong's voice spread out, as if coming from the surroundings. His body flashed about on the combat arena, disrupting Duanling Tian's line of sight. Are you really so confident? Duanling Tian started laughing. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian moved forward quickly, flashing out directly towards Li Zhong. Sword Drawing Arts. An icy cold piercing violet sword shine flashed before vanishing instantly, then flashing and vanishing once more, as if transforming into violet bolts of lightning that had eyes, precisely sealing all of Li Zhong's movements, causing Li Zhong to be unable to evade. Whoosh! The icy cold violet sword shine was like the tender caressing of a lover, caressing past Li Zhong's throat, causing his body to freeze and his expression to distort. Li Zhong unconsciously extended his hand to touch his throat. The faint trace of blood on his hand was so eye-piercing, so dazzling. Duanling Tian is victorious. The judge's voice sounded, containing a trace of shock. Lost. Li Zhong had a complicated gaze as he glanced at the violet-clothed youth. Subsequently, without saying a word, he jumped off the arena. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth had a faint smile from the beginning until the end. Battling with Li Zhong. From the beginning until the end, he didn't use the strength of two ancient mammoths. He held back. Doing this was a form of challenging himself. No wonder I heard the outer court disciples saying that Duanling Tian's most formidable move was the marvelous sword skill. Seeing it today, it really has a well-deserved reputation. The sword skill he executed is exactly similar to the young girl's beside him, but the stage at which she executes it is inferior to him. Maybe the young girl's sword skill was passed down to her by Duanling Tian. Defeating a first-level core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. This Duanling Tian has really set a new record in our Li clan. Yeah, in our Li clan. Such a feat is unprecedented. The crowd surrounding the combat arena discussed animatedly. At this moment, no one dared to question Duanling Tian's desire to seize the championship. Duanling Tian had this sort of strength. On the high platform, the sword skill of that little girl has already made me hold her in high esteem, but I didn't expect that Duanling Tian's sword skill was even more formidable. It's hard to imagine how a mere 16-year-old can cultivate his sword skill to such a stage. Patriarch Li Ao heaved a sigh. Yeah. Our Li clan has never once had someone with such extraordinary talent like him. One of the elderly people on the side nodded in deep agreement. Having such strength at 16, I wonder to what extent he will grow in another 2 years. The white-eyebrowed old man's eyes flashed with a trace of slight anticipation. After jumping off the combat arena, Duanling Tian returned to Ku Er's side. Quickly, Duanling Tian noticed that besides Li Shih, there was another young girl at Ku Er's side. The young girl was around the age of 18. She was wearing light purple clothes and had a waist that could be embraced with a single arm. Her body was seductive in many aspects with every detail perfect, without a single strand of excess flesh. Her appearance was not inferior to Ku Er's, but compared to Ku Er, she had a more mature charm. She had a pair of beautiful, clear eyes that seemed to be infused with boundless charm. With just a glance, she would be able to hook away the souls of men. Duan Tian couldn't help but be dazed when he crossed eyes with the young girl. What a seductive beauty! Duan Tian's heart jerked, his lower regions slightly burning. Since arriving in this world, he was always under the condition of abstinence, long since causing him to feel restless and intolerable. If only he was a little virgin in his previous life, but he just had to be a distinguished weapons specialist who couldn't be happy without women. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Tian slightly calmed the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, he knew who this young girl was. It was surely the inner court's top beauty, Li Fei. Duan Tian noticed that there was a white-clothed youth behind Li Fei. The white-clothed youth was about the same age as Li Fei and had a face full of arrogance. From start to finish, he never once looked Duan Tian in the eye. "Young master, this is big sister Li Fei." Ku'er introduced her with a light smile. "I've guessed. The inner court's top beauty lives up to her reputation." Duan Tian nodded. When his gaze descended on Li Fei, it was a slightly burning gaze. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit. Duan Tian's gaze was something she wasn't a stranger to. Whenever she walked out of the Li clan estate, she would notice this type of gaze everywhere. This type of gaze was also the gaze she hated the most. People who had this type of gaze seemed to wish they could pounce on her and strip her. Instantly, an icy coldness arose in her heart. She even thought he would be different. But she didn't imagine he would also be lecherous. "Ku'er, sure, we'll talk again when we're free." Li Fei's clear eyes that stared fixedly at Duan Tian had an extra icy coldness. But when she looked at the two girls on the other side, the ice melted as if spring had come. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked away slowly with grace. Humph! Only at this moment did the white-clothed youth behind Li Fei have his gaze descend upon Duan Tian with a sense of warning. Duan Tian naturally ignored him. "Young master, look at you, frightening big sister Li Fei away. She even wanted me to introduce you to her earlier." Ku'er's attractive red lips pouted, beautiful and lovable, causing others to wish they could go kiss and suck on them. Obviously, even she noticed the coquettish gaze Duan Tian had when he looked at Li Fei earlier. Little sister Ku'er, big sister Li Fei was scared away by him? Li Shur was slightly late in realization. When Ku'er dragged her to a side and whispered secretively, only then did she come to understand. Her gaze when she looked at Duan Tian had an extra sense of hidden bitterness. But unfortunately, Duan Tian's attention was not on her. "Her impression towards me doesn't seem so good." Looking at Li Fei's shadow from afar, the corners of Duan Tian's mouth held a slight smile. He had to admit that since coming to this world, Li Fei was the second girl that aroused his interest. The first was naturally Ku'er. However, Ku'er and Li Fei were complete opposites. If it was said that Ku'er was pure lily, then Li Fei would be a burning hot, red rose full of boundless temptation. The clan martial meet went on like a raging fire. At this time, Ku'er and Li Shur both met core formation inner court disciples at the same time, being Li Zhong and Li Hu respectively. Once they went on the combat arena, they instantly admitted defeat. They weren't Duan Tian after all. "I admit defeat." When the judge called upon Ku'er and Lian stood on the combat arena and waited for Ku'er with anticipation. But the young girl didn't even glance at him, directly admitting defeat below the combat arena. He looked from afar at the young girl holding the violet-clothed youth's hand, chatting and laughing but regarding him as nothing. Duan Tian. Lian's face burnt with jealousy as he gnashed his teeth. The voice of the judges continued to rise and fall. "Li Zhong, Li Hu." The judge's voice sounded from the combat arena in front of Duan Tian. "Li Hu." Duan Tian's eyes flickered. He heard Li Shur mention that Li Hu was one of the core formation inner court disciples. Duan Tian quickly noticed that before Li Hu and Li Zhong entered the combat arena, the surrounding crowd had already surrounded them. With a quick thought, Duan Tian understood. The battle between Li Zhong and Li Hu would be the first battle among the core formation disciples during this year's clan martial meet. Duanling Tian saw Li Hu. He was a strong-looking youth with a trace of cynicism between his brows. In the combat arena, Li Zhong, just give up. You can't even defeat a body-tempering disciple. Could it be you still hope to defeat me? Li Hu had a lazy expression, his manner of speaking containing a hint of mockery. That will depend on your capability. Li Zhong laughed coldly. This Li Hu had to bring that up and touch a tender spot, completely enraging him. Crossing river on a reed. Li Zhong seemed to transform into a gust of wind as he pounced towards Li Hu. The two of them were quickly entangled in an intense battle. Accompanying their movements were the two ancient mammoth silhouettes above each of them, dashing out with them with an imposing manner that could pierce through the sky. They were equally matched. Finally, Li Zhong saw through a weak point of Li Hu, blasting Li Hu off the combat arena. Despicable! Li Hu gave vent to a torrent of insults, but just when he wanted to rush up the combat arena for another round with Li Zhong, the judge stopped him. Li Hu, didn't you say I can't even defeat a body-tempering disciple? Now you can't even defeat I, who can't defeat a body-tempering disciple. How do you feel? Li Zhong started laughing with an expression of exultation after attaining his purpose. At this moment, many people of the surrounding crowd couldn't bear to hold their laughter. After a short while, Duanling Tian entered the combat arena once again. All his opponents admitted defeat one after the other, allowing him to fully enjoy the treatment of a core formation disciple. Until he met Li Hu. The moment Li Hu entered the combat arena, Duanling Tian could clearly notice his restless mood. Looks like he probably wants to defeat me to wash away the shame from Li Zhong earlier. Duanling Tian guessed the reason in his heart. But even if Li Hu was defeated by Li Zhong due to carelessness, the difference in strength between the two of them really was little to none. Even Li Zhong wasn't a match for Duanling Tian, so Li Hu naturally was no exception. Duanling Tian quickly defeated Li Hu, continuing to maintain his dominating winning streak. Li Fei, Li Zhong. The judge's voice sounded behind him. Duanling Tian's gaze slightly twitched as he held Ku Er's hand and walked out in large strides. The battle between Li Fei and Li Zhong. Li Fei's figure seemed to have transformed into a flashing red rose, attracting infinite gazes and becoming the focus of attention. As a woman, being able to step into the core formation stage at the age of 18 was indeed rare. What caused Duanling Tian to be shocked was that Li Fei's strength was actually better than Li Zhong's. After 2 moves, Li Zhong was forced to admit defeat repeatedly. Interesting. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He didn't expect this beautiful and seductive young girl would have such strength. Li Hu, Li En. Another battle between core formation disciples. What caused Duanling Tian to be astonished was that Li En defeated Li Hu in a single move. Of course, he knew that this was related to Li Hu's morale. From entering the combat arena to being defeated by Li En, he seemed to be somewhat distracted, obviously still unable to walk out of the shadow cast over him earlier. Li Zhong, Li Qing. The battle between core formation disciples continued. He is Li Qing? Looking at the white-clothed youth on the combat arena, Duanling Tian was startled. This guy, wasn't he the shameless lackey that followed behind Li Fei's ass? Then he noticed that Li Fei didn't seem to like paying attention to him. This Li Qing was obviously in a one-sided love affair. Li Zhong, just admit defeat. On the combat arena, Li Qing raised his head in an arrogant manner. He looked at Li Zhong in a condescending manner and spoke with a domineering tone. Li Zhong's expression turned grim and his eyes emitted a feeling of rage. Just when the origin energy in his legs were about to burst forth and he was prepared to attack. Abruptly, his pupils constricted and his body couldn't help but tremble as his origin energy completely dissipated. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Li Zhong originally had an imposing manner that could pierce the skies. Even when knowing he wasn't a match for Li Qing, he wasn't one bit afraid. But now, the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed in the space above Li Qing, causing him to feel a sense of powerlessness. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Qing had obviously stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. Sounds of drawing in cold air could be heard rising and falling from the combat arena's surroundings. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing had actually stepped into the second level of the core formation stage at the age of 18. Shocking. Even last year's clan martial meat champion, Li Feng, only recently broke through to the second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's natural talent was higher than Li Feng's. In terms of strength, he obviously surpassed the Li Feng of last year. An 18-year-old core formation stage disciple. Even throughout the past 100 years of our Li clan's history, it could be counted with one hand. Yeah. Li Qing's natural talent is really shocking, as expected of the Grand Elder's grandson. A wave of exclamations sounded from the crowd. They were all shocked by the cultivation revealed by Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage, huh? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The clan martial meet was getting increasingly interesting. As the burning sun slowly dimmed, the clan martial meet was coming to an end. Two figures flashed onto the combat arena. Lian, Li Fei. Lian had a slight advantage when the two battled, defeating Li Fei. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit, seeming to be slightly displeased. After a few more battles, Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei. The judge's voice sounded from afar. On the combat arena. We meet again. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as his burning gaze sized up Li Fei's pretty appearance and hot body without restraint. Humph! Pervert! Noticing Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Li Fei grunted and her beautiful face blushed. Outside the combat arena. Oh my god! What did I just see? Li Fei blushed. She actually blushed. Fuck! It's really true. Could there be a relationship between her and Duan Ling Tian? Why else would she blush the moment they met? They certainly have some sort of relationship. I think so too. Duan Ling Tian really has good fortune in love affairs, already having a young girl whose appearance is not one bit inferior to Li Fei's beside him, and now even capturing Li Fei's heart. The crowd was in an uproar. Li Fei, the Li clan's famous beauty who had countless pursuers, but would rarely look a man in the eye, was now blushing towards a man. If it was another person using the same gaze Duan Ling Tian used to size her up, it would only incur her murderous rage gaze. But now, facing Duan Ling Tian, she actually blushed. Unbelievable. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and slowly said, Li Qing, you pursued Li Fei for so long, but she was indifferent. Now she seems to be interested in that Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, his burning gaze swept past the nearby young girl. But the young girl's gaze was now completely on the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena, completely not noticing him. His expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. Humph! Just him. Is he even worthy to compete with me? Li Qing sneered disdainfully. His speech showed how he completely looked down upon Duan Ling Tian. That's for sure. You have broken through to the second level of the core formation stage now, so in terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian cannot catch up to you no matter how hard he tries. But you should still be careful. He is skilled in sweet-talking women. Even Li Shi seems to have her eyes on him, Lian said exaggeratively. Lian. Suddenly, Li Qing looked at Lian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Huh! Lian was dazed momentarily. If I'm not wrong, you're interested in the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian, right? What? You're not confident to deal with him, so you want to use me? Li Qing saw through Lian's thoughts. Just him? Don't joke around. It just depends on whether he meets you or me first. If he meets me first, I'll surely make him not have the strength to continue another battle, and you can save some strength too. Lian didn't feel ashamed about being seen through. Same here. If he meets me first, he'll surely have no chance to battle with you after me. Li Qing's gaze descended on the violet-clothed youth in the combat arena, killing intent flashing. On the combat arena, Li Fei naturally was able to hear the crowd's discussion, so she was ashamed and angry. Duan Ling Tian. When Li Fei noticed that Duan Ling Tian was still using that sort of gaze to size her up, Her clear eyes stared at him fixedly as she gnashed her teeth and let out a shout of shame and rage. Huh? Is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and was dazed. This scene drew in a wave of cordial laughter. Duan Ling Tian, if you're unwilling to destroy a flower, then admit defeat. Someone from the surrounding crowd said. Admit defeat? Little Fei, do you need me to admit defeat? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he gazed at Li Fei. Little Fei? For a moment, the people present looked at the two of them with dubious gazes. Duan Ling Tian. Li Qing's gaze turned gloomy and cold, and the origin energy in his body became restless, as if ready to swallow him up. On the combat arena, Li Fei couldn't stand it any longer, so she attacked in rage. She never would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would be such a scoundrel, actually calling her nickname. Of course, she was curious in her heart about how could Duan Ling Tian have known her nickname. Wanderer's Flash. Li Fei's seductive and gracefully slender figure moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, going straight for Duan Ling Tian. Above her, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed in and followed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Li Fei's speed was even slightly faster than Li Zhong's. Quickly, Li Fei noticed. She had already gotten close to Duan Ling Tian, but he actually didn't have any intention of dodging or attacking. Looking down on me? Huh? A sense of shame and anger arose in Li Fei's heart. Starfall fist. Under her violet clothes, her fist swung out like a falling star, descending towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered. His fleshly body instantly exerted a strength of 28,000 pounds. Greater teleportation. He circulated his defensive martial skill in preparation to take Li Fei's punch head-on. Bang! Li Fei's fist slammed onto Duan Ling Tian's chest in the next moment. Li Fei was dazed. Duan Ling Tian actually really didn't dodge, allowing her fist to slam into him with its full force. She felt slightly regretful. Was her attack too heavy-handed? The strength of two ancient mammoths. Suddenly, Li Fei heard a wave of shouts of alarm enter her ears. Before Li Fei could even react, she felt like the fist which she slammed on Duan Ling Tian's chest actually wasn't even able to break through his defensive chi barrier. How is this possible? Li Fei's beautiful eyes constricted as her charming and beautiful face was filled with an expression of disbelief. She unconsciously raised her head and clearly saw. In the space above Duan Ling Tian, two ancient mammoth silhouettes were indistinctly visible. 9th level of the body tempering stage, the strength of two ancient mammoths? Her beautiful and charming face had only just emitted an expression of shock when, in the next moment, she felt a boundless force reflect back from Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier, flowing into her fist. This force was extremely familiar to her. It was precisely the force exerted by her starfall fist. Retreat! Duan Ling Tian frowned. He realized that he might have taken things too far, so his body jerked and he hurriedly retreated. Li Fei, on the other hand, wasn't able to retreat in time. Although Duan Ling Tian restrained most of the reflective force from his greater teleportation, there was still a small amount that ignored the defensive chi barrier on Li Fei's body, going through her right arm before blasting onto her body. Immediately, Li Fei's face turned deathly pale. She flew out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, descending towards a corner of the combat arena. Not good. Suddenly, a startled shout sounded from outside the combat arena. Duan Ling Tian glanced forward and his expression instantly turned grim. Presently, the deathly pale Li Fei was powerless, unable to move her body in the air, and the head of her dropping body was on a collision course towards the pillar at the corner of the combat arena. The square pillar's sharp edge was directly facing Li Fei's head. If Li Fei were to collide with it, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao's expression turned grim as he prepared to rescue Li Fei. But he was quickly dazed on the spot again. At this moment, it wasn't only him. Even everyone who was spectating Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's battle were all dumbstruck. At this moment, they seemed to have even forgotten about Li Fei, who was in imminent danger. On the combat arena, the youth that seemed to transform in a spirit serpent as he flashed out, revealing a shocking speed. In the air above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly formed. They were exceptionally dazzling. No, impossible. It's impossible. Seeing this scene from afar, Lian shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't willing to believe this to be real. On the combat arena, noticing Li Fei was in imminent danger, Duanling Tian couldn't bother about anything else. So he exploded forth with his full unrestrained strength, revealed his maximum speed, and flew towards Li Fei. But when he was halfway, he noticed that his speed was slightly slower than required. No! Instantly, Duanling Tian's eyes turned a crimson red and he let out an unwilling roar. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the elders noticed this, so their expressions distorted. But at this time, even they wouldn't be able to reach Li Fei in time. The distance was too great. Li Fei, who was blasted flying, had a trace of despair flash in her eyes. Am I going to die? Suddenly, she saw the violet-clothed youth who had a ferocious expression as he desperately flew towards her. At this moment, the youth's insanity caused a sense of warmth to arise in her heart. So it turned out that he wasn't really that detestable. Ah! Duanling Tian, who was flashing at high speed, abruptly shouted. The muscles in his entire body bulged and his veins started moving about. Bang! He stomped on the ground once more to gain momentum. At the instant his legs touched the ground, Duanling Tian's mind flashed with a scene. In the scene, a white and a black little python were agilely flying about like bolts of lightning flashing by. Vaguely, Duanling Tian seemed to have caught on to something. At the instant his body dropped on the ground to gain momentum, his spirit serpent movement technique underwent a change due to being forced by circumstances. Mastery stage. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's speed explosively increased, flashing by and arriving beside the pillar before Li Fei. But Li Fei's head's distance to the corner of the pillar was extremely close, without much empty space in between. Duanling Tian grit his teeth and directly forced his body straight in between her and the pillar. Bang! Before he could even circulate his defensive martial skill, Li Fei's body had already descended, smashing into Duanling Tian's embrace. The piercing pain coming from his back caused Duanling Tian's face to become deathly pale, and he grunted. Are you okay? Li Fei's head smashed onto Duanling Tian's chest. She was without a scratch. She lifted her head and looked at Duanling Tian with concern. Duanling Tian's desperate measures to save her were still vivid in her mind. He had deeply moved her. Big sister, can you get down off me first? You're so heavy. You should lose some weight. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. Then the piercing pain coming from his back caused his cold sweat to pour out. Luckily, he had cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, so his flesh and bones had undergone a metamorphosis that was far above an ordinary 9th level body tempering martial artist, so he didn't really injure his muscles and bones. Li Fei's face blushed. She was puzzled in her heart. Was she really that heavy? Under the dubious gazes casted over, Li Fei got off Duanling Tian. Are your injuries serious? She extended her hand and helping Duanling Tian up. When she noticed that the flesh on Duanling Tian's back was ripped open, her expression instantly turned pale. Don't worry, I won't die. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, shakily standing up. Li Fei was silent for a moment before she said, Thank you. Can I get something more realistic? Duanling Tian slyly smiled. What do you want? Li Fei was dazed. How about you pledge yourself to me? Duanling Tian's gaze burned once more. Pay! Li Fei blushed. It was as if her face would drip blood at any moment. Cough, cough. The judge's light cough sounded, destroying the romantic atmosphere around the two of them. The two of you? Do you still want to continue? Obviously. The judge couldn't bear to continue watching the two lovers tease and flirt with each other. No need, I admit defeat. Li Fei shook her head, following which she supported Duanling Tian down the combat arena in a careful manner, afraid that she might affect Duanling Tian's injuries. Young master, are you all right? Ku-er and Li Shishir greeted him with an expression filled with worry. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by three girls. Innumerable gazes of jealousy and envy shot at Duan Ling Tian from all around. Every man that was present wished the one injured wasn't Duan Ling Tian but themselves instead. Fei Fei, are you all right? Li Qing arrived beside Li Fei as he asked concernedly. Li Qing, how many times have I told you to call me Li Fei? Li Fei frowned as she was slightly displeased. She concentrated on working together with Ku-er to help Duan Ling Tian dress the wound on his back. From start to finish, she didn't even glance at Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned gloomy as he took a deep breath. Duan Ling Tian, I hope this small injury won't cause you to forfeit your battles later on. Li Qing's gloomy gaze descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. My target is becoming the champion. Duan Ling Tian looked Li Qing in the eye without a shred of fear. Humph! Li Qing turned around and left after snorting coldly. He was afraid that if he stayed there for a moment longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from trying to kill Duan Ling Tian. After the danger to Li Fei was resolved, the attention of the people present moved towards Duan Ling Tian. Today, Duan Ling Tian gave them an immense shock. Firstly, defeating a core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Afterwards, he even drew upon the forces of heaven and earth and formed two ancient mammoth silhouettes, possessing the strength of two ancient mammoths at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. This was something that they had never heard of before, but even this wasn't the end of it. In the end, to save Li Fei from danger, Duan Ling Tian exploded forth once more, even causing the third ancient mammoth silhouette to appear. Since the beginning, they hadn't once seen Duan Ling Tian use origin energy. In other words, Duan Ling at the 9th level of the body tempering stage possessed the strength of three ancient mammoths. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they wouldn't believe that what they saw was real even if someone beat them to death. No wonder Duan Ling Tian proclaimed he would compete for the champion prize. It turned out that he was so strong. Yeah, although Li Qing is at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, Li Qing at full strength is only comparable to the strength of three ancient mammoths. Based on this fact, Duan Ling Tian isn't one bit inferior to him. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's martial skills are all extremely formidable, so defeating Li Qing isn't impossible. I believe in Duan Ling Tian as well. Among the crowd's whispers and discussions, many people looked favorably towards Duan Ling Tian. These words in Li Qing's ears were exceptionally piercing. His expression turned gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes, clenching his fist tightly until the veins in his fist jumped about. Duan Ling Tian. Even though Duan Ling Tian possessing the strength of three ancient mammoths caused him to be shocked, he still looked down upon Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only a little kid in the end, and having this sort of strength would undoubtedly be due to some sort of fortuitous gain. He was only just a lucky branch family disciple. How could he be a match for him, this genius of the Li clan? I didn't expect that this Duan Ling Tian had concealed such strength. Being defeated by him isn't an injustice anymore. Li Zhong had a complicated gaze as he sighed, following which he looked towards the dumbstruck Li Xiao beside him. Behave yourself properly from now on. Don't go offend him anymore. He isn't someone we can offend. Li Zhong warned. Yes. Li Xiao bitterly laughed as he nodded. I didn't expect his true strength to be so formidable. To think I even took him for an opponent at the beginning. As Li Yuan looked at the violet-clothed youth that was far away, his mood couldn't calm down for a long time. He originally thought that cultivating his unfettered steps to the mastery stage would be enough to defeat Duan Ling Tian. But now it would seem that this was just a joke. On the high platform, I didn't expect that this Duan Ling Tian was capable of utilizing the strength of three ancient mammoths by relying upon a cultivation of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Patriarch Li Ao's expression was slightly serious. Duan Ling Tian's real strength was completely exceeding his expectations. According to common sense, he would surely have gotten some sort of fortuitous gain, obtaining some type of natural treasure which allowed him to gain his abnormal strength. An elderly person on the side guessed. I think so too. The white-eyebrowed old man nodded in agreement. The clan martial meet continued. Li Qing Li Fei. The judge's voice sounded out. For a moment, everyone's gazes descended upon Li Fei, who was helping Duanling Tian tend to his injuries. I admit defeat. Li Fei didn't even raise her head, continuing to carefully tend to Duanling Tian's injury. Li Qing is victorious. Although Li Qing won, he didn't have a trace of pleasure on his face. His gloomy gaze never left the nearby violet-clothed youth. Not far away. I hope Duanling Tian meets with Li Qing first. Li An's heart was restless and worried. When Duanling Tian made his move and drew upon the forces of heaven and earth to form 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He knew his own limitations. Duanling Tian wasn't someone he could deal with. Brother, and this Duanling Tian really deeply concealed his strength. The green-clothed youth beside him shuddered at the thought about when he nearly attacked Duanling Tian the other day. Thinking about it now, cold sweat poured out of his forehead. After Ku Er and Li Fei had tended to his wounds, Duanling Tian consumed a grade 9 gold injury pill, and his injuries finally started recovering. After all, he didn't injure any muscles or bones, so he quickly recovered. His injuries had healed to a degree that wouldn't affect his following battles. Duanling Tian, Li An. The judge's voice sounded at this moment. Li An's face instantly turned slightly grim. What he was worried the most about really happened. Be careful. When Duanling Tian was about to go up to the combat arena, Li Fei lightly reminded him. Looks like getting injured like this was worth it. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to myself. I still have lots of things I haven't done. Duanling Tian glanced at Li Fei with a burning gaze. Only when she gave him a disdainful glance did he finally go up to the combat arena. Li Shur held Ku Er's hand and dragged her to a corner, avoiding Li Fei before asking, in a low voice, Ku Er, this Duanling Tian is a philanderer. Aren't you angry? Big sister Shur, as long a corner of the young master's heart is mine, I'll be satisfied. Ku Er lightly smiled. Hearing what she said, Li Shur was speechless. Where did this Duanling Tian get such charm to cause Ku Er to be so committed towards him? On the combat arena, Duanling Tian looked at Li An with a tranquil expression. Li An took a deep breath. His mind was filled with the scene of Duanling Tian drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to form 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to someone at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. As for martial skills cultivation stage, he was not one bit inferior to him. I admit defeat. Although unwilling, Li An still made this decision. If they were to battle, he didn't know how Duanling Tian would react towards him. If he purposefully attacked ruthlessly, it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't dare to take this gamble. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with loud booing. Li An's strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2 in the entire Li clan younger generation. But now he didn't even have the courage to battle Duanling Tian. Too pussy. Noticing the disdainful gazes from the surroundings, Li An took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. His eyes that were filled with hate and ice-coldness swept past Duanling Tian. Li An, Li Qing. After a few more battles, the judge's voice sounded once more. This time, Li An directly admitted defeat once again. Li Qing was victorious. As time went by, night soon fell. Li Qing, Duanling Tian. The most brilliant moment that everyone looked forward to had finally arrived. 2 youths who possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths were going to lift this year's clan martial meet to its peak climax. His white clothes drifting in the wind, Li Qing was already waiting on the combat arena. His condescending gaze descended upon Duanling Tian, full of disdain and contempt. This Li Qing is really arrogant. Duanling Tian's expression was slightly gloomy. But just when he was about to walk out and enter the combat arena, Duanling Tian, a condensed voice entered his ears. But he quickly noticed that the surrounding people seemed to not notice the voice. In other words, only he could hear this voice. Through rebirth martial emperors, Duan Ling Tian found out. Martial artists with a cultivation level above the 7th level of the origin core stage were all capable of condensing their origin energy into sound before condensing the sound into a line. The owner of the voice was none other than the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. Duan Ling Tian slightly lifted his head to look at Li Ao, who was on the high platform. He had a puzzled expression, wondering what Li Ao wanted. Li Ao was also looking at him. Duan Ling Tian, this battle, I hope you can admit defeat. What Li Ao said caused Duan Ling Tian to frown. Admit defeat? Impossible. His target was the champion's prize, the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Asking him to let go of it now was something he couldn't do. I know asking this will make it difficult on you, but I promise you, I will privately compensate the champion's prizes to you. How about it? Li Ao's voice transmitted into his ears once more. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. The reason he wanted to seize the championship in the clan martial meet was exactly for the generous prizes. Now that Patriarch Li Ao had asked him to admit defeat and even promised to compensate him with the same prize later. With Li Ao having said this much, no matter what, he should give Li Ao some face. But his opponent was now standing on the combat arena and gazing at him condescendingly. The white-clothed youth that looked at him in contempt really caused him to feel extremely displeased. He could imagine how complacent the youth would be at the moment he admits defeat. On the high platform, Li Ao frowned when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian wasn't swayed by his offer. He took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind on something. Duan Ling Tian, besides compensating you for the champion's prizes, in addition, I'll give you a promise. In the future, I will agree to help you with a matter that is within my ability and conforms to reason. How about it? Li Ao gave the final concession. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be moved. Patriarch Li Ao's promise. That was something even 10,000 gold wouldn't be able to get you. He didn't expect that Patriarch Li Ao would provide such a concession just to allow Li Qing to obtain the champion's position in the clan martial meet. Of course, he could guess why Li Ao was doing so. The Li clan's yearly martial meet has always been an event of great importance. If the Li clan martial meet champion was obtained by a disciple with another surname, if the news spread out, the Li clan was bound to be ridiculed. The Li clan couldn't accept such a disgrace. No matter what, Li Ao was still the Li clan's patriarch. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to continue staying in the Li clan, no matter what, he had to give Li Ao some face. In addition, Li Ao had already made such concessions. If he was still unwilling, it would be hardly justifiable. I admit defeat. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Ling Tian said in a calm manner, following which he returned to the side of the three girls. His goal was to obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Now that he's obtained the blood Lingji, it could be considered as a satisfactory outcome. As for the reputation of champion, he didn't really care about it. Admit defeat? The people who were waiting for the match between Li Qing and Duan Ling Tian with extreme anticipation were struck dumb. Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat? Since Duan Ling Tian appeared, he had the bearing of a dark horse, sweeping through all opposition in a domination manner, without any fear whatsoever. But now he actually admitted defeat. This kind of drastic change caused most of the people present to be unable to accept it. On the combat arena, hearing Duan Ling Tian admit defeat, Li Qing was dazed for a moment. To think I even took you as an opponent, but now it looks like you're not worthy to be my opponent. Li Qing looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth that was surrounded by the three girls. The disdain in his eyes was ever stronger, vaguely containing a trace of envy. Below the combat arena, it was a wave of noise. Duan Ling Tian actually admitted defeat, truly unexpected. I've judged him wrongly. I thought he would have the courage to battle Li Qinf. To think he even possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks really can be deceiving. There really is a difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage in the end. Li Qing deserves to be our Li clan's top disciple in the younger generation. He has a well-deserved reputation. The crowd's discussion was one-sided. Even the people who looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian earlier had now turned around and belittled Duan Ling Tian to their heart's content, praising Li Qing. Duan Ling Tian, why did you admit defeat? Li Shishir's beautiful eyebrows frowned, unable to understand Duan Ling Tian's decision. She even felt like the current Duan Ling Tian was that much more unfamiliar. The Duan Ling Tian she knew, the Duan Ling Tian she liked, was not the type of person to run before a battle. In a blink of the eye, Duan Ling Tian's image in her heart suffered a disastrous decline. I felt like admitting defeat, so I admitted defeat, Duan Ling Tian casually said. You. Li Shishir was flustered and exasperated, stomping her feet as she walked away angrily. Aren't the two of you curious? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two young girls beside him who had not spoken up till now. Since young master decided to do this, then surely young master has own intentions. Ku'er lightly smiled. You got a considerable amount of rewards from the patriarch, right? Li Fei glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. How did you know? Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. He looked at the seductive and beautiful young girl with a slightly shocked expression. The young girl smiled mysteriously. Fei. Unknowingly, when Li Qing had arrived at Li Fei's side, his burning gaze descending upon Li Fei. Li Fei, however, ignored him. Fei. This branch family disciple that doesn't even have the courage to battle me isn't worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath, his tone filled with disdain. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. Li Qing, whether he is worthy of me or not has nothing to do with you, but I know that I will never choose you, so you'd be better off forgetting about me and stop annoying me. Li Fei looked at Li Qing in detest. Let's go over there. Li Fei called Duan Ling Tian and Ku'er over. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before leaving, he didn't forget to smile at Li Qing in a threatening manner. His smile caused Li Qing's expression to turn gloomy, and killing intent started to pour from his eyes. Duan Ling Tian. The killing intent emitted from Li Qing's eyes was naturally noticed by Duan Ling Tian. But killing intent at that level, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, was just like child's play. This Li Qing probably hasn't even killed a man before. His killing intent lacked bloodthirst. Following the end of Li Qing and Duan Ling Tian's battle, where Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat, the Li clan martial meet entered its finale. The final results were released. This year's clan martial meet top 10 were as follows. Champion, Li Qing, 86 points. Second, Duan Ling Tian, 84 points. Third, Lian, 82 points. Fourth, Li Fei, 80 points. Fifth, Li Zhong, 78 points. Sixth, Li Hu, 76 points. Seventh, Li Kuang, 74 points. Eighth, Li Shishir, 72 points. Ninth, Ku'er, 70 points. 10th, Li Yuan, 68 points. Ku'er didn't enter the arena for the battle between Li Shishir, directly admitting defeat. As far as she was concerned, she was best friends with Li Shishir, so she wasn't willing to cross blades with her. After this was the moment where the Li clan's patriarch personally distributed the prizes. When they went home, Duan Ling Tian was still in a group of 3, only Li Shishir wasn't within it now. Li Fei had replaced Li Shishir. Inner court martial arts practice field. As Li Qing stood there, his body emitted a frightful presence. He was looking from afar at the violet-clothed youth and Li Fei chatting as their shadows faded in the distance. Li Qing, how about we join hands and find an opportunity to teach that Duan Ling Tian a lesson? Unknowingly, Wen Lian had arrived beside Li Qing and voiced his suggestion. Humph. Li Qing coldly swept Lian with his gaze, his expression filled with disdain. Lian, you're the same as him, both opponents that have suffered defeat at my hands. Do you think I would join hands with a defeated opponent to deal with another defeated opponent? Li Qing was extremely arrogant, using a condescending tone as he spoke with Lian. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Lian laughed embarrassedly before turning around and leaving. At the instant he turned around, his expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes flickered with a frightful coldness. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 girls had just returned home. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons flew towards Duan Ling Tian and Ku'er, coiling around their wrists. After which they extended their small heads to size up the young girl with a seducing body and beautiful appearance. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. "These are snakes you two are raising?" Li Fei was slightly startled when she saw them. "So cute." Under Duan Ling Tian's slightly dazed gaze, Li Fei extended her hand to touch the little black python that was coiled on his wrist. The little black python closed its eyes in enjoyment. After a short moment, the little black python's body flashed as it actually coiled itself around Li Fei's wrist. "Pervert." Duan Ling Tian looked at the little black python with an envious gaze. "Tian, Kuer, who is this?" At this moment, Li Ro walked out of her room, her gaze completely attracted by Li Fei. Li Fei was really too outstanding. In terms of appearance, she was not even slightly inferior to Kuer. Moreover, because of her age being 18, she had fully revealed her womanly charms. "Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law." Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly. "Hello, Aunt Ro, I'm Li Fei." Giving Duan Ling Tian an angry look, Li Fei lightly smiled as she greeted Li Ro. Good, good. You all talk. I'll go prepare dinner." Li Ro's face seemed to bleed like a flower as she entered the kitchen. "Madam, I'll help you." Kuer followed behind. "Little Fei, you still haven't told me how you knew that I obtained rewards from the Patriarch and purposely admitted defeat." Duan Ling Tian's eyes stared fixedly at Li Fei. "Why should I tell you?" Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glare. "You're my future wife. What's with all the whys?" Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly. "Hey, you're shameless. Who's your future wife?" Li Fei ignored Duan Ling Tian altogether, extending her jade-like hand to lightly play with the little python. The little python wasn't even slightly shy with stranger, playing happily on Li Fei's hand. As an amorous weapons specialist who swept through the flower bushes, Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to notice that since he saved Li Fei on the combat arena, Li Fei's attitude towards him was completely different. If he was so coquettish to her before, she would surely get enraged. He believed that as long as he put in a bit more effort, he would surely be able to completely conquer the peerless seductive beauty before him. Not long after, someone paid them a visit. Someone had sent over an extremely long box. Duan Ling Tian opened it and smiled in satisfaction at what he saw. He didn't expect Patriarch Li Ao to have such high efficiency, sending over the items so quickly. "This is 350-year-old blood Lingji?" Li Fei recognized the blood Lingji that lay in the box. She was startled for a moment before looking at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. "Didn't you already guess it?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Your prizes this time are even better than Li Qing's." Li Qing only got the prize for the champion, but you not only obtained the champion's prize, you also got the prize for the top 3. Li Fei glanced at Duan Ling Tian in admiration. "How about it? Me being your man won't bring shame to you, right?" Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly, his burning gaze descending upon the 2 jade-like hills on Li Fei's chest. His lower regions became slightly hot. "Where are you looking?" Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit together as her seducing face blushed until her neck. "You're so beautiful." Duan Ling Tian's breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath before finally being able to ease up his restless mood. "Really? Even pearls aren't so real. Didn't you say that I need to lose weight?" "I lied." Even though Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei didn't make any real progress for the time being. For now, Li Fei wasn't disgusted by him anymore. And to him, this was good news in itself. Now what he needed to do was strike the iron while it was still hot. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he asked Li Fei, "Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to take a trip to the Misty Forest with Kuer. Are you interested? Asking me to be a third wheel?" "I won't go." Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance. "Then forget it. I was even thinking of bringing you along to see a snow python. Hee, a fierce beast comparable to a nascent soul powerhouse. That's something that is rarely seen in anyone's lifetime." Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh on purpose. "What? Snow python?" Li Fei's clear eyes shone, and her beautiful and seductive face emitted a slight excitement. She had heard of the news from before. A snow python had appeared in the Misty Forest. This news caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and in her heart she was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head, busy playing with the little black python on his own. "Hey, You really have a way to meet the snow python? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Tian didn't raise his head as if he didn't hear her. Hey! Li Fei groaned. Duan Tian had a lazy expression as he slowly said, Hey what? My name isn't Hey. Weren't you uninterested? You! Suddenly, Li Fei seemed agitated. Her clear eyes had signs of tearing up as if she would cry at any moment. What are you doing? What's there to cry about? I'll bring you along. He was thrown into a panic as the scene before him was something he never expected. From his past life until this present lifetime, the thing he couldn't stand seeing the most was a woman's tears. You promised. You're not allowed to shamelessly go against your word. Li Fei's seducing and beautiful face emitted a smile that showed that her scheme had succeeded. I got cheated. Only now did Duan Tian realize, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei and Ku'er were complete polar opposites. Maybe it was this that caused him to fall in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Tian sent Li Fei home. Only now did he notice that Li Fei's house was right behind his, only divided by a small alley. Even if he walked through the main door, circling around wouldn't even be a few tens of meters distance. And if he were to directly leap over the wall, he could even save on the extra distance. After returning home, Duan Tian entered his room and started to cultivate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Form Mental Cultivation Method had already been cultivated to the highest stage. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique second form. Raging Python form. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Tian noticed that the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid had become completely useless to him. What he needed to do now was cultivate his Raging Python form mental cultivation method to develop origin energy. Once he develops his origin energy, he will be a core formation martial artist. His strength would once again increase. Tomorrow I'll go buy some origin gathering pills. It's going to cost me an arm and leg. Duan Tian had a painful expression. The origin gathering pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill. A type of medicinal pill that assists body tempering martial artists in increasing their speed of developing origin energy. It's a medicinal pill used for stepping into the core formation stage, so it's extremely expensive. A single pill costs 10,000 silver. Martial artists with good natural talent need to consume at least 10 origin gathering pills if they want to step into the core formation stage in a short amount of time. Martial artists with bad natural talent, on the other hand, need at least tens of pills. Of course, it wasn't necessary, but if not consumed, even a martial artist with good natural talent would need to spend a few years of bitter cultivation in order to break through to the core formation stage. For example, the core formation martial artists of the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including its patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all its elders. When all of them cultivated from the body tempering stage to the core formation stage all those years ago, even the individuals among them with good natural talent used 3 to 5 years of time, whereas the individuals with bad natural talent used 7 to 8 years of time. Not due to any other reason, but just because they didn't have the capability to use origin gathering pills. During this year's clan martial meet, including Li Fei, the 5 youth geniuses were only able to step into the core formation stage at the mere age of 18 because besides having good natural talent, they consumed origin gathering pills. Medicinal pills were capable of changing a person's life. This was the reason alchemists had such a lofty position in Cloud Continent. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher his status. They are figures that are fought over for by various powers. It's too bad that I haven't developed my origin energy. Once I do so, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Tian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even with extremely high alchemist natural talent and with the guidance of a master, it would still require a few years of painstaking cultivation to master the rudiments. However, Duan Tian possessed the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal-grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Rebirth Martial Emperor. As long as his origin energy fulfilled the required conditions, he would be an alchemist with extremely abundant experience. What other alchemists knew, he knew. What other alchemists didn't know, he still knew. The pressing matter at the moment is developing origin energy and stepping into the core formation stage so that I can become an alchemist. At that time, I can refine medicinal pills that increase the core formation stage cultivation and even let Mother undergo a metamorphosis, allowing her to cultivate a top-ranked cultivation method. Duanling Tian drew in a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the Raging Python form mental cultivation method. This, after looking through the Raging Python method mental cultivation method for a while, Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. As expected of the cultivation method created by Rebirth Martial Emperor who had undergone 2 lifetimes, this 9 dragons were sovereign techniques second form, Raging Python form, besides allowing the cultivator to develop origin energy like ordinary martial artists. It also allowed the cultivator to temper the fleshy body with origin energy, causing the fleshy body to undergo another metamorphosis. Once Duanling Tian cultivated to the first level of the core formation stage by relying upon the Raging Python form, besides controlling similar origin energy as ordinary martial artists, he could still use his origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing his fleshly to once again undergo a metamorphosis. The mere strength of the fleshly body would transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to a strength of 4 ancient mammoths, adding on the origin energy which was comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. In other words, the moment he steps into the first level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Compared to the 4th level of the core formation stage, it was slightly weaker. Compared to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would be slightly stronger. Drawing in a deep breath, Duanling Tian started to cultivate. But without origin gathering pills, his cultivation process was extremely slow. Until late into the night, there wasn't any obvious progress. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duanling Tian went off to sleep. He slept until the sky was bright. Morning the next day. After eating breakfast, he brought Ku'er along and left. He arrived once again at the medicine store in the Aurora City trade market that he sold his 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Customer, you've finally arrived. Seeing Duanling Tian, the manager seemed as if he had found his savior. He hurriedly came over and greeted him. What, you're all sold out? Duanling Tian laughed. It's all sold out. An entire 2,000 portions, completely sold. The manager nodded, withdrawing a stack of silver bills from his pocket and handing them over to Duanling Tian. This is... Duanling Tian was dazed. Customer, you concocted 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid the other day. I sold them at a price of 200 silver a portion. But the supply wasn't enough to meet the demand. According to our agreement, you get 80% of the sales, which totals to 320,000 silver. Deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you the other day, this is the balance 120,000 silver. The manager explained. 200 silver a portion? Duanling Tian was startled, following which he shook his head and laughed. You really need to be shrewd to do business. Customer, since you're here, how about you concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid once more? The manager looked at Duanling Tian with anticipation. I came here this time because of that. Help me prepare the medicinal materials. Duanling Tian nodded. They are already ready. When Duanling Tian and Ku'er entered the small room and saw the 2 large crocks and the large pile of medicinal materials, they were both stupefied. This time, he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct the 2 large crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. After checking the wares, the manager was slightly worried as he said, Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand, so I'll only be able to give you 200,000 silver in advance. How about it? Once these medicinal liquids are sold out, I'll give you the remaining silver. After all, no matter which medicine store Duanling Tian brought this batch of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to, he would still be able to sell it and maybe even get a higher price. It's not a problem, of course. I trust you, manager. Duanling Tian nodded, putting away another 200,000 silver bills. Sometimes trust went 2 ways. Manager, it can't be that you alone divided the large crock of 6 treasure body tempering liquid from last time into 2,000 portions, right? Duanling Tian looked at the manager with a strange gaze. Of course not. I couldn't trust others, so I got people from my family members to divide it. The manager laughed. Oh yeah, manager. Do you know which medicine store in the Aurora City trade market sells Origin Gathering pills? Duan Ling Tian inquired. Origin Gathering pills? I'm afraid you probably need to go to the branch medicine stores that are under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, your Li clan's branch medicine store, Spirit Reserves Pavilion, is just at the street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he took Ku Er along and left the medicine store. After a short moment, he arrived at the Spirit Reserves Pavilion the manager spoke about. As expected of the Li clan's branch medicine store, the total area of the Spirit Reserves Pavilion was extremely large, and even divided into 2 floors. Customer, may I know what you need? After just entering the door, an attendant greeted in a respectful tone. I want some Origin Gathering pills. Duan Ling Tian proclaimed his reason for coming. The Origin Gathering pills are on the 2nd floor. Customer, please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Ling Tian and Ku Er to the 2nd floor. This customer here needs some Origin Gathering pills. The attendant told the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, may I ask how many Origin Gathering pills you need? The female attendant had average looks, but her smile was extremely cheerful and bright. Duan Ling Tian patted the silver pills in his pocket before slowly saying, Give me 32 pills. Hearing what he said, the female attendant was shocked. But she quickly reacted anyway. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? 1 Origin Gathering pill is... The female attendant was slightly hesitant. Is 10,000 silver, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as he withdrew the stack of silver bills he got from the medicine store manager, directly throwing it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry. I'll go prepare them for you right away. After seeing so many silver bills, she knew that the youth wasn't joking. The female attendant let out a breath of cold air before replying to him and going to prepare the Origin Gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill are you buying? It's so expensive. Ku Er playfully poked out her tongue with an expression of shock. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, The Origin Gathering pill? It's a medicinal pill that can help us to break through to the core formation stage earlier. Spending money like drinking water was exactly what Duan Ling Tian was doing right now. 32 Origin Gathering pills cost him all the silver bills he had gotten from the medicine store manager earlier. These silver bills hadn't even gotten warm before he spent them. But Duan Ling Tian did not regret it one bit. In the journey of cultivation, if you wanted to take shortcuts, then you must certainly be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Ling Tian had just finished eating lunch with his family when Li Fei arrived. She wore light violet clothes that were slightly tight, making the young girl who seemed to be maturing like a honey peach look like a seductive rose. Her gracefully slender figure charmed all living creatures. Duan Ling Tian's lower regions were burning. This Li Fei was really an attractive beauty. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his greedy eyes and instead gazed toward Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, on the slender fingers of Li Fei's white, jade-like hands, besides her thumb, they all had pitch-black rings on them. These rings were interconnected to each other, looking simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. His face had a shocked expression. Besides being a royal-grade alchemist, Rebirth Martial Emperor was also a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian inherited his memories, so he was able to recognize with a glance that the rings on Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He remembered that during the clan martial meet yesterday, Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon. Or else Lian would certainly not be her match. Li Fei quickly noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze descending upon her right hand. She couldn't help but be visibly moved as her heart jerked. Could it be that he recognized that the thing on her hand was a spirit weapon? After a moment, Duan Ling Tian gave her the answer. Little Fei, during the clan martial meet, why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon? If you had used it, Lian would not necessarily be your match. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he gave her a spurious smile. I wanted to use it, but my grandfather took it away saying it would be unfair to the others, Li Fei said with a slight, hidden bitterness. She was slightly shocked in her heart. This Duan Ling Tian was actually able to identify the spirit weapon on her hand with only just a glance. After all, only a weapons craftsman with great experience and eyesight could do so. Otherwise, even if the cultivation of the martial artist was extremely high, they would still only be able to notice and identify the spirit weapon when it was utilized. She suddenly felt that it was even harder to see through this youth than before. There seemed to be a cloud of mist surrounding him. For a moment, a boundless curiosity arose in her heart. She yearned to open up this cloud of mist and completely see through Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he slowly said, "That's true. Your spirit weapon, although it's a grade 9 spirit weapon, the abilities it amplifies is nearly on par with a grade 8 spirit weapon. I assume the grade 9 weapons craftsman that refined the spirit weapon for you has already touched the grade 9 threshold." The words that Duan Ling Tian spoke struck her like lightning. The fact that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman was something she only recently found out. She was certain that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person that knew about this in the entire Li clan. But now the youth who had only glanced at the spirit weapon on her hand was able to ascertain that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman? How did you notice? Li Fei's tone was hurried, slightly impatient to know the answer. You want to know? Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. This is my secret. Besides my women, I won't tell anyone else. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into an evil smile. She said in an angry manner, If you don't want to say, then don't. I don't really care. How could Li Fei not realize that Duan Ling Tian was flirting with her? You really don't care? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Don't care. Li Fei was currently angry, so she replied in a very straightforward manner. Dian Ling Tian purposely sighed as he slowly said, Okay. Then forget it. I originally wanted to warn you that although the weapons craftsman that refined the spirit weapon for you is soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I still hope you advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame for the time being. What do you mean? Li Fei's seductive and beautiful face slightly turned pale. Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Li Fei's question but instead said, if I'm not wrong. Recently, every day deep into the night, the weapons craftsman feels the origin energy inside his body having a burning feeling. It's so bad that he even has a hard time falling asleep. Li Fei's face turned slightly red as she angrily said, How did you know the current condition of my grandfather? You crossed over the wall to peek into our house. This was something she knew about, and she even specially got some soothing medicines for her grandfather, but they were all useless. Do I seem like such a bored person? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He was kindly trying to warn Li Fei but instead was unjustly accused. He didn't continue to say anything more. He admitted that he was amorous, but he wouldn't commit such a vulgar act. Li Fei noticed that Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her anymore. This made her realize that she might have unjustly accused him. Could it be that everything Duan Ling Tian said was through what he observed from the spirit weapon on her hand? But this was truly unbelievable. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Fei turned to Ku-Er for help. Young master, don't be angry anymore. Big sister Li Fei didn't do it intentionally. Ku-Er persuaded him with a light smile. Ku-Er, everyone needs to be responsible for what they have done. You can help her for a time, but you can't help her for a lifetime, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Ku-Er realized that the young master was really angry. She could only look at Li Fei with an expression that showed that she was powerless to assist her. Li Fei's face turned red out of anger. Her clear eyes contained tears. This again. Duan Ling Tian looked at her with a cold and indifferent gaze as he ignored her. You're bullying me. Woo-woo. Li Fei finally exploded, her tears flowing as she cried, unable to be stopped. Fuck, she's really crying. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He didn't feel wronged after being unjustly accused, but this little girl, what was she feeling wronged about? Anyone who didn't know would think he really did bully her. Tian, did you bully Fei? Li Ro walked out of the kitchen and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frown. I didn't. Duan Ling Tian was helpless. Enough, I won't fuss about it with you. Stop crying. In the end, Duanling Tian chose to compromise. Woo-woo, you bullied me. But Li Fei's tears were pouring down like the rain, completely without any intention of stopping. If you want to continue crying, you can wait for something to happen to your grandfather. When Duanling Tian saw that being gentle didn't work, he directly went with the brutal method. This method was indeed effective. As Duanling Tian's voice sounded and ended, so did Li Fei's crying. What did you say? You said something might happen to my grandfather. Li Fei's voice was shaking. Her parents were met with an accident when she was still extremely young. So she and her grandfather had only each other to keep company. In her heart, her grandfather was even more important than herself. I sensed a trace of ruthless qi in the spirit weapon he refined. If I'm not wrong, your grandfather probably used an unorthodox method to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame. After a prolonged period, the root of his problems have long since been buried deep within him, Duanling Tian slowly said. At this moment, he seemed to be like a richly experienced weapons craftsman, speaking with reason and evidence. Then what should I do? Li Fei's pretty face turned pale and extremely anxious. It's not like there isn't any method. Ask him to temporarily not increase his weapon flame's grade, or else he won't live for more than 3 months. Duanling Tian's tone was tranquil. Enough. You go and warn your grandfather. I and Ku Er will wait for you outside the North City Gate. Get your own horse. He notified Li Fei before returning to his room. After Li Fei left, Duanling Tian and Ku Er brought the 2 little pythons along as they left their house and left the Li clan estate. They galloped their horses out of the North City Gate and waited for Li Fei. After half an hour, Li Fei arrived. Li Fei seemed valiant and heroic in bearing as she galloped over, but her expression wasn't really well. What? Duanling Tian frowned. My grandfather said. Li Fei was hesitant to speak. He didn't believe me and even said that I'm just a kid. What would I know, right? Duanling Tian was not one bit surprised. Li Fei lightly nodded. Then there's nothing I can do. Duanling Tian spread out his hands to express that he had the heart to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we return, he won't try to increase the grade of his weapon flame. After we return, can you go take a look at my grandfather? As Li Fei finished speaking, she had a begging expression. Duanling Tian took a deep glance at Li Fei as he asked, What, now you believe me? Li Fei hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll promise you. Duanling Tian nodded. Following which he brought along the 2 young girls who were beautiful like flowers straight towards the misty forest. After arriving at the misty forest, Li Fei's mood was much better, but she lacked a bit of the liveliness that she used to have. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. After entering the misty forest, Ku Er asked, Young master, how should we find Little White's and Little Black's father? I don't know either. Let's go to the black python's nest from before. Maybe we can meet the snow python there, Duanling Tian said. What you mean is, Little Black and Little White are the offspring of the snow python. Li Fei was slightly shocked. That is our current guess. Duanling Tian nodded. Duanling Tian's group quickly arrived at the black python's nest. Presently, there were only traces of dried blood outside the black python's nest. The black python's corpse and the corpse of the few youths and young girls had all vanished, probably eaten by fierce beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the 2 little pythons that were coiled around Duanling Tian and Ku Er's wrists flashed out. They went directly into the depths of the misty forest. Let's follow them. Duanling Tian brought Ku Er and Li Fei along as he followed them. Duanling Tian guessed that the 2 little pythons might have sensed the presence of their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be plenty of fierce beasts. Li Fei warned. I know, we'll journey from atop the trees. Duanling Tian brought the 2 girls along as he climbed up a large tree to the side. Using the dense tree branches as a road, he followed the 2 little pythons. Although the treetops didn't lack bird-type fierce beasts, their numbers were not large as mammal-type fierce beasts. Overall, the top of the trees were much safer. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar sounded. An enormous fierce beast blocked the path of the 2 little pythons. Looking fiercely at the 2 little things, its sharp fang flickered with devilish brilliance. Not good. Noticing the enormous fierce beast, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. It's the savage tiger. Its strength is comparable to a martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's face was slightly pale. Little white, little black. Ku'er's face was filled with worry. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons' sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous being in front of them. Their tongues flicked swiftly like bolts of lightning. Growl. Suddenly, the savage tiger let out a low growl, dropping down with a loud bang as it lay down on all fours. Its enormous body was slightly trembling, as if it were submitting itself in worship. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons ignored the savage tiger, continuing to hurry on with their journey. After transforming into two white and black bolts of lightning, they gradually disappeared ahead. Let's go! Duan Ling Tian suppressed his shock and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and Ku'er both had shocked expressions. In front of the savage tiger, the extremely small little guys were actually able to make the savage tiger submit itself. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Ling Tian, however, thought of a possibility. If the two little pythons were really the offspring of the snow python, they would surely have the snow python's aura on their bodies. As a fierce beast that was comparable to a nascent soul stage powerhouse, the snow python was surely one of the leader-ranked existences in the misty forest. Intimidating all beasts was a simple matter to the snow python. Thus, because the two little pythons possessed the aura of the snow python, the savage tiger naturally didn't dare act rashly. It has to be said that the luck of Duan Ling Tian's group was quite good. During the entire journey hurrying atop the large trees, they didn't meet any terrifying bird-type fierce beasts. Although the two little pythons bumped into a few mammal-type fierce beasts, they were all threatening but not dangerous encounters, and the snow python's aura frightened those fierce beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts submitted themselves. If he didn't see it for himself, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't dare believe all this to be true. Eventually, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Ling Tian's group arrived at the deepest area of the misty forest. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from afar, causing the ground to quake and hills to tremble. The large trees beneath Duan Ling Tian's group shook slightly, but they stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Continuing forward, the area in front of them suddenly cleared up. A shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Ahead on a vast empty space, a gigantic python that was fully snow-white and was 20 or 30 meters long was battling a gray-clothed old man. The python's body was smeared with blood stains, obviously having suffered considerable injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was in disorder. Whoosh! The old man's gaze turned cold as he abruptly lifted his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, a wisp of sword chi condensed into form, accompanying the 3-foot-long blade as it was waved out, piercing through the air as it flashed straight towards the gigantic python. At the same time, the force of heaven and earth shook above the old man and a thick, white mist condensed, transforming into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes. At least a few hundred. Whoosh! The gigantic python's tail flashed out as if transforming into a white bolt of lightning. Its tail was covered in a layer of force that seemed similar to white mist as it collided with the sword chi. Once again, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the gigantic python, drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. Bang! The sword chi dissipated and white mist fell. The man and python were equally matched. Origin energy discharge. Nascent soul stage powerhouse. Li Fei's face was drenched in sweat and her breath became slightly hurried. Only a nascent soul stage powerhouse was capable of discharging origin energy. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. His face turned slightly grim as he flew down. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Before the two little pythons who didn't understand things rushed into the battlefield, he caught up to them and grabbed them with his hands. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons had eyes filled with anxiousness. Little guys, I know you're worried. But if you go in, it will only cause your father to be distracted. Although he didn't know if the little pythons would understand, Duan Ling Tian still explained it to them. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons restlessly watched the nearby python and man that were battling. Meanwhile, Ku Er and Li Fei came down as well. They arrived beside Duan Ling Tian and concealed themselves behind a large tree together. Snow Python, instead of hibernating properly, you came out and killed 6 of my He clan origin core disciples, causing my He clan's vitality to be injured. Today, He Zhu Dao, will certainly kill you. I will then shower the souls of my He clan disciples with your blood. The gray-clothed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled the snow python. His voice was cold and indifferent. He Zhu Dao, Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as her eyes flashed with a cold light. You know of him? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather speak of him. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan and a formidable nascent soul stage powerhouse. I didn't expect that he would actually move out to take revenge for his He clan's disciples. Li Fei's tone was slightly more hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan? Only now did Duan Ling Tian think of the news that spread about a while back. The few origin core martial artists that were killed by the snow python were supposedly from Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang! 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 The battle continued. Duan Ling Tian's group was dazed as they watched. He Zhu Dao's and the snow python's speed was just too swift. Looks like if I want to kill you today, I must pay a price. Being able to die under this inscription can also be considered your good fortune. He Zhu Dao's cold and indifferent voice was mixed with boundless confidence. Whoosh! He directly flashed towards the snow python, moving towards its bloody mouth. Die! He Zhu Dao's voice was cold as ice. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand abruptly glowed with a layer of blood chi as it flew out and entered the snow python's bloody mouth. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. He recognized the inscription on He Zhu Dao's spirit weapon. Bang! A loud noise sounded as blood burst forth from below the snow python's head. A terrifying force was spreading through the snow python's entire body. Strands of blood shot out from every corner of the snow python's body, causing it to feel extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its last struggle before death. Whoosh! 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 The berserk snow python swept its tail wildly, continuously smashing upon He Zhu Dao's body, blasting him down to the ground. The python's tail descended over and over again, causing the origin energy on He Zhu Dao's body to be completely destroyed. His aura was dispirited and on the verge of death. Only after the snow python's enormous body finally smashed onto the ground did the seriously injured He Zhu Dao show a smile. He had succeeded. Exchanging the life of the snow python for himself being seriously injured, it was worth it. As long as he slightly gathered his breath, he could withdraw a grade 7 gold injury pill and recover his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons broke away from Duan Ling Tian's control the moment the snow python's body smashed to the ground, flashing towards the snow python. Hiss hiss. They arrived in front of the snow python and crossed eyes with it. Their eyes gleamed with tears. After the 2 little pythons appeared, the snow pythons, cold and emotionless, completely melted, transforming into strands of doting. Being able to see its children before it died, it didn't have any regrets. At this moment, Ku Er and Li Fei had arrived before the snow python. Ku Er took the little white python in her hand as she gently said to the snow python, "We'll take good care of them." The snow python's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude before they slowly dimmed down. Hiss hiss. The 2 little python's eyes flickered with the gleam of tears, slowly becoming wet. The seriously injured He Zhu Dao, who was far away, heard their voices and his face turned grim. The current him was extremely weak, so even an ordinary person was capable of killing him. He quickly noticed that a violet-clothed youth had arrived in front of him. His gaze descended upon the Li clan crest on the chest of the youth. "You're a member of Aurora City's Li clan? I'm good friends with your Li clan's supreme elder Li Qiu. Hurry up and feed me the medicinal pill in my hand for me to consume. I will properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." He Zhu Dao's tone was slightly hurried, as if deeply afraid that the youth would attack him. Presently, he didn't even have the strength to lift a hand. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head and looked. On He Zhu Dao's palm, a jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air. His eyes abruptly shone. It wasn't because of being shocked by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was valuable, he inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor after all, so he didn't consider a grade 7 gold injury pill to be worthy of his notice. His attention descended upon the simple ring on He Zudao's finger. He discerned it to be a spatial ring. The spatial ring was different from a normal ring. It was a type of marvelous ring that contained a space within, able to contain items conveniently. On Cloud Continent, only a weapons craftsman at grade 7 or above was capable of refining a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch didn't own a spatial ring. Maybe only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Ling Tian took the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quickly, give me, consume. He Zudao's eyes flickered with a light of anticipation. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked, "If I let you consume this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove your ownership of the spatial ring and gift it to me?" Once a spatial ring was dripped with one's blood, it formed an ownership, meaning only the owner would be able to use it. Unless the owner removed the ownership of his own free will, or the owner died, others wouldn't be able to use the spatial ring. Instantly, He Zudao's pupils constricted. The most valuable item on him was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became hurried and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the end, he painstakingly eased up the agitation in his heart. "Gift. I'll gift it." He Zudao agreed. Who is Duan Ling Tian? A man who lived through battlefields. How could he not have noticed the killing intent that flashed in He Zudao's eyes? Duan Ling Tian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist, touching the hilt of his violet meteorite flexible sword, just when he was preparing to kill He Zudao and seize his spatial ring. "Don't believe him." Li Fei walked over. "Ha!" Duan Ling Tian was dazed. He Zudao can't be trusted. 60 years ago, he even killed his companion who went out on adventures with him. He killed him without hesitation just for a spirit weapon, Li Fei said. "You. Who are you?" He Zudao's pupils constricted. This secret was something that, in the entire world, only he should know. Maybe you didn't know, but one of the people you killed that year wrote down a blood letter before death and concealed it within his personal belongings. That person was the father of my grandfather. You probably won't forget him for your entire lifetime. Li Fei's eyes emitted a dense hatred. Li Hua. Glancing at the Li clan crest on Li Fei's clothes, He Zudao's breathing became rapid. "Looks like you've guessed it." Li Fei sneered. "So it turns out that you killed my future wife's great-grandfather? You can only blame yourself for being unfortunate." Duan Ling Tian's face had a fiendish smile. This was a timely opportunity for him to make use of. Whoosh! His violet meteorite flexible sword soundlessly entered He Zudao's chest, piercing through his heart. Poochie! The violet meteorite flexible sword descended and blood sprayed everywhere. Li Fei's complexion turned pale. Although she had killed many wild animals in the misty forest, she had never once killed a person. Now that a well and alive person was killed right in front of her eyes, it caused her to feel disgusted and she ran aside to vomit. Putting away the violet meteorite flexible sword, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and removed He Zudao's spatial ring. After biting open his index finger, he dripped blood on the ring to establish ownership. Hiss! A feeling of being joined by blood descended upon him. Duan Ling Tian's face couldn't help but curl into a smile. Possessing Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifetime worth of memories allowed Duan Ling Tian to use the spatial ring like how he directed his arm. Fuck, so small. When his thoughts entered into the spatial ring, he saw that there was a mere 1 cubic meter of space. He was dazed for a moment before he couldn't stop himself from shouting in vulgarities. "You're the He clan's supreme elder, but you're actually using the lowest grade spatial ring." As he said this, Duan Ling Tian glanced in contempt at He Zudao's body. It was imaginable that if He Zudao wasn't dead, he would certainly be angered to the point of spitting blood. "Never mind. I'll just improvise." Duan Ling Tian didn't wear the spatial ring on his hand, but instead kept it in his pocket. The spatial ring wasn't something that could be exposed in public. Only once he steps into the core formation stage and becomes a weapons craftsman, he can alter the spatial ring's outer appearance. Only then could he publicly use the spatial ring. How is this the He clan's supreme elder? He's virtually a pauper. Besides a few grade 7 gold injury pills and a few cultivation methods on martial skills, there is actually only a bit over 100 silver of spare change. After examining the items inside the spatial ring, Duanling Tian couldn't help but mock him. Duanling Tian, however, didn't know that as the He clan's supreme elder, He Zudao had an extraordinary status. If he wanted money, the He clan would spare no effort to fulfill his request, so he didn't have a need of keeping silver on his body. His face represented an enormous wealth. Following this was destroying the corpse and obliterating all tracks. Duanling Tian lit a fire and directly burned He Zudao's corpse. Where's the snow python's nest? After looking for a long while, Duanling Tian was unable to locate the snow python's nest. His treasure hunt completely came to nothing. Damned He Zudao, not to mention you yourself are poor, you even destroyed the snow python's body to such an extent. The blood explosion inscription, you were actually willing to use it. Looking at the snow python's badly destroyed body, Duanling Tian had a pained expression. As the king of the fierce beasts, the snow python's entire body was filled with treasures, but it was completely destroyed by He Zudao. Just at this moment, Duanling Tian's eyes shone. On the snow python's body, a white ball that flickered with a faint brilliance floated up. Beast core. Duanling Tian's breathing became rapid. He didn't expect that the snow python's beast core was actually completely unharmed. Just when he walked out and wanted to fetch the beast core, the smile on his face froze completely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons flashed out, quickly dividing and consuming the snow python's beast core. Never mind. Even if I took the beast core, I would have no use for it in the near future. I might as well let them take it. Duanling Tian quickly got over it. A human was unable to directly consume a fierce beast's beast core. If consumed, the lighter consequence would be chi deviation, whereas the heavier consequence would be death by explosion. Humans could only use fierce beast cores as medicinal catalysts. Only after being combined with other valuable medicinal materials to refine into a medicinal pill can they be consumed. A beast core of a formidable fierce beast like the snow python that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist would at least require a grade 7 alchemist to refine. Grade 7 alchemist. To Duanling Tian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse as well, Duanling Tian brought Ku-Er and Li Fei along as he left the misty forest. On the way back, that spatial ring. Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian with a spurious smile. Duanling Tian glared as he said, "Don't get any ideas about the spatial ring, it's mine." "I'm not. Even if I had any ideas about it, it would be of no use. I'm just curious. If someone knew you had that spatial ring, what would happen?" Li Fei's charm-filled eyes flickered with a faint smiling expression. "Are you threatening me?" Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into grin. A bad omen arose in Li Fei's heart. As expected. "Heh. Looks like someone doesn't want me to help her grandfather get well. Never mind. I'll save my energy." Duanling Tian mischievously smiled. Li Fei's face turned pale as she angrily said, You rascal. You plainly promised me." "Did I promise? Why don't I know?" "Ku-Er, did I promise her?" Duanling Tian glanced at Ku-Er with a slight smile. At this moment, Ku-Er was taking care of the two little pythons that had gone into a deep slumber after consuming the snow python's beast core. Her beautiful, clear eyes emitted a motherly brilliance. "Young master, I didn't hear anything." Ku-Er naturally stood on Duanling Tian's side. You two are bullying me." Li Fei's eyes turned red as if they were about to tear up again. "Enough, as long as you keep today's matter a secret, I will surely return a healthy grandfather to you. Not only that, I can even allow him to smoothly become a grade 8 weapons craftsman without leaving behind any after effects." Duanling Tian compromised. "Rascal." Li Fei smiled through her tears. "Right, since your grandfather knows that He Zudao killed his father years ago, why didn't he make the blood letter public? That would allow everyone to clearly see He Zudao's true face." Duanling Tian asked about the uncertainty in his heart. "Did you think my grandfather didn't want to? But when my grandfather found the blood letter, He Zudao had already become Aqua Mist City's He clan's grand elder and had extraordinary status. Even if my grandfather made it public, it would be impossible for the Li clan to offend the He clan's grand elder over a disciple who had died years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was also worried that once the blood letter was made public, it would cause He Zhu to get angry from embarrassment and even take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father, so my grandfather chose to bear it patiently, and this matter slowly became a knot in his heart. Li Fei heaved a sigh. Now the knot in your grandfather's heart can be unlocked because this future son-in-law of his has taken revenge for him. Duan Tian laughed slyly. Who would want to marry you? Li Fei gave Duan Tian a disdainful glance as her enchantingly beautiful face blushed. Deeply afraid that Duan Tian would notice, she hurriedly turned around. Under the setting sun, the outline of Aurora City eventually appeared before them. Duan Tian and the two young girls returned directly to the Li clan estate. After asking Ku Er to take the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei and arrived at Li Fei's home. Fei, you're back. In the vast courtyard stood an old man that was over 70 years of age. The old man had a thin figure. It was as if he would be blown down by the wind. Grandfather, I have good news to tell you. Li Fei walked into the courtyard and grabbed the old man's hand. Her face emitted a light smile. The old man had a doting expression as he smiled and asked, What good news? Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ears and lightly said, Grandfather, He Zhu is dead. Instantly, the old man's body shook as if struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. The old man took in a deep breath and slowly said, Fei, you can't joke about things like this. Even though he knew that this granddaughter of his had never lied to him before, what his granddaughter said right now was really too inconceivable. Grandfather, He Zhu was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Noticing the old man didn't believe her, Li Fei instantly became anxious and hurriedly looked at Duan Tian with an expression that said that she was begging for help. You're Duan Tian? The old man's cloudy gaze instantly flickered with a sharp light and descended upon Duan Tian as if trying to see through him. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Tian stood there, unmoved, like an immovable mountain. Not bad, you're worthy of your reputation. I now believe that you have the strength to defeat Li Qing. The old man nodded. Grandfather. Duan Tian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was dumbstruck. Li Fei's face instantly blushed as she fiercely glared at Duan Tian. Ha 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 ha. Noticing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to have understood something and laughed out loud. Grandfather, it's not like that, Li Fei explained in panic. Fei, you don't have to be shy. Men should get married and women should be married. Moreover, I think this kid isn't bad. He has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although sometimes he likes to talk big, these are just small problems and are not a big deal. As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to contain a hidden meaning pointing to something. Grandfather, whether I'm talking big or not, you'll know soon. I'll first testify on behalf of Li Fei that your personal enemy who killed your father, He Zhu, is indeed dead. He was killed by sword strike. This spatial ring is the best evidence. Duan Tian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket as he spoke, then he handed it over to the old man. The old man's hands trembled as he received it and sized it up. The old man was agitated. Right? Right, this is indeed He Zhu's spatial ring. What exactly happened? He asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Tian. Duan Tian quickly told the entire story to the old man. Snow Python? Haha, the heavens aren't blind, the heavens aren't blind. The old man laughed loudly and joyfully. The knot in his heart for many years had finally been unlocked. For a moment, his face glowed as if becoming a few years younger. The old man gathered his breath before sincerely saying to Duan Ling Tian kid, thank you. We're family, so you don't have to be so courteous. Grandfather, if I'm not wrong, besides having a burning sensation in your origin energy lately and having a hard time sleeping, when you refine weapons, you frequently feel restless and even feel like you have the heart but not the strength to complete the refinement, right? Duan Tian said with a serious face. The old man took a deep breath before asking in disbelief. Ling Tian kid, You can really notice my hidden injuries from forcefully increasing my weapon flame's grade just by looking at the spirit weapon I refined? Of course. Not only can I notice the hidden injuries, I can even help grandfather heal them, but you have to wait until I step into the core formation stage, Duanling Tian said. Why? The old man was puzzled. Because only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to condense a pill flame from my origin energy and refine a medicinal pill which can help grandfather's hidden injuries heal, Duanling Tian slowly said. Ling Tian, kid. Even if you have an alchemist's natural talent, becoming an alchemist isn't so simple. The old man laughed bitterly as he that felt Duanling Tian was reaching beyond his grasp. Grandfather, no matter what I say now, you wouldn't believe me. In 2 months at most, you will know whether what I said is true or false. Duanling Tian's body emitted strong self-confidence. Then I'll wait and see. The old man deeply glanced at Duanling Tian. But for the next 2 months, I hope grandfather stops any weapon refining. Or else, once the weapon flame loses control, even I will be powerless. Duanling Tian had a serious expression. Okay, I'll give you 2 months' time. The old man nodded in agreement. Duanling Tian lightly smiled before taking his leave. Fei, do you think what he said can be trusted? The old man asked his granddaughter beside him. Grandfather, I have a feeling that he's very mysterious. I trust him. Li Fei lightly shook her head, and her clear eyes had a light flash in them. Fei, it's the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like it isn't one-sided between the two of you. Tell grandfather. When did you start to like him? The old man smiled. Grandfather, I don't like him. I'm ignoring you. Li Fei blushed from being ashamed. Then she directly returned to her room. This Duanling Tian is really not bad. And he even saved Li Fei's life before. Maybe. The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he lightly muttered to himself, seeming to be pondering about something. In a quiet room, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and consumed an origin-gathering pill. Then he began cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The medicinal strength of the origin-gathering pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duanling Tian's body. Duanling Tian guided the warm current with the Raging Python Form mental cultivation method, circulating it around his body as he tried his best to develop origin energy. Even with origin-gathering pills, the development of origin energy wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. Until late at night, Duanling Tian still had no obvious progress. Duanling Tian understood that the increase of his cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single night. As such, he stopped cultivating after a while and went to sleep. He slept until the sky was bright. The following few days peacefully went by. Life went on with a planned rhythm. Every morning, Duanling Tian would cultivate his spirit serpent movement technique in the courtyard. In the afternoon, relying upon the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingji, he increased the cultivation of his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. At night, he consumed the origin gathering pill and cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to develop origin energy. His movement technique, the Spirit Serpent's movement technique, had already broken through the threshold and stepped into the mastery stage earlier when he saved Li Fei. Presently, when executed it, Duanling Tian's speed was swift to a shocking degree, but it was still a distance away from stepping into the perfection stage. His defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, had the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingji, so it advanced at a tremendous pace. Duanling Tian was confident in cultivating his greater teleportation to step into the mastery stage within 2 months. As for his cultivation, as time went by, due to the abundant cultivation experience of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian had already sensed the feeling of origin energy inside him. He believed that it wouldn't take him long before being able to successfully develop his origin energy. The flight of time was like a fleeting, white pony's shadow flashing past a crevice. A month later. Dawn. Young master, I've broken through. The young girl in light green clothes walked out from her room and lightly smiled to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. After hearing what she said, he stopped and stood there. The origin energy flickering on the young girl's hands caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent had once again shocked him. Ku-Er, from today onwards, you can officially start cultivating the sword skills of the Frost God's sword technique. Ku-Er's breakthrough was slightly out of Duan-Ling Tian's expectations. Duan-Ling Tian was happy for her. According to what Ku-Er said, she only consumed 7 origin gathering pills before successfully completing her breakthrough. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, in terms of natural talent, Ku-Er's present speed in breaking through to the core formation stage would be ranked in the top even in the entire Cloud continent. Up till now, Duan-Ling Tian had already consumed 9 origin gathering pills, and was only halfway to the core formation stage. It would still be some time before he would be able to complete the final breakthrough. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan-Ling Tian's natural talent was inferior to Ku-Er's. After all, they both cultivated different cultivation methods. Even though Ku-Er broke through to the first level of the core formation stage in terms of strength, she wasn't any different from an ordinary first-level core formation martial artist. So she was far from being comparable to the current Duan-Ling Tian. Afternoon, the two beauties at home went out to buy groceries, leaving Duan-Ling Tian alone. He was greeted an unexpected guest. The guest proclaimed himself to be from the Shao clan, and he came to send an invitation card. The invitation card had an air of dominance. On the front page, a 5-clawed godly dragon was weaved with silver threads. It had a lifelike appearance. Duan-Ling Tian had only just opened the invitation card and had not even read it when, "Looks like you received the hidden dragon invitation." A young girl wearing light violet clothes with a devilish body and an angel's face slowly walked into the courtyard. "Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation?" Duan-Ling Tian looked at the young girl with a puzzled expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering for the young geniuses of Aurora City's clans. Only our Aurora City's 3 great clans youths who seized the top 5 positions in their respective clans' martial meet are qualified to attend the gathering. Young geniuses from the other clans will also be attending, but those families only have one allocated place. This gathering is hosted by the 3 great clans of Aurora City on a rotation basis, and this year is the Shao clan's turn to host, Li Fei explained. "What's the point of this gathering?" Duan-Ling Tian asked. "To re-rank the hidden dragon list." Li Fei lightly smiled as her clear eyes flashed with a trace of burning desire. Hidden dragon list? Duan-Ling Tian was stupefied. In his memories since arriving at the Li clan a few months ago, he seemed to have heard someone mention this hidden dragon list before. But he didn't try to understand it in detail. He didn't know what this hidden dragon list was. The hidden dragon list is a ranking list aimed at ranking the younger generation geniuses of Aurora City in terms of strength. The ranking is considered to have an extremely high worth. The individuals who are listed are all the most outstanding young geniuses of Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was the champion of last year's clan martial meet, was the 3rd youth genius in last year's hidden dragon list. The Shao clan sending out the invitation cards means that the hidden dragon list will be re-ranking the placements. In the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather to interact and spar. In the end, based on personal strength, the new hidden dragon list will be made, Li Fei explained. Duan-Ling Tian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the hidden dragon invitation and read it. The gathering date was 3 days from now. The venue was in the Shao clan's estate on the star observation platform. Boring. Duan-Ling Tian casually threw the hidden dragon invitation aside as he yawned. What are you doing?" Li Fei was dumbstruck. After all, most people were fighting with all they had just to obtain an invitation, but they weren't qualified. But this guy just threw the hidden dragon invitation aside like throwing trash. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Duan-Ling Tian asked Li Fei, "Right, you said earlier that there were only 5 hidden dragon invitations in the Li clan?" "Yeah. Not anyone can receive a hidden dragon invitation." Li Fei's tone sounded slightly complacent, and she had an expression that said, "You're ignorant." "So it could be said that each hidden dragon invitation has an extraordinary value?" Duan-Ling Tian's eye shone. Of course, almost every youth of the younger generation in Aurora City wants to participate in the yearly Young Genius gathering, but because the Hidden Dragon invitation's threshold is too high, they can only be denied entrance at the door. After all, as long as a young genius is able to participate in the gathering, even if they are unable to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list in the end, they will still be able to experience the demeanor of the other young geniuses, maybe even gaining benefits from it and allowing their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an it-goes-without-saying expression. She quickly noticed Duan Ling Tian picking up the Hidden Dragon invitation. She naturally thought that after hearing what she said, Duan Ling Tian started to take the Hidden Dragon list ranking gathering seriously. But who knew that he instead muttered to himself, "After hearing what you said, this Hidden Dragon invitation should be worth a lot of money, right? Looks like I can think about holding a private mini-auction to sell off this Hidden Dragon invitation. Who knows, I might be able to get some money out of it. Yes, I'll do it like this. Could it be that you have no intention whatsoever to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list?" After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Li Fei was so angry that her breathing became rapid. In her opinion, including her, as long as it was a young genius of Aurora City, who wouldn't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list? Being ranked on the Hidden Dragon list was an extremely great honor. Someone on that list could even possibly leave their name behind in Aurora City, allowing the future generations to look at it with reverence. This Duan Ling Tian, however, seemed to think that it was beneath contempt. It's only some fame and reputation, so I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, not caring one bit. In his previous life as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he carried tons of honor and glory and was too high to be touched. Towards this sort of reputation, he had long since been indifferent to it. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, Li Fei had a complicated gaze. What kind of man was this? His age wasn't old, but he seemed to contain boundless life experiences. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked, "Right, I nearly forgot. Little Fei, the Hidden Dragon list ranking, does it have any prizes? For example, the first ranked can obtain some valuable medicinal material or precious items." Li Fei's serious expression was instantly destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. She was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. Of course there are prizes. People ranked inside the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list will be able to obtain corresponding prizes. These prizes are provided by Aurora City's 3 great clans, and they're even better than the prizes from the earlier clan martial meet. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Li Fei with a slightly blaming gaze as he put away the Hidden Dragon invitation as if it was a precious treasure. You didn't ask. Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance. Looks like you don't understand this future husband of yours enough. Yes, we should exchange our feelings more. Come in my room to exchange. Duan Ling Tian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he grinned. Rascal. Thick-skinned. Li Fei was so ashamed that she turned around and fled. In 3 days, I'll come find you. We'll go to the Shao clan estate together, she said as she left. This little girl is getting more and more attractive. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. The burning sensation that came from his lower regions slightly eased up. He wished he could catch up to her and punish her on the spot. 3 days later, Li Fei came at the appointed time. After notifying Ku Er and his mother, Duan Ling Tian left the Li clan estate with Li Fei. The Shao clan estate was situated outside of Aurora City's South City Gate and adjacent to groups of mountains. After Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei produced their Hidden Dragon invitations, they entered the Shao clan estate and under the lead of a Shao clan disciple, they entered the Star Observation Platform. The Star Observation Platform was halfway up the hill, occupying a vast area. Besides the resting pergolas on the side, there were plenty of weapon racks. On the weapon racks were various weapons that anyone could desire. When Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei arrived, there were already quite a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the pair attracted the eyes of the crowd. Of course, the gazes of these youths descended upon Li Fei. To these youths that had just undergone puberty, the hot-bodied Li Fei was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Humph! A group of little kids. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows knit, ignoring the gazes that could kill from the surroundings. He extended his hand and dominatingly grabbed onto Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand as if he was putting on a show of force to the surrounding youths. Open your eyes wide and look properly. This is my woman. Li Fei was suddenly surprised by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Her devilish body unnoticeably trembled, and her angel-like face blushed. Li Fei used a voice that was almost like a mosquito as she said, "Let go of me." "No, I don't want these little kids staring at my future wife." Duan Ling Tian was extremely persistent. "Rascal." After struggling for a while and being unable to struggle free from Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei stared at him slightly angrily. "Even then, you would be the only one who could call me rascal. Other women are not worthy." Duan Ling Tian was very straightforward. "Really?" Li Fei slightly doubted him. "Even pearls aren't so real." Duan Ling Tian had a wide grin. Li Fei's clear eyes narrowed as she derided, "How about Kuer?" "Kuer is different, she's an exception," Duan Ling Tian grunted. His tone was filled with a dominating bearing. "Ninth level of the body-tempering stage?" Gazes of jealousy and envy descended upon Duan Ling Tian one by one. All the youths present quickly saw through Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. Every single one of them was at the core formation stage. A body-tempering martial artist suddenly appearing in their midst attracted the attention of everyone. Most importantly, this body-tempering martial artist was actually asking for a beating by holding the hand of one of the three great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths instantly had unwilling expressions. As far as they were concerned, a ninth-level body-tempering guy had no ability to possess Li Fei. Humph. The Aurora City Youth Gathering is really getting worse year by year. Even a pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly robust youth sneered at Duan Ling Tian. His voice wasn't soft, destroying the short silence in the star observation platform. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him, "Pretty boy? Little Fei, am I really that handsome?" "Hey, they are insulting you." Even Li Fei felt ashamed for Duan Ling Tian's thick face. "Kid, you're jealous, right? You should know that it isn't easy to be a pretty boy. With your idiotic look and that black face of yours, you probably won't even be able to find a wife in the future." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the robust youth as he lightly smiled. Immediately, the other youths looked at the robust youth with strange expressions that had a trace of pity. He just had finished calling a pretty boy as an insult, but a second later that person retaliated and said that he couldn't even compare to a pretty boy. "Kid, I want to challenge you." The robust youth exploded in rage, then he started walking towards Duan Ling Tian in large strides and in full fury. Humph! Just at this moment, a cold grunt sounded from afar. Three youths quickly walked over. The one that grunted was precisely the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around the age of 18 with a cold and reserved bearing, and his sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unyieldingness. "Young Master Yu." The robust youth's expression distorted. It was as if he was a mouse that saw a cat. He was so intimidated that he retreated back. "Young Master Yu." At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their tones were filled with respect. The cold youth ignored them as he walked by himself towards Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian. Just when everyone thought that he was about to greet Li Fei, an unbelievable scene unfolded. "You're Duan Ling Tian? I'm very interested in you." The cold youth's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flickered full of determination. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. My orientation is very normal." As Duan Ling Tian said this, he raised up the hand that held Li Fei's jade-like, small hands and grinned. Li Fei blushed. She wanted to struggle, but she noticed that Duan Ling Tian's hand was like an iron pincer. "My orientation is very normal as well. Li Fei, one of the three great beauties of Aurora City, you have a well-deserved reputation." The corners of the cold youth's mouth slightly trembled. His gaze moved from Duan Ling Tian to Li Fei as he nodded. He then proceeded to walk towards the innermost pergola in the star observation platform. That was the host's place of rest. On the star observation platform, all the youths present gazed at Duan Ling Tian with disbelief. This body-tempering kid could actually cause the cold youth to take him seriously? This was beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? Ninth level of the body tempering stage. Could it be that he is the branch family disciple Duan Ling Tian, who seized second place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago? It can't be. According to what I know, there should be 5 core formation disciples in the entire Li clan younger generation. Yeah, how could they allow a 9th level body tempering disciple seize second place when they have 5 core formation disciples attending? This is impossible and I don't believe it. I heard of this news as well and I don't believe it. Something surely went on behind the scenes. I think so too. Young Master Yu was probably cheated as well, or else he wouldn't pay special regard to this kid. These youths looked at Duan Ling Tian with even more disdainful gazes. Who is he? He seems so arrogant, Duan Ling Tian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiaoyu, the young genius who was second on last year's Hidden Dragon list. At the time he was 17. A year has passed since then, so his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumors say he's on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes had a sense of reverence. I take it that he was stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng last year? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes, he defeated Li Feng with only 9 moves during last year's gathering. Finally, because of a small mistake, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, who went on to become the top-ranked young genius on the Hidden Dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he were the same age as Xiaoyu, he would definitely be inferior to him. Xiaoyu is the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top rank in the Hidden Dragon list will certainly be his, Li Fei slowly said. So it would seem that he's much stronger than Li Qing. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Li Fei shook her head as she said, Li Qing? They aren't even on the same level. Li Qing participated in last year's Hidden Dragon list ranking battles as well, but he wasn't even qualified to be ranked on the list. I have to admit, hearing you speak so highly of Xiaoyu, even I am getting slightly jealous. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he put on an act that he was slightly unhappy. I'm just speaking of the truth. If you don't want to hear it, then defeat him. At that time, I'll naturally stop praising him. Li Fei gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance. If I defeat him, are there any rewards? Duan Ling Tian asked. What naughty ideas are you thinking of? Li Fei said vigilantly. What naughty ideas could I think of? Looks like you think I can defeat him, or else you wouldn't be so vigilant against me. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Noticing Duan Ling Tian using the opportunity to continuously flirt with her, Li Fei was slightly speechless. Li Qing has arrived. Li Qing was the champion in the Li clan martial meet 1 month ago. He is the fully deserving champion of the Li clan's younger generation. Allegedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. 2nd level of the core formation stage? Isn't that similar to young Master Yu? Even if they are both at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, there is still a difference. Young Master Yu has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. His offensive martial skill has been cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were both cultivated to the mastery stage. Yeah, Li Qing has only recently stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. However, young Master Yu broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, young Master Yu was ranked 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list, whilst Li Qing didn't even have the qualification to be ranked. The difference between the two are like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth that came alone naturally heard the discussions of the people on the star observation platform. His expression slowly turned gloomy. Xiaoyu. His gaze descended upon the innermost pergola onto the cold youth's shadow that was within. But unfortunately, ever since he appeared, Xiaoyu had not once glanced his way. Li Qing's gaze turned slightly cold. He had set a target for himself before coming to this year's gathering. Defeat Xiaoyu and be ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Xiaoyu, I'll let you be complacent for now, but I will surely defeat you, for sure. Li Qing's eyes were filled with a brutal light. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Li Qing's gaze descended upon the youth and young girl that were in front of him. A youth in violet clothes and a young girl in light violet clothes were standing together. They looked like a heavenly couple, especially since their hands were held together. Fei. A burning rage arose in Li Qing's heart. He couldn't bear with it anymore and directly walked over. Take your hands away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's cold gaze, which was filled with killing intent, descended onto the youth in violet clothes, seeming ready to swallow him up. I'm curious though, how do you plan on crippling me? Duanling Tian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take notice of Li Qing's threat. You're courting death. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy, and his eyes emitted a dense coldness, as he prepared to attack Duanling Tian. Li Qing, I've already told you, I'll never ever be with you, so stop wasting time on me. Li Fei's expression turned grim as she snapped. Fei, once I cripple this trash, then you'll know who is worthy of being your man. Li Qing took a deep breath. He felt it difficult to suppress the rage in his heart. As he took a step forward, his imposing manner seemed to pierce through the sky. Li Qing. Just at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded, causing Li Qing's body to stop in place. Li Qing, if you dare to attack before the gathering begins, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's hidden dragon list will have no relation to you anymore. Unknowingly, Wen Xiaoyu walked over in large strides, his voice icy cold and bone-piercing. Fine. I'll wait until the gathering starts, and then I'll teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath, then his eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Trash? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a grin. Did this Li Qing really think he admitted defeat the other time because he was scared of him? It was because Patriarch Li Ao had meddled in the other time. Or else it would be impossible for him to admit defeat. This time no one could stop him. Let's go sit over there. After sweeping Li Qing with a disgusted gaze, Li Fei seemed to be trying to avoid a fly as she pulled on Duanling Tian's hand and walked into the empty pergola nearby. She sat shoulder to shoulder with Duanling Tian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting open from anger. Duanling Tian, today you will certainly die. Li Qing gave Duanling Tian the death punishment in his heart. As far as he was concerned, a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that, with his honored status in the Li clan, it wouldn't be a problem even if he killed him. Little Fei, that Li Qing seems like he wishes he was able to eat my flesh and drink my blood right now. Looks like wanting to make you my wife carries with it a threat to my life. Although they were fairly far from each other, Duanling Tian could still detect Li Qing's killing intent. You're scared. Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared. Duanling Tian indifferently smiled. As the former strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he really didn't know what scared meant. Duanling Tian and Li Fei had actually arrived relatively early to the genius gathering that was hosted by the Xiao clan. As time passed by, more and more people arrived. Among these people were two Li clan members, Lian, Li Zhong. Besides the Li clan duo, Duanling Tian recognized one more person, Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi once more, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be slightly startled because he noticed that Lin Qi's disposition had changed. After inheriting the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian saw things in a unique way. With merely a glance, he noticed that Lin Qi had already stepped into the core formation stage. Lin Qi walked over shoulder to shoulder with another youth. This youth was around the age of 18 and had a slight similarity to Lin Qi between his brows. Recalling something he had heard from before, Duanling Tian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhua, Lin Qi's elder brother, the top disciple in the Lin clan's younger generation. When Duanling Tian looked at Lin Qi also looked towards Duanling Tian. He said something to the youth beside him before the two of them walked over quickly. This scene also fell into the eyes of the youth genius present in the star observation platform. Duanling Tian. Lin Qi greeted Duanling Tian. Long time no see. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. This is my elder brother, Lin Zhou. Elder brother, he is Duanling Tian. Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhou to Duanling Tian and vice versa. Duanling Tian, I have long since heard my little brother mention you. Relying merely on your 8th level body tempering cultivation to defeat him who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage at the time was truly shocking. Lin Zhuo lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian. I too have long since heard of your name, the Lin clan's number one of the younger generation. Nice to meet you. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that during the Li clan martial meet, you could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths even though your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Is this true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he gazed fixedly into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was as if he was trying to see something through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. But he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian only smiled mysteriously. From start to finish, his eyes were tranquil, without any changes. Little Qi, whether it is true or not, you will find out once the gathering begins. You're still worried you won't be able to see it. Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhuo was much calmer. The two brothers took their leave a short while after and walked to another empty pergola. This Duan Ling Tian seems to really be not so simple. Could it be that the rumors were true? Even Lin Zhuo took the initiative to greet him, so his reputation is great. Yeah. Lin Zhuo didn't even pay attention to the Li clan's champion of the younger generation. He directly went to greet Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't Lin Zhuo's little brother, Lin Qi, defeated by Duan Ling Tian? Why wasn't there any hostility between them when they met? You don't even understand this? The proverb is correct. A friendship grows from the exchange of blows. Maybe they are already friends. You have a point. The young geniuses from Aurora City's clans started whispering in discussion. Humph. When Li Qing heard all this, his face became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is your best opportunity to cripple that Duan Ling Tian. Unknowingly, when Lian arrived beside Li Qing and instigated. It isn't your place to make remarks on how I do things. Fuck off. Li Qing's gaze turned cold and his voice was icy. Lian's face froze. He took in a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Lian's face was extremely ugly. As one of the outstandingly clanned younger generation disciples, he had his pride. Ever since he started cultivating, among the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing suppressed him at every moment. He had long since been unsatisfied with Li Qing. Now, Li Qing shaming him in such a way caused a killing intent to uncontrollably rise in his heart. Duan Ling Tian's sensitive senses noticed a killing intent. When he raised his head and looked over, Lian. Duan Ling Tian saw Lian leaving from where Li Qing sat. The killing intent came from Lian and was pointed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't simple. Vigilance arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although in terms of strength Li Qing was stronger than Lian, in terms of the level of danger, it would be impossible for Li Qing to reach Lian's level. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian would be the poisonous snake that was hiding in the dark. The latter was much more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, there was a stir in the star observation platform. Xiao Lan is here. Equally famous as Li Fei and Lin Yuhuan, she is one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Her reputation is well-deserved. The sounds of exclamations rose and fell. The burning gazes of the youths descended on the young girl who was walking over from afar. The young girl had a head of soft and smooth long hair. It was like a pouring waterfall flying about with the wind. Her drop-dead gorgeous face seemed to have gone through the care and precision of a sculptor. Under the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to transform into a fairy that came down from heaven. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was also drawn by the young girl who was walking over from afar. Xiaolan. He had heard of this name. One of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, equally famous to Li Fei. In the beginning, he didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, no matter whether it was Ku Er or Li Fei, they were both rare drop-dead gorgeous beauties. Other women couldn't possibly compare with them. But seeing Xiaolan today, Duan Ling Tian realized his mistake. This Xiaolan's looks were indeed not one bit inferior to Li Fei's. Xiaolan seemed to be around the age of 18. Her actions were elegant and her smile was like a flower. Every smile or frown emitted an exalted and refined charm. If Li Fei was a red rose, charming like fire, then Xiaolan would be pure like a snow lotus. Although their appearances were on par, their dispositions were completely different, being 2 complete opposites. What an excellent girl of respectable descent. Duan Ling Tian secretly praised her in his heart. Ah! Suddenly, Duan Tian felt a jolt of pain from his thigh, and he was unable to stop himself from shouting out. Only now did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him and had extended her hand to mercilessly pinch his thigh. "Didn't you say that other women are not worthy?" Li Fei was slightly vexed. "My good Fei, everyone loves a beauty. Hurry and take away your hand, I won't look anymore." Duan Tian smiled bitterly. But in his heart, however, he was busting with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly indicated that she was jealous. In other words, although she wasn't willing to admit it, in her heart she had already tacitly approved of him being her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous? After freely moving about the flower bushes in his previous life, Duan Tian was extremely familiar with the thoughts of women. "Humph!" Li Fei grunted resentfully. Only then did she let go. Duan Tian's gaze descended upon the young girl beside Xiaolan. Compared to Xiaolan, the young girl was outshone. It wasn't that she was ugly. In terms of appearance, she was absolutely on par with Li Shishir. But compared to Xiaolan, she was quite inferior. Duan Tian watched Xiaolan and the young girl enter the innermost pergola. At this time, Xiaoyu greeted them. He extended his hand and held Xiaolan's hand, bringing her into the pergola. So it turned out that she was Xiaoyu's woman. But these guys still dared to look at her unrestrainedly. Aren't they afraid that Xiaoyu will come for them later? Duan Tian noticed that most of the youths still had their gazes fixed upon Xiaolan. "Only you have such complicated thoughts. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are siblings, twins?" Li Fei gave Duan Tian a disdainful glance. "Twins?" For an unknown reason, after hearing what Li Fei said, Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiaolan seems to be not so simple. Duan Tian's gaze descended on the young girl beside Xiaolan. He was sure that this young girl that was around the age of 17 was not a body-tempering martial artist but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she's the Xiao clan's patriarch's daughter, Xiaoyun, the former top disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court. Equally famous to our Li clan's Li Kuang and the Lin clan's Lin Qi, Li Fei said. Duan Tian felt enlightened. He finally recalled. When he fought Lin Qi that day, Lin Qi had mentioned Xiaoyun. After a short while longer, everyone had finally arrived. At this time, as the host, Xiaoyu walked out and arrived at the center of the star observation platform. "Everyone, before the gathering starts, I have a good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have produced many good things as prizes for the young geniuses that will be ranked in this year's Hidden Dragon list," Xiaoyu slowly said. On the star observation platform, the sounds of hurried breathing could be heard, especially the youths that weren't from the 3 great clans. All of their eyes shone and they became slightly decomposed. Seeing this, Duan Tian was able to understand their feelings. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all forms business, meaning the other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To the young geniuses of these small clans, the prizes that were obtained from being ranked in the Hidden Dragon list were prizes that even if their clans spared no efforts to obtain, they would be incapable of getting their hands on it. "Young Master Yu, what prizes are there? Tell us." "Yeah, young Master Yu, we want to know." The young geniuses from the small clans asked one after the other. "Humph. A bunch of bumpkins." Li Qing, who was standing alone at a corner, had a disdainful smile on the corners of his mouth. Li Qing's voice was quite loud. Instantly, all of the young geniuses from the smaller clans glared at him. "What? Don't like what I said? If you don't, when the gathering starts, I welcome all of you to challenge me." Li Qing completely turned a blind eye to their enraged gazes. Seeing this, Duan Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. This Li Qing actually really thought himself to be peerless under the heavens. Lian watched this from afar with an expression of disdain. "Boorish." Using a voice only he could hear, Lian muttered to himself. "Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell." As Xiaoyu finished speaking, the gazes of all the young geniuses were drawn towards him. Even Duan Tian was no exception. The reason he came to participate in this genius gathering wasn't for the ranking, the Hidden Dragon list, or whatever. He didn't have a sliver of interest in those. The only thing that mattered to him were the material prizes. After the deliberation of our 3 great clans' patriarchs, it was decided that the one who is ranked first in this year's Hidden Dragon list will receive 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 10 origin increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 300,000 silver. On the star observation platform, the sounds of people letting out breaths of cold air rose and fell. This year's prizes were much better than last year's. Seems to be not bad. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and a greedy light flashed within before vanishing instantaneously. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, no matter where, were considered items of great value. The origin increasing pill was the medicinal pill core formation martial artists used to increase their cultivation level, so it was extremely valuable. Grade 8 gold injury pills, even in the Fresh Breeze Town Li branch family, there were only 2 then. After using one on Duan Ling Tian, there was only 1 remaining, easily showing how rare and valuable it was. 3 300-year-old blood lingzies were more than enough to provide a huge increase to the cultivation stage of a defensive martial skill. The 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you need to obtain it first. Li Fei provoked. Little Fei, if I can get the first rank in this hidden dragon list, you'll become my wife. How about if? Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly. We'll talk about it when you really are the first. Li Fei didn't take it seriously. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was extremely bizarre, as Li Fei saw it, his strength was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing's, maybe even slightly inferior to the Lin clan's Lin Zhua, let alone the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu. Of course, she believed that, in the future, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly surpass Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu. After all, Duan Ling Tian was only 16 this year. On the other hand, Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu were 2 full years older than him. If it was the Hidden Dragon list ranking of next year, she believed that Duan Ling Tian would be able to be the first. This year, however, she didn't look favorably at Duan Ling Tian. Then I'll take it as you've agreed. Duan Ling Tian smiled. His burning gaze once again descended upon Li Fei's hot and charming body. His lower regions were burning as they had a reaction again. Truly an attractive and alluring young girl. If it's like this, isn't it slightly unfair? Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sly expression. Then why don't you tell me what's fair? Duan Ling Tian asked. If you can't obtain the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list, no matter what ranking you obtain, your prizes must be given to me. Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes with an expression that said, let's see if you dare to agree or not. Little Fei, you really are greedy. When I marry you, I don't have to worry about suffering any losses anymore. Okay, I agree. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Hearing Duan Ling Tian agree, the smile that was on the corners of Li Fei's mouth froze. This money grubber actually agreed? Could it be that he really was confident? Or maybe he concealed his strength? At this instant, Li Fei's thoughts couldn't help but cause a sense of regret to be aroused in her heart. Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei's constantly changing expression, so he asked in vigilance, Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Humph. We'll discuss it when you've really got the first place in the Hidden Dragon list, Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the young geniuses in the star observation platform had slightly calmed their moods. Young Master Yu, the other 2 people who are ranked in the top 3, what are their prizes? Another youth asked. This year's Hidden Dragon list's 2nd and 3rd ranked will each get 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 200,000 silver, Xiao Yu answered. Although the prizes of the 2nd and 3rd ranks were significantly lesser than the first to most of the people present, they were still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, they will each get 1 high-grade profound rank martial skill, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 300-year-old blood lingzi, and 100,000 silver, Xiao Yu continued. The star observation platform was filled with a rising determination. As long as they were able to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, besides being well known in Aurora City, they would still be able to obtain such abundant prizes. Everyone was rubbing their hands together and were eager to have a go. Now the gathering begins. After finishing the announcement, Xiaoyu returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform to stand shoulder to shoulder with his sister, Xiaolan, and prepare for battle. Brother, unless something unexpected happens, the first rank for this year's Hidden Dragon list will surely be yours. Xiaolan smiled faintly, seeming noble and elegant. If it was a month ago, I could be certain that nothing unexpected would happen, but now there's an unknown and unstable element. Xiaoyu shook his head. His gaze directly descended upon the violet-clothed youth far away. He is. Xiaolan looked over as well. Duan Ling Tian. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted as a battle-intent surfaced from his body. Duan Ling Tian? The 9th-level body-tempering martial artist that took second place in the Li clan's martial meet? According to the rumors, it's said that he can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Brother, didn't you feel it to be too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then it wouldn't be a groundless rumor. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own 2 eyes that day. How could this be faked? Also, you should know well of my intuition. It has never once been wrong. Xiaoyu slowly said. Brother, don't tell me. A startled expression surfaced on Xiao Lan's beautiful face. The intuition of her twin brother was something she was extremely clear of. It could be considered to be a miraculous ability that came naturally. Ever since they were small, her twin brother's intuition had never once been wrong. You're right, my intuition is telling me that he is extremely dangerous. It's difficult to even compare Lin Zhuo with him. Xiaoyu nodded. But he seems to only be 16. Xiao Lan's face was slightly red and her breathing was hurried for a second. So what if he's 16? In our Crimson Sky Kingdom's history, there have been many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. The appearance of someone abnormal like Duan Ling Tian isn't rare, Xiaoyu said. At this moment, Xiaoyun, who stood beside Xiao Lan, couldn't help herself and spoke. Brother Yu, in the Li clan's martial meet, didn't this Duan Ling Tian lose to Li Qing? I heard of this too. Xiao Lan nodded. Lose to Li Qing? Who told you? That was him admitting defeat. Xiaoyu shook his head as if he was thoroughly familiar with the circumstances of the Li clan's martial meet. If he can defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiaoyun was reluctant to concede. Little Yun, let me ask you, if our Xiao clan's martial meets champion was taken by a branch family disciple that was a disciple of another surname, what would happen? Xiaoyu didn't directly answer Xiaoyun but instead gave her a question. Brother, what you mean is... Someone asked Duan Ling Tian to admit defeat? Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That is my guess. Xiaoyu nodded. Brother Yu, everything you said is only just your guess. Xiaoyun was still slightly unwilling to concede. In her entire life, she only admired one person in terms of the martial Tao, and that person was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu caused her to feel that she was not his equal. But now Xiaoyu said that someone might have the strength to defeat him. Moreover, it was a 16-year-old youth, so it was difficult for her to accept this. Little Yun, whether or not my guess is correct, you'll know very soon. Xiaoyu shook his head. He didn't debate with Xiaoyun. Presently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan that had won 3 consecutive victories. His imposing manner shot towards the sky. The youth looked towards the surroundings as he slowly said, Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? Me. A Xiao clan youth flew out and stood to face the youth. After a moment, the two fought, merely in a single move. The Xiao clan youth defeated the other youth. It was a good fight. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong took the 5th place in the Xiao clan's martial meet last month. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan young geniuses present today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple from a large clan, the weakest had such formidable strength. Looks like I don't have a chance of being ranked in the Hidden Dragon list. Being able to witness the young geniuses of the 3 great families striving for the top rank could also be considered as a pretty good gain. Some of the small clan young geniuses were slightly dejected. Of course, there were some small clan young geniuses who had a fearless battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. After a short while, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 opponents. Li Fei smiled as she said, this Xiaoyang's strength is pretty good, not inferior to Li Zheng's. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was slightly dazed. I naturally didn't sleep enough as I had no wife to hug. Duan Ling Tian smiled playfully. Rascal! Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian. In this short amount of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another opponent. Is there anyone who wants to battle this Xiao? Xiao Yong said politely. Me. A voice sounded from one of the pergolas on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked over. The youth had a robust build and had a straightforward appearance. If only looking at his outer appearance, he would be thought to be an honest person. But with a closer look, it could be noticed that the youth's eyes were extremely intelligent, and they occasionally flashed with a cunning brilliance. Xiao Yong lightly smiled as he asked, "What's your name, brother?" The youth blinked his eyes as he said, "Meng Quan." "Brother Meng Quan, I beseech your guidance." Xiao Long went into stance. Eh. Duan Ling Tian was originally drowsy, but his spirit was refreshed the moment he saw Meng Quan. What's different about this Meng Quan? Noticing Duan Ling Tian's change, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting. Xiao Yong is going to lose. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. What have you noticed? Li Fei pursued. Call me brother and I'll tell you. Pay. You wish shameless, stinking rascal. While Duan Ling Tian's spirit was shocked, this Meng Quan is not simple. Xiao Yu's expression was heavy as well. Brother you wouldn't be wanting to say that this person's strength is also bizarre like Duan Ling Tian's, right? Xiao Yun didn't take it seriously. Just at this moment, Meng Quan and Xiao Yong had started their battle. Whoosh! Xiao Yong's body moved as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly floating as he flashed towards Meng Quan. Middle grade profound rank movement technique. Leaf dance. You're a man. Why cultivate a woman's movement technique? Meng Quan shook his head. Bang! His legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball rushing out to intercept Xiao Yong. His speed was faster than Xiao Yong's. Vortex palm. Xiao Yong's pupils constricted. As he flashed towards Meng Quan, he slapped out a palm of accumulated force. His attack was bold and unconstrained and with origin energy raging. Devastating ox fist. When Meng Quan swung out his fist, his origin energy burst apart and caused a surge of invisible currents of air as it moved to intercept Xiao Yong's palm strike. Above both of them were two ancient mammoth silhouettes each, which dashed out and collided together with a loud bang. Meng Quan's body lightly trembled. Ah! Xiao Yong emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying. I'm not a match for you. Xiao Yong slowly stood up and nodded to Meng Quan. He was sincerely convinced and thus retreated. Hee, it was a good fight. Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, but his eyes that flickered with a shrewd light sold him out. You had already noticed earlier that Xiao Yong wasn't a match for him? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as if wanting to get the answer from Duan Ling Tian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his strength. His true strength is probably on par with Li Qing's. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at Meng Quan. It was difficult to discern the cultivation of a martial artist at the core formation stage and above only by looking because of the presence of origin energy. The only way to determine an approximate cultivation level was to base the estimation on the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were developed by the martial artist from drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. But Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, was equivalent to a living rebirth martial emperor. His eyesight was unique. He could discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling Meng Quan gave him was similar to Xiao Yu, Lin Zhua, and Li Qing, the second level of the core formation stage. Even though he can defeat Xiao Yong, that only shows that his martial skills have a high cultivation stage. Up until now, he has only exerted the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, opting to not debate on the matter with Li Fei. It wouldn't be long before the facts proved everything. So that's how it is. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously he noticed as well. Xiao Yong is really useless. Xiaoyun's beautiful eyebrows knit as her body jerked before lightly descending nearby to Meng Quan. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this scene. Brother, can Xiao Yun defeat him? Xiao Lan asked in a light voice. Based on my estimation, among the young geniuses currently present in the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people who might have a chance at defeating him, so much as there might not even be 3 people. Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Lan's elegant and refined face emitted a shocked expression. She didn't expect that besides Duan Ling Tian, there was another who her brother would regard so highly. Big guy, I'll fight you, Xiaoyun shouted in a delicate voice. Woman? I don't bully women. Meng Quan frowned. You! Xiaoyun's face turned red from anger and her delicate body started to wildly tremble. Does this Meng Quan think that defeating Xiao Yang makes him peerless under the heavens? 1 month ago during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiao Yong wasn't Xiao Yun's match either. Yet he actually dares to look down upon Xiao Yun. This bumpkin probably doesn't even recognize Xiao Yun. Since when did the Meng clan have such a figure? Some of the youths from the small clans started to discuss together. Go die! Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure transformed into a gust of wind that flew towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was faster than the earlier Xiao Yong, even having a speed comparable to Meng Quan's. Meng Quan was slightly shocked. Not daring to continue looking down upon Xiao Yun, he moved to intercept her. Devastating ox fist. This time, Meng Quan and Xiao Yun collided head-on and were equally matched. This Xiao Yun's strength is quite good. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked. That's for sure. Among the younger generation females of the Xiao clan, her natural talent isn't inferior to Xiao Lan's. Li Fei said. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he asked, How about compared to you? More or less? Li Fei said. Xiao Yun is about to lose. Abruptly, Duan Ling Tian saw the slight movements of Meng Quan and his eyebrows raised up. This guy finally couldn't hold back any longer. He could clearly see the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist instantly increase explosively, surpassing the scope of a first-level core formation martial artist. But it did not reach the second level of the core formation stage. Thus it did not draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop the third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something Xiao Yun could compare to. Devastating ox fist. Meng Quan attacked once more, its sound and force like thunder. Bang! Xiao Yun was knocked backwards and her face turned deathly pale as she looked at Meng Quan in disbelief. She noticed that the strength of this big guy seemed to instantaneously increase a level, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. Let's do it again. Meng Quan grinned. Xiao Yun glared in return, angrily returning to Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan's side. Good. All the young geniuses form the smaller clans had expressions of disbelief and couldn't help themselves from cheering. Although they had compassion towards women, Meng Quan was, after all, a young genius from the smaller clans like them. So Meng Quan's accomplishments allowed them to gain pride and satisfaction. I'll battle you. The figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong's strength was pretty good, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of a single punch from Meng Quan. So he lost quickly. Okay, you guys play first, I'll take a short rest. After defeating Li Zhong, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and started gobbling down the light refreshments and tea prepared by the Xiao clan. As time flew by, most of the people present had commenced a battle. Only a few youths of the 3 great clans were yet to commence a battle. Among them were Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. Whoosh! Li Fei flew out and descended in the center of the star observation platform, attracting many burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei was on par with Xiao Lan. But the two of them were completely different types. Compared to Xiao Lan, who was like a fairy that transcended the mundane, Li Fei was the other extreme. With a devilish body and a face of an angel, she was even more attractive to men. Xiao Lan. Li Fei's gaze descended upon Xiao Lan as she called her name in challenge. Both being one of Aurora City's 3 beauties, none of them were willing to give in as they both wanted to defeat the other in an aspect. For a moment, the gazes of the people present all shone. A spar between 2 of the 3 beauties of Aurora City was a rare scene indeed. They all felt that this trip wasn't for naught. Xiaolan moved with graceful steps, coming to face Li Fei. Two unrivaled beauties standing together caused the atmosphere in the star observation platform to become silent. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't miss their fight, and he watched on with a fixed gaze. Wanderer's flash. Li Fei moved, seeming like a flashing red rose, her speed fast like a bolt of lightning. Cloud prancing. Xiaolan moved as well. Her transcendent figure seemed to flutter. Above each of the two young girls were two ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out, seeming to be cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two young girls were on par. Starfall Fist. Li Fei's fist smashed down with origin energy bursting forth, transforming into a fist silhouette that seemed to be a falling shooting star. It was difficult to distinguish its genuineness. Cloud-dispelling palm. Xiao Lan's palm swept out with a shapeless current filled with origin energy that dispersed out as if transforming into a group of white clouds. They seemed tranquil but actually contained killing intent. Bang! Among the fist silhouettes, Li Fei's true fist strike blasted out, creating a surge of explosions in the air. Whoosh! After the group of clouds, Xiao Lan's fine, jade-like hands appeared as a palm suffused with vast amounts of origin energy descended. Bang! The palm and fist collided with each other. The bodies of the two girls jerked before both retreating 3 steps. Noticing Li Fei's body jerking, Xiao Lan seemed to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, leave it at this. Even if you continue, it would only result in you two being equally matched. How about stopping here? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian. But she knew that what Duan Ling Tian said was a fact. Xiao Yu stood out as well as he said with a smile, yeah, you two will be considered as tied. If the two of you go at it head-to-head, the result would be both of you being injured. After returning to Duan Ling Tian's side, Li Fei asked in a questioning manner, were you worried that I'd injure her? Slander. I absolutely didn't have such thoughts. I was only afraid she would injure you and affect your ranking in the hidden dragon list. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly provided an explanation. Really? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course, Duan Ling Tian said decisively. That Meng Quan. Suddenly, Li Fei lifted her head and looked afar. Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped before returning to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended upon a proud and aloof figure that stood afar. That's right, no doubt about it. You are Li Qing, right? Didn't you say we were all bumpkins and we could challenge you? I'll now represent us bumpkins and challenge you. The Li clan's genius. Meng Quan was speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned gloomy as he walked out quickly. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a sneer, as if he had heard the joke of the century. What's with all the nonsenses? Let's fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good. I will quickly make you regret your decision. Li Qing turned angry from embarrassment. Whoosh! Li Qing's body flashed towards Meng Quan as 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly formed above him. His speed was shockingly fast. I heard long ago that the Li clan's #1 in the younger generation, Li Qing, had cultivated his high-grade profound rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, he really has a well-deserved reputation as expected. Since Meng Quan dared to challenge him, his courage deserves compliment, but unfortunately, before Li Qing, who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, it isn't enough. No matter what, Meng Quan is fighting for us. The young geniuses of the smaller clans discussed with each other. Finally, I have a worthy opponent, Meng Quan said in a slightly lazy manner, his body moving straight after. Whoosh! Instantly, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Bang! Meng Quan's legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball that had a speed not one bit inferior to Li Qing's, moving to intercept him. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. On the star observation platform, besides Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, everyone else was dumbstruck. This Meng Quan was actually a 2nd-level core formation martial artist. Only now did the people present realize that this Meng Quan was concealing his strength during the battles earlier. He wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. He was actually the fourth second-level core formation martial artist present besides Xiaoyu, Lin Zhua, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted. His state of mind was obviously startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Devastating ox fist. Meng Quan's full-force punch had even denser origin energy. Dark nether finger. Origin energy twisted around Li Qing's right index finger and condensed into a bizarre origin energy whirlpool. Then he pointed out his finger as if all his energy was gathered on it. This finger strike touched Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's expression focused as his body flew backwards, causing a surge of piercingly cold wind. Meng Quan's eyes flickered with intelligence as he said indifferently, as expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade, profound-rank martial skill, Dark Nether Finger. You were able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, so your comprehension is really good. But a Dark Nether Finger only at the mastery stage? I'm afraid it's unable to defeat me. Bullshit. Li Qing shouted harshly as his body flashed, seeming to transform into a gust of wind blowing towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the side. He's going for the weapons. Instantly, many people perceived what Meng Quan was planning. Meng Quan was precisely moving towards the weapon racks. Humph! Seeing this, Li Qing didn't pursue but instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he pursued and won, it would still be an undignified victory, so he disdained doing so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only then would he be able to trample on his opponent's dignity, receive gazes of veneration from the surrounding spectators, and satisfy his conceited heart. Whoosh! Meng Quan lifted his hand and grabbed a weapon off the weapon rack. A black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. He flashed towards Meng Quan as if transforming into a dragon that was swimming swiftly like a flash and drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. Come at me. Meng Quan released a loud shout as the black iron rod in his hand shook, lightly trembling. Thousand Shadow Rod. Instantly, the black iron rod trembled and was swung out along the course of Meng Quan's hand. A string of rod shadows descended straight towards Li Qing, who was moving towards him, menacingly approaching. That's all you got? Li Qing's feet stomped on the ground in a hurry, avoiding the black iron rod as he pointed his finger out. His finger strike tore through space as it went straight for Meng Quan. Dark Nether Finger. If his finger that contained a whirlpool of origin energy were to touch Meng Quan, the consequence would be obvious. Don't get happy too early. Meng Quan smiled indifferently. An ominous premonition arose in Li Qing's heart. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind came from behind. Li Qing's expression distorted as he hurriedly withdrew his dark nether finger and exerted strength with his legs. Swimming dragon steps. Not only that, he even instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden bell cover. Bang! The black iron rod menacingly approached and shattered the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body, descending upon his back and blasting him flying. Bang! Li Qing was unable to maintain his balance and dropped to the ground in a sorry state. His back faced the sky while his face faced the ground, eating a mouthful of dust. Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing as he indifferently said, "The middle-grade profound rank defense martial skill? Golden bell cover. At the mastery stage isn't enough to withstand my 1,000 Shadow Rod. But it was fortunate that you circulated Golden Bell cover in time and nullified half of the force from 1,000 Shadow Rod. If you hadn't, this rod strike would have been more than enough to shatter your spine. Right? Bear in mind not to insult others as bumpkins. Your current circumstances would only cause others to think you're even inferior to a bumpkin." The flames of annihilation and fierceness disappeared from Meng Quan's eyes and his serious expression quickly returned to his earlier straightforward appearance. If everyone hadn't experienced the resolute and ruthless side of him earlier, they might really be cheated by his harmless appearance. You! Li Qing had only just recovered slightly from his injuries with the assistance of a grade 9 gold injury pill. Hearing what Meng Quan said caused him to nearly faint from anger. I didn't expect Meng Quan's strongest move to not be his middle-grade profound rank martial skill, devastating Ox Fist, but the high-grade profound rank 1000 Shadow Rod, and his 1000 Shadow Rod seems to have stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan possesses the 1000 Shadow Rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so blunt to Li Qing. Do you really think he has any relationship with the Li clan? I nearly forgot about that. Satisfying. This Li Qing said that we were bumpkins earlier, but now he's even inferior to a bumpkin. Ha ha. The young geniuses of the smaller clans had expressions filled with pride and satisfaction as they looked at Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned even uglier, gloomy to the point that it seemed that water would drop out. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan as he said, in a cold voice, Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was only careless earlier. If not for that, you might not have been able to defeat me. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skills and movement technique were on par with Meng Quan's. The reason he lost was because he was prejudiced by his first impression of Meng Quan and looked down upon him. What, do all of your Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life and death battle earlier, and I followed up my victory by pursuing you, you would undoubtedly have died. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah. Even if you were careless, that is your problem. One of the young genius from a small clan couldn't help himself from speaking in support. Humph. In the Hidden Dragon List competition, victory is decided in a single battle, so I will naturally abide by this rule. But after today, I will sooner or later find you for a battle and wash away the shame of today. Li Qing grunted. You think I will waste more of my physical strength on you? This won't do. I'm hungry again. Meng Quan quickly ran back into the pergola and started gulping down the light refreshments inside, causing the people present to be amazed. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is interesting. Duan Tian shook his head and laughed. Hurry up and tell the truth. Did you notice since the beginning that he was at the second level of the core formation stage? Li Fei looked towards Duan Tian with an expression that said, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Duan Tian heaved a sigh and said, with a slight lingering fear, Little Fei, you're not even my wife yet, and you already have the appearance of a household affairs manager. Heh! If you become my wife in the future, won't I be entirely controlled by you? Go to hell. Li Fei gave Duan Tian a glare before extending her delicate, jade-like hands to pinch his thigh. Duan Tian's face turned green. In the innermost pergola on the star observation platform. Brother, you saw through Meng Quan since the beginning, right? And you didn't even warn me, causing me to go and bring misfortune to myself, Xiao Yun said, slightly dissatisfied. Little Yun, my intuition told me he wasn't simple. As for the matter of him being at the second level of the core formation stage, even I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Tian. Just at this moment, a voice broke the momentary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out and his gaze descended upon Duan Tian. Duan Tian's eyebrows raised. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Tian unhurriedly walked out of the pergola and slowly walked to face Lin Qi. Compared to the way Lin Qi made an appearance, it formed a distinct contrast. A body-tempering martial artist will always be a body-tempering martial artist. Even if the rumors were even more exaggerated, it wouldn't change the fact that he's only a body-tempering martial artist. Many youth geniuses from the smaller clans glanced at Duan Tian in disdain. Of course, their eyes obviously emitted a trace of envy. The corner of Duan Tian's mouth had a faint smile on it. He guessed the reason why these people were against him. That little girl, Li Fei, was really a source of trouble. Duan Tian, rumors say you can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on your 9th-level body-tempering cultivation. Today, I really want to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Tian as his battle intent increased. That would depend on whether you're capable of forcing me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Duan Tian smiled. Lin Qi had a serious expression but didn't reply. His body flashed as he exploded forth with his full strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Traceless snow steps. Duanling Tian noticed that Lin Qi, who had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, had a speed increase of an entire 2 times compared to the speed he had when he fought with Duanling Tian the other day. But Lin Qi's high-grade, profound rank movement technique, Traceless Snow Steps, was still at the initial stage. However, Duanling Tian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian moved, he suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds so the second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. As the spectators saw it, he was only using the strength of one ancient mammoth. However, relying on a strength that was 1,000 pounds lower than Lin Qi. In terms of speed, Duanling Tian's mastery staged Spirit Serpent Movement Technique utterly defeated Lin Qi's initial stage Traceless Snow Steps. Fuck. I admit defeat. Lin Qi pursued Duanling Tian for a moment, but after noticing that he was completely unable to catch up to him, he couldn't stop himself from spouting out a vulgarity. He was clear of Duanling Tian's skills. Under the condition that he was unable to catch up to Duanling Tian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the ending, he didn't continue to persist. Persisting would only lead to an even greater loss of face. Duanling Tian, your movement technique seems to already be higher than my Traceless Steps by a stage. Lin Qi glanced at Duanling Tian. Nice insight. Duanling Tian grinned. The strength this guy used earlier was absolutely approaching the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Lin Qi thought in his heart. He realized that Duanling Tian was purposefully concealing his weakness. What movement technique did this Duanling Tian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth and was able to be faster than Lin Qi, who exerted the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. The young geniuses of the smaller clans didn't dare to look down upon Duanling Tian anymore. Does anyone else wish to provide their guidance? Since he was already in the arena, Duanling Tian didn't plan to leave straight away. After all, walking up and down was quite tiring. Li Qing's expression was gloomy. He wanted to battle Duanling Tian, but his injuries still needed a while longer to heal. Duanling Tian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he swore in his heart. I'll try. A figure flashed over from afar, descending in front of Duanling Tian. Linjua. There's a common saying. Hunting a tiger requires the cooperation of brothers. Looks like you plan to imitate our forefathers. Linjua. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Linjua, the Lin Chan's top disciple in the younger generation. The 9th ranked in last year's Hidden Dragon list. Duanling Tian and Linjua stood confronting each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were all focused on them. Linjua, 18, second level of the core formation stage, the top disciple in the Lin clan younger generation. Duanling Tian, 16, 9th level of the body tempering stage, the Li clan's second place in the younger generation. Linjua's strength was widely known. However, this Duanling Tian was a figure that was like a comet suddenly appearing on the horizon. Allegedly, he could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on his 9th level body tempering cultivation. Xiao Lan blinked her beautiful clear eyes as she asked, Brother, who do you think will win? I favor Duanling Tian. Xiao Yu's cold face had a rare smile on it. Xiao Yun besides him didn't interrupt this time. She looked at Duanling Tian full of interest. This rascal. Li Fei lightly grit her teeth as her eyes that were clear as water looked at Duanling Tian. Let's start this. Lin Zhua nodded to Duanling Tian, after which his body flashed. Swift lightning steps. Lin Zhua's body flashed accompanied by the sound of thunder striking, approaching in full fury. Noticing this, Duanling Tian moved as well. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His entire body seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he scurried towards Linjua. Eat this, Linjua shouted in a low voice. His hand was like palm leaf fan as it slapped down abruptly. Heaven's net palm. Linjua's palm descended like a net that covered the heavens and earth, enveloping Duanling Tian within and causing him to be unable to flee. The hearts of the people present trembled as they saw this scene. Linjua's heaven's net palm had almost completely enveloped Duanling Tian's upper body. just when everyone thought Duan Tian could only choose to fight Lin Zhua head-on. Whoosh! Duan Tian's body inclined to a degree that seemed like he would fall flat at any moment. This scene caused everyone's heart to be in their throats. Duan Tian's body that was about to touch the floor jerked and abruptly stood up straight, then it seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he leapt behind Lin Zhua. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, every gaze was filled with disbelief. Is this Duan Tian human? Able to complete a movement of such high difficulty? Collapsing fist. Duan Tian fixed his eyes on Lin Zhua's back and his gaze turned cold. His entire body seemed to bend into a heavy bow as he swung out a straight punch with force that was exerted like a landslide, causing a surge of shapeless wind. Lin Zhua's eyes flashed with astonishment. Feeling the wind coming from behind him, he increased his speed. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths completely exploded forth. Swift lightning steps. His speed surged as fast as lightning, dodging Duan Tian's collapsing fist with ease. Duan Tian, if you want to defeat me, merely relying on a strength that's close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths isn't enough. Lin Zhua noticed with a glance that Duan Tian was purposely suppressing his strength. Duan Tian didn't reply. His body flashed once more. Instantly 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 29,000 pounds of strength exploded forth. He was only 1,000 pounds of strength short from forming the 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Instantly, Duan Tian's speed experienced an increase. He was not one bit slower than Lin Zhua's swift lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his Spirit Serpent Movement Technique and Lin Zhua's swift lightning steps were both high-grade profound rank movement techniques and both were cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 1,000 pounds weaker than Lin Zhua, so his speed was not visibly slower than Lin Zhua's. Eat this! Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Zhua once again rushed towards Duan Tian, slapping out a palm that raged with origin energy. Heaven's Net Palm. This time, the net formed of palm silhouettes that covered the heavens and earth nearly completely enveloped Duan Tian's entire body, causing him to have no way out. Duan Tian can't dodge it this time. Many people on the star observation platform thought in their hearts. Li Fei's heart rose to her throat as well. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Tian, who was in a sticky situation, finally moved. His hand flashed past his waist. Sword drawing arts. A violet sword shine appeared. OM. The flexible sword in Duan Tian's hand seemed to have grown a pair of eyes as it directly slapped towards a sword silhouette at the side. Bang! The flat side of the sword slapped out and a clear ringing sounded. Lin Zhua's face distorted. Swift lightning steps. He hastily retreated. The sharp pain coming from his palm caused Lin Zhua to unconsciously flip his palm over and take a glance. On his palm was a 2-finger-wide bruises caused by a sword blade. This scene was caught by many of the people present. Oh my god, Duan Tian actually broke Lin Zhua's Heaven's Net palm with a single sword strike. Unbelievable. No matter whether it was the young geniuses of the 3 families or the young geniuses of the smaller clans, they all presently had an expression filled with disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhua was stupefied for a moment before glancing at Duan Tian with a face filled with a bitter smile. He understood that Duan Tian had showed mercy. If Duan Tian hadn't used the flat side of the sword but used the blade instead, his palm would surely have been sliced in half. It was a good fight. Duan Tian smiled to Lin Zhua. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Tian anymore. A martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage exerting the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. It was absolutely unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied upon the strength of 2 ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhua, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Tian, no wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is marvelous. Seeing it today, its reputation is well-deserved as expected. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun followed behind him. At this moment, the 2 girls looked at Duan Tian with gazes that emitted a trace of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Tian was younger than them. Brother Xiao, you're too kind. Duan Tian lightly smiled. His gaze descended upon Xiao Lan. who was beside Xiaoyu, and nodded to her. My brother rarely gives out praise, Duan Lingtian. You're worthy of it. Xiao Lan smiled beautifully, like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal realm. Yeah, brother Yu has never once praised me. Xiaoyu deeply approved. Then I'm even more terrified. Duan Lingtian laughed. Rascal. A sweet fragrance invaded his nose as a young girl with a devilish body and angelic appearance arrived beside Duan Lingtian. Her hands secretly arrived at Duan Lingtian's waist, lightly twisting. A sharp pain descended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth jerked. This overly jealous girl. Brother Xiao, I expended some physical strength earlier, so I'll go get some rest first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiaoyu. He could imagine how if he was slightly hesitant, Li Fei would surely use even more force. Yeah, Xiaoyu, among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems like only you and Lian haven't had a battle yet. Why don't the two of you have a battle? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no problem with that, but I wonder if Lian would grant me this honor. Xiaoyu looked at the nearby Lian. Young master Yu, spare me, please. How could I be a match for you? Lian hurriedly shook his head in disapproval. Xiaoyu's eyebrows knit. What he disdained the most was the type of person who didn't even have the courage to fight him. In his opinion, this person wouldn't have any great achievement in their lifetime. Besides natural talent and comprehension, courage was the most important trait for a martial artist. Xiaoyu. Just at this moment, a white-clothed, proud, and aloof figure returned to the arena. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze swept past Li Fei just in time to see her walking away shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. His expression was ugly and his gaze turned grim and cold. Xiaoyu naturally caught Li Qing's actions. Li Qing, have the injuries from your battle with Meng Quan healed? Xiaoyu asked, as he was reluctant to take advantage of him. It's only external injuries. They all healed after I consumed a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded. His gaze was still cold and grim. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. Then he moved to confront Li Qing after asking the two girls beside him to stand back. Then let's start. Xiaoyu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmovable like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended upon Xiaoyu. If I can defeat Xiaoyu, Fei will surely hold me in high esteem, so much so that she might leave Duan Lingtian and choose me. Li Qing thought in his heart, his gaze fanatical. Battle intent rising. Defeat Xiaoyu. Swimming dragon steps. Li Qing's body jerked as he fully exerted his strength of 3 ancient mammoths and rushed towards Xiaoyu. He noticed that Xiaoyu standing before him without any intention of making a move. Xiaoyu, I'll defeat you in one move. Li Qing's gaze was cold as his hand shook and swept past the sky in full fury. Dark nether finger. His origin energy condensed into a whirlpool at the tip of his finger as he pointed it out, whistling through the air as it approached Xiaoyu. Right at the instant Li Qing attacked, Xiaoyu moved. Above him, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. He shook his sleeve as he moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly, Li Qing's expression distorted. He noticed that his finger strike seemed to have hit a ball of cotton. He had absolutely nowhere to exert the force within. In the next moment, he realized the danger involved and hurriedly withdrew his hand. It's too late. A cold voice entered Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's sight turned black and he was blasted flying by Xiaoyu's sleeve, shocking his internal organs and causing him to feel something rush forth into his throat. The pride in his heart made Li Qing forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a strong martial skill! Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Xiaoyu's action of swinging his sleeve seemed casual, but in reality it contained a terrifying martial skill which countered strength using softness. It was virtually identical in nature to Tai Chi from his previous life. But unfortunately, the Tai Chi from his previous life had long since declined. At least Duan Lingtian had never met a true Tai Chi master. Tai Chi, it only appeared in the morning exercise of elderly people in parks, having form but not the spirit. Could it be that the martial skill young master you executed earlier was the Shao clan's strongest high-grade profound rank martial skill, Sleeve Dimension? Too terrifying, breaking Li Qing's mastery staged dark nether finger with just a swing of the sleeve. Completely not on the same level. Looks can be deceiving. Now I believe that Duanling Tian absolutely didn't willingly admit defeat that day. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses started discussing animatedly and did not suppress their voices one bit. These voices felt like sharp needles as they entered Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duanling Tian in front of everyone, and let you all know the disparity between him and me. Li Qing swore in his heart. Li Qing looked towards Xiaoyu and asked, in a heavy voice, Xiaoyu, your sleeve dimension has been cultivated to the perfection stage? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded lightly. No wonder. Next time, once my dark nether finger steps into the perfection stage, I will surely come battle you once more. I want to see if your sleeve dimension stronger or if my dark nether finger stronger. Leaving these remarks, Li Qing moved aside. Xiaoyu had a cold expression as he indifferently said, I'll naturally accompany you. Sleeve dimension? Duanling Tian was slightly moved. What a domineering martial skill. Xiaoyu could be considered to have defeated Li Qing without the slightest effort, without any consumption whatsoever. His gaze fell upon the faraway Meng Quan, who was still eating and drinking to his heart's content. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiaoyu directly issued a challenge to Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another dim sum and swallowed it before slowly walking out of the pergola. I'll be using a weapon straight off if it's fighting you, or else I'll surely end up like Li Qing, getting sent flying by a swing of your sleeve. Notifying Xiaoyu, Meng Quan drew a black iron rod from the weapons rack. Do as you please. Xiaoyu nodded. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood to face Xiaoyu. The straightforward smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Although I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to know the disparity between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City's younger generation. Meng Quan had an earnest expression. Suddenly, he moved. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Arriving in front of Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye, the black iron rod in his hand trembled, whistling through the air as it descended. Thousand Shadow Rod. His rod strike transformed into tens of rod shadows as it descended, smashing straight towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu still did not move. He stood there, immovable like a mountain. Facing Meng Quan's head-on blow, his sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost completely twined the sleeve as it lightly jerked. Sleeve dimension. He swung his sleeve out to intercept Meng Quan's menacingly approaching rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod jerked, avoiding Xiaoyu's sleeve, and instantly changed directions to a horizontal sweep at Xiaoyu's waist. Whoosh! Shapeless waves of air vibrated, as the might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If a normal person were to be smashed by this rod strike, it would lead to paralysis or even death. Huh? Xiaoyu is actually not dodging. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He noticed that if Xiaoyu wanted to dodge the attack from Meng Quan, it wouldn't be difficult. But he instead didn't dodge, and he didn't execute sleeve dimension again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan's rod strike to smash down. Is young master you planning to receive Meng Quan's rod strike head-on? Many people had their eyes wide open with expressions of disbelief. Among the people present, only the 4 Xiao clan youths and young girls, including Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, had tranquil expressions. It was as if they were not one bit surprised. Bang! Meng Quan's rod strike finally smashed onto Xiao Yu's waist, or more accurately, it smashed the defensive qi barrier on Xiao Yu's body. The defensive qi barrier abruptly shuddered. In the next moment, it completely shattered. And at the exact moment the defensive qi barrier shattered, Meng Quan let out a shrill cry as he was blasted flying along with his rod, both falling on the ground in a sorry state. This is... Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiaoyu also know it? Moreover, Xiaoyu's greater teleportation was at a higher stage than his, already being cultivated to the mastery stage. That's why he was able to take Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod head-on. After all, they were both high-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage. Its star shift. I heard that the Shao clan possesses a heaven-defying high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill that is able to give someone a dose of their own medicine. Young Master Yu was able to use Star Shift to counter Meng Quan's Thousand Shadow Rod head-on. He surely has cultivated Star Shift to the Mastery stage. Oh my god! Perfect stage sleeve dimension, Mastery stage Star Shift. Young Master Yu's comprehension ability is truly shocking. Many people recognized the defensive martial skills Xiao Yu executed. Star Shift? So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The greater teleportation he cultivated and Xiao Yu's Star Shift were martial skills that had an almost identical effect. The defensive martial skill you cultivate is also Star Shift? Hearing the discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression. She had once fought with Duan Ling Tian and thus knew of the strangeness of his defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's Star Shift. No, only the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called Greater Teleportation. You don't have to be so ruthless, right? I'd rather be defeated how Li Qing was, being forced back by a single swing of your sleeve. If I knew earlier how abnormal your defensive martial skill was, I wouldn't even have fought you. Meng Quan got up with a face full of dust and glanced at Xiao Yu with a gaze filled with hidden bitterness. Immediately, it attracted a wave of sincere laughter. Meng Quan, you were able to make young Master Yu use Star Shift. It's already worthy to be proud of. Yeah, at least you're stronger than someone who is even inferior to bumpkins. Many people laughed as they talked. Don't compare me to someone who suffered defeat at my hands. That's insulting me. Meng Quan glared with an unsatisfied expression. Li Qing, who was standing at the side, had a gloomy expression. He was enraged to the limit. Duan Ling Tian, I want to battle you. Meng Quan looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, returning back to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. After all, his target was the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. If he wanted to get the first rank, then it was necessary for him to have the strength to dominate all of the young geniuses present. But he was puzzled. Why would this Meng Quan directly choose him? He seemingly hadn't fought Linjue yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponent would only be Linjue and Li Qing. But now Li Qing was defeated by me, and I can't defeat Xiao Yu, whereas you defeated Linjue. Thus, I naturally would choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even need to fight Linjue anymore, Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After thinking about it, it was indeed the right argument. You're pretty astute. Duan Ling Tian smiled. After a short moment, Meng Quan attacked, exploding forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He attacked like a gust of wind with rod shadows that covered the skies, smashing straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian moved at a tricky angle, avoiding Meng Quan's rod strike. Noticing Meng Quan's rod strike was sweeping towards him horizontally, Duan Ling Tian moved once more. As if transforming into a serpent, he coiled along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand and moved towards him. There was a common saying, hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you. What the saying said might be what happened right now. Collapsing fist. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Duan Ling Tian's fist smashed directly at Meng Quan's chest, blasting him flying. Pooh! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood before glaring at Duan Ling Tian. What movement technique is that? It feels like it restrains my 1000 Shadow Rod. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. Haven't you heard of hit a snake with a rod, and it will coil up the rod towards you? Even that is possible? Meng Quan smiled bitterly as he withdrew himself. Hit a snake with a rod, and it will coil up the rod towards you. Duan Ling Tian's movement technique, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, virtually seems to be made just to restrict Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod. Meng Quan is really unlucky. Many people had odd smiles on their faces. They could perceive Meng Quan's grievance. Duan Ling Tian. Just at this moment, Li Qing walked out in large strides to arrive in front of Duan Ling Tian. Ha! Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows raised. Li Qing, you don't seem to be lightly injured. Don't tell me you want to fight me in such a state. It's more than enough to defeat you. Li Qing sneered. Everyone can brag. Come on.
Duan Tian silently awaited for Li Qing to make his move.
Wait.
Unexpectedly, Li Qing abruptly called out.
Is something the matter? Duan Tian frowned. This Li Qing was so bothersome. Why don't we make a bet? Li Qing took in a deep breath. His eyes that were like an array of stars glistened. What bet? Duan Tian's gaze shone. The loser of our battle will not come into contact with Fei Fei for their entire lifetime and must take a detour as long you could see her from afar. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing said directly.
Duan Tian's expression froze.
He originally thought Li Qing would bet some medicinal pills, silver, or some sort of other bet. Duan Tian started laughing.
What are you laughing at? Li Qing got angry from embarrassment.
Nothing. I just feel it's funny. What are you to little Fei?
And what qualifications do you have to use little Fei in a gamble?
Did you ask little Fei's opinion? Also, little Fei is a person, not an item. She has her own thoughts. What were you thinking when you made her a part of your gamble?
Did you take her as an item that could be casually lost to another? As Duan Tian asked, each question caused Li Qing's expression to distort.
I. Li Qing was both embarrassed and enraged, but he didn't know how to retort. Nicely said.
Meng Quan praised.
The gazes of the surround people towards Li Qing had a trace of contempt. Speaking of such a gamble, this Li Qing really doesn't want his face anymore.
Any person with a good sense would easily notice that Li Fei liked Duan Tian.
Looks like he really likes Li Fei. Xiao Lan's clear eyes flashed. Vaguely flickered within was a trace of a sense of loss. When Li Qing spoke of the gamble, Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost. But when she heard what Duan Tian said, her expression finally eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Tian was actually so noble. Her heart was warm.
Duan Tian, I want you dead.
Under his extreme rage, Li Qing almost completely lost all reason. On the space above him, the forces of heaven and earth shook as three ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared.
Swimming dragon steps.
Dark nether finger. Li Qing attacked madly, every move containing a bloodthirsty killing intent, without a single shred of mercy, going straight towards Duan Tian's vital points.
Spirit serpent movement technique.
As he dodged, Duan Tian's expression turned grim.
Even a kind person would get enraged when threatened. Li Qing, you're going too far.
Duan Tian sneered as his right hand flashed past his waist and a violet sword shine appeared once again. Sword drawing arts. The icy-cold sword strike that was swift and fierce intercepted Li Qing's dark nether finger. Whoosh! Li Qing swiftly withdrew his attack, dodging Duan Tian's sword strike before striking with his finger once more, aiming towards the flat-side violet meteorite flexible sword's blade. Clang!
But his finger strike descended onto empty space.
Duan Tian had already sheathed his sword.
Since you want to kill me, then I'll cut off your finger. Duan Tian's indifferent voice had just sounded.
In the time it took a bolt of lightning to flash. Whoosh! He drew his sword once more and a violet sword shine flashed by. Sword drawn. Finger cut. Ah!
Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand clasped the bloody spot where his right hand's finger was cut off, his face deathly pale. At this moment, his cut-off finger had already dropped on the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to pour as he extended his left hand to pick up his cut-off finger, leaving the star observation platform as if he was flying.
At this moment, what hidden dragon list ranking what Li Fei? He didn't give a care. He only knew that if he didn't connect this cut-off finger in time, the dark nether finger that he bitterly cultivated for years would be completely crippled. His dark nether finger's might was all on the index finger of his right hand.
Duan Tian, I will surely return today's shame 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar.
Duan Tian's face emitted a cold smile, entirely not paying any attention to Li Qing's threat. The young geniuses in the star observation platform only reacted after Li Qing's figure disappeared before them. Whoosh! 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 Gazes descended onto the violet-clothed youth one after the other.
They all felt a chill run down their spines.
This Duan Tian had acted really decisively. If he said that he would cut off one finger, then he wouldn't cut off a second. Most of the young genius eyes emitted a trace of reverence.
Duanling Tian used his formidable strength and decisive approach to win the reverence of these young geniuses.
He was different from the other young geniuses.
The corners of Li En's mouth curled into a sneer as a sense of joy arose in his heart. Duanling Tian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a little branch family disciple like you will face the Grand Elder's rage.
Li Qing being crippled was something he was happy about.
Duanling Tian getting into trouble was something he was happy about as well.
You're too rash. Li Qing is the Grand Elder's grandson after all. And the Grand Elder has always been protective. Li Fei looked towards Duanling Tian. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly knit.
Little Fei, are you worried about me?
Duanling Tian laughed faintly. You can still laugh even at such a time, Li Fei said angrily.
Don't worry, today's matter is something that many people bore witness to. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and persistently at my heels, I wouldn't have gone so far as to cut off his finger. I didn't kill him, it could be considered as me giving Grand Elder enough face. Duanling Tian made nothing of it.
Regarding today's matter, Grand Elder indeed won't cause trouble for you during the day. But a visible spear is easily withstood, whereas an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I've heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder is not a pushover, Li Fei said anxiously. Duanling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as he lightly smiled. Really? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duanling Tian was extremely obstinate. But she had a plan in her heart. After returning today, she would tell her grandfather what happened and ask him to protect Duanling Tian.
Linjue, do we still need to battle each other? Xiao Yu's gaze descended onto Linjue.
Linjue waved his hand dismissively as he casually said, Forget about it. We only just sparred a few days ago, and I haven't had a break in these past few days. Xiao Yu nodded. Then you'll battle Meng Quan, and once Duanling Tian recovers, I'll battle him and compete for the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. Does anyone have any objections? After he finished speaking, Xiao Yu's gaze swept across all the remaining young geniuses in the star observation platform.
No one made a sound.
Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. This year's Hidden Dragon list's first and second rank will be decided between Duanling Tian and I. The third and fourth rank will be decided between Linjue and Meng Quan. The fifth is Li Qing. Meng Quan. Linjue looked towards Meng Quan. Meng Quan stuffed a piece of dim sum into his mouth and said, in an unclear voice, Wait, I still haven't rested enough. There's no need to hurry. Decide on the last 5 first and we can battle after.
Linjue was speechless.
Okay. Now we'll start the ranking battle for the last 5 ranks in the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Yu nodded. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 great clans continuously battled the outstanding youths of the smaller clans.
In the end, the verdict was
Hidden Dragon list 6th, Li En.
7th and the 8th tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan.
9th and 10th tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. In the Hidden Dragon list, only Meng Quan came from the smaller clans. The other 9 were all from the 3 great clans.
Towards this result, the young geniuses of the small clans were not surprised.
At any rate, they had Meng Quan who entered the Hidden Dragon list this year. At this moment, the sky had already come close to dusk.
Okay.
Meng Quan walked out and directly took up the black iron rod before looking at Lin Qi with a gaze that emitted battle intent. Linjue flew out to confront Meng Quan. Abruptly, they both moved simultaneously.
Immediately, half of the star observation platform was enveloped in rod shadows and palm shadows.
Heaven's net palm formed a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing its opponent to be unable to flee.
Thousand Shadow Rod moved freely like a shadow, always able to give the opponent a quick and ferocious strike at the critical juncture.
Whoosh! The two of them battled for tens of moves. But in the end, Linjue feinted an opening and enveloped Meng Quan with his Heaven's net palm, injuring Meng Quan.
Fuck. The third place is gone. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from spouting out vulgarities. He was slightly vexed and then he casually threw the black iron rod aside.
Although Meng Quan lost, he still obtained the respect of everyone.
A disciple of a small clan being able to achieve such an accomplishment was truly rare. It could be imagined that with his natural talent, if he could obtain the fostering from one of the three great clans, defeating Linjua in the future wasn't impossible.
Meng Quan.
At this moment, Xiaoyu walked out as he looked towards Meng Quan. If you're interested in joining our Xiao clan to become a disciple with another surname of the Xiao clan will spare no efforts in fostering you.
Obviously, Xiaoyu took a fancy to Meng Quan's natural talent, so he extended an olive branch to him. Meng Quan, if you join our Lin clan, what our Lin clan can give you wouldn't be less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhua was unwilling to lag behind.
Linjua is the Lin clan's patriarch's son, so it's normal for him to endeavor to win over Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiaoyu shouldn't be the Xiao clan's patriarch's son, right?
Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from asking Li Fei. You don't know Xiaoyu's background? Li Fei had a strange gaze. Duan Ling Tian shook his head.
Although Xiaoyu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the Xiao clan patriarch's son. Xiaoyu's grandfather is the supreme elder of the Xiao clan, one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul powerhouses, Li Fei explained.
Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered. So that's how it is, no wonder then.
Sorry, but after a period of time, I'm going to leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled regretfully to Xiaoyu and Linjua.
Iron Blood City, join the army? Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. Xiaoyu and Linjua were startled as well. The young geniuses looked at Meng Quan with gazes that seemed like they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wanted to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp?
Although Meng Quan's strength is pretty good, wanting to enter the genius camp seems to still be quite difficult. Yeah, the genius camp test now only requires the age to be below 19, but the strength requirement is also extremely high. Allegedly, even a genius martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage might not be able to pass the test.
This Meng Quan is absolutely insane. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads, as they did not look favorably upon Meng Quan. Linjua's eyes stared fixedly at Meng Quan as he asked, Meng Quan, you plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp?
I plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the genius camp test is extremely rigorous.
Meng Quan smiled in a straightforward manner.
It's far more than just rigorous. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who went and returned, the genius camp test is absolutely abnormal.
In fact, in the past few years, there has hardly been any young geniuses of our Aurora City that were capable of passing the test and entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp.
Linjua heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go, or else I would love to go and have a try. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was cutthroat.
Allegedly, there were plenty of young geniuses that died in there every year.
Linjua's expression turned serious as he said, but if you can't pass the genius camp test, the door to our Lin clan will always be open for you.
He wasn't willing to give up on a talent such as Meng Quan.
Okay.
Meng Quan nodded and agreed.
Meng Quan, when do you plan on leaving? Suddenly, Xiaoyu looked at Meng Quan. His eyes flashed with a thread of light.
The genius camp's yearly test is half a year away. I plan to leave in 5 months. Meng Quan smiled in a straightforward manner.
In 5 months, huh?
At that time, come find me at the Xiao clan. I'll go with you, Xiaoyu said. You're going as well?
Meng Quan was stupefied. Big guy, brother Yu has been planning to enter the genius camp for months.
Xiaoyun grunted. Young Master Yu wants to enter the genius camp? The crowd of young geniuses present in the star observation platform all looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. As far as they were concerned, Xiaoyu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was virtually a decided matter. But once he enters the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, then he will only have a slim chance of surviving. If they were Xiaoyu, they would definitely not take the risk. Even though the returns were great, that would rely upon being able to survive. Once dead, everything is lost. Okay, I'll go with you at that time. At least we can look after each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiaoyu nodded, and his gaze moved on to descend upon Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was just thinking about asking Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, but when he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze sweep over, his body jerked and he directly entered the arena to confront Xiao Yu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gazes descended on the two of them. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu's battle will decided the first ranked on the Hidden Dragon list this year. Do you all think Duan Ling Tian is able to defeat Xiao Yu? How could that be possible? Although I admit Duan Ling Tian is extremely formidable. So much so that his natural talent isn't inferior to young Master Yu's. But he is only 16 after all. He's certainly unable to match young Master Yu right now. Yeah, I think so too. While the young geniuses discussed one by one, Duan Ling Tian moved. And Xiao Yu still stood on the spot, immovable like a mountain. Sword drawing arts. The first move Duan Ling Tian made was already his strongest technique. At the same time, above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed. Battling Xiao Yu, he didn't hold back any longer. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The surrounding young geniuses that were spectating were all struck dumb. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist exerting the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were all true. Whoosh! The violet sword shine mixed with a cold and fierce aura flashed straight towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu swung out his sleeve as his origin energy enveloped the sleeve, trying to roll up the flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Humph! The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. The hand that held the sword shook. Ryup! The sword strike penetrated Xiao Yu's origin energy and pierced through his sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon! As Xiao Yu exclaimed, his expression distorted and he quickly retreated. Shadowless drifting light. Instantly, Xiao Yu created after imagers as he flashed and retreated, his speed swift to the limit, avoiding Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly formed. Spirit weapon? Everyone on the star observation platform was stupefied. This Duan Ling Tian actually had a spirit weapon. Wasn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? After all, in the entire Li clan, even a main clan disciple such as Li Qing didn't own a spirit weapon. Spirit weapon? Li Fei also looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Even he had a spirit weapon. No, it doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength didn't seem like it received any amplification. Moreover, it would be impossible even for a spirit weapon to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is that? After standing still, Xiao Yu had a brief expression of fear as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded before answering. You're right. My sword isn't a spirit weapon, but my sword contains a type of material that is able to ignore the origin energy of martial artists below the origin core stage. This was one of the special characteristics of violet meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage? Duan Ling Tian said it as if it was simple, but when it entered the ears of Xiao Yu and the other people that were present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian used this sword in an unexpected manner and made a preemptive strike against a 9th-level core formation martial artist, if that person was slightly unguarded, it would be possible for him to die under Duan Ling Tian's sword. Then I'll change a sword. Duan Ling Tian sheathed his sword and looked towards the weapons rack. It isn't necessary. I'll use a weapon. Xiao Yu shook his head and proceeded to draw a long spear from the weapons rack. He jerked the long spear as his origin energy suffused it. Come! Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was hard to get rid of as it followed like shadow, flashing straight towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve Dimension. Xiao Yu's long spear trembled as he swept it towards Duan Ling Tian's sword. As the sword wobbled, it perfectly contained the force exertion of the sleeve dimension. Ka! A clear sound was heard. It was the sound of Duan Ling Tian's sword slicing Xiao Yu's long spear in half. Even if it was fine steel, Duan Ling Tian's violet meteorite flexible sword would be able to slice through it, let alone the ordinary long spear in Xiao Yu's hands. Looks like I can't fight with you head on. Xiao Yu's gaze concentrated as he flashed while holding the short spear. Shadowless drifting light.
Executing his movement technique, Xiaoyu's speed was swift to the limit.
Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian noticed that even if he exerted his full strength, he actually wasn't able to come close to Xiaoyu's speed. High-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Duanling Tian's heart trembled as he understood.
He didn't expect that this Xiaoyu had actually cultivated both his high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill and movement technique to the perfection stage.
Even his high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill was cultivated to the mastery stage.
Such comprehension ability could be called monstrous.
Among the martial skills under the heaven, only speed is unbeatable.
Duanling Tian, be careful, I'm going to attack.
Xiaoyu's voice was cold.
Duanling Tian was the only one today that could make him execute 3 types of martial skills, receiving the respect he deserved.
Hearing what he said, Duanling Tian's heart sunk. He felt the pressure and started becoming vigilant.
Sleeve dimension.
Xiaoyu flashed directly over like a bolt of lightning and appeared behind Duanling Tian. He swung out the broken spear in his hand to descend towards Duanling Tian's back. Just when he thought that Duanling Tian would be blasted flying by his spear strike.
Whoosh!
Duanling Tian's body inclined flexibly like a spirit serpent, closely avoiding Xiaoyu's attack.
You have some skill. Xiaoyu's eyes shone as his battle intent rose.
Although Duanling Tian dodged Xiaoyu's attack, it still caused cold sweat to pour out. If it wasn't for the nervous reflex he developed as a member of the special forces in his previous life, he would have been hit. It would have been extremely difficult for him to dodge Xiaoyu's attack by solely relying on his spirit serpent movement technique, which was at the mastery stage. Subsequently, Xiaoyu attacked a few more times.
Every time was an unexpected attack.
But he noticed instead that Duanling Tian was always able to closely dodge his attacks, causing him to be slightly doubtful.
Did this Duanling Tian have an intuition that wasn't inferior to his?
But he knew that after dodging his attacks with his nervous reflex so many times, Duanling Tian's nerves were fatigued to the extreme. Sleeve dimension. Xiaoyu once again flashed behind Duanling Tian with a speed that was far faster than Duanling Tian's. His broken spear descending once again. Ah! This time, Duanling Tian, whose nerves hurt, couldn't restrain himself from shouting in alarm. And at this exact moment, his feet stomped on the ground and his entire body flew out, flashing far away and causing Xiaoyu's attack to hit air. That is, noting the white glow that suffused Duanling Tian's legs, Xiaoyu was dumbstruck. Its origin energy.
Oh my god! Duanling Tian broke through?
Duanling Tian actually broke through during his battle with Xiaoyu and developed his origin energy. Unbelievable.
Most of the people present were dumbstruck. He broke through.
Li Fei watched this scene and was struck dumb. I'm afraid Big Brother is going to lose. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Lan's mouth.
Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as she said, this Duanling Tian is absolutely a freak.
Haha. Xiaoyu, eat this.
Duanling Tian laughed loudly as the origin energy beneath his feet flickered and 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from above him.
Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duanling Tian's current speed was even slightly faster than Xiaoyu's.
Developing his origin energy under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even to Duanling Tian it was slightly unexpected.
He originally thought that he still required a period of time before he could break through, but he didn't imagine that he would break through under such circumstances. In the end, he had to thank Xiaoyu. Duanling Tian instantly arrived before Xiaoyu and slapped the flat side of his blade towards Xiaoyu. Sleeve dimension. Xiaoyu knew that Duanling Tian's current speed was faster than his, so he could only choose to fight Duanling Tian head-on. Luckily, Duanling Tian didn't use the blade of his sword, so it couldn't be considered to be relying upon weapons. But even so, bang! The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duanling Tian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiaoyu's hand.
The broken spear started to tremble. Xiaoyu noticed that the force of his sleeve dimension had been completely destroyed.
Only when a sharp pain came from his palm did Xiaoyu realize that his palm had split open from the force of Duanling Tian's sword strike. Fresh blood oozed out from it.
I've lost, Xiaoyu calmly said. If I didn't happen to break through to the core formation stage, then the one who lost would have been me.
Duan Tian smiled. Luck is also a part of strength.
Xiaoyu smiled.
Duan Tian had exerted the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, so even if Duan Tian's movement technique was one stage lower than his, Duan Tian's speed still firmly exceeded his speed.
The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely defeated the difference in a single stage of their high-grade, profound rank martial skills.
Developing origin energy during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even this is possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Even now, they still couldn't react to the scene they witnessed earlier.
Seeing Duan Tian being suppressed by Xiaoyu, they all thought that Duan Tian wouldn't be able to hold on much longer.
But who would have thought that Duan Tian would develop his origin energy at that critical juncture? Controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he launched a counterattack and suppressed Xiaoyu,
obtaining the final victory.
Great! Only after reacting did they start cheering. Duan Tian, this year's first rank in the Hidden Dragon list is something you fully deserve. As for the prizes, our Xiao clan will personally send them to you later on. Xiaoyu nodded to Duan Tian. Losing to Duan Tian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he acknowledged his defeat.
But in his heart, a towering battle intent still arose. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will surely invite Duan Tian to battle.
Thanks.
Duan Tian smiled as he nodded.
Suddenly, Xiaoyu asked, Right, I have a question. I wonder if you're able to answer it for me. You want to ask me why I can possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right?
Duan Tian smiled.
Xiaoyu nodded. He was slightly surprised in his heart at Duan Tian's wisdom.
When I went to the Misty Forest the other day, I found a type of spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my fleshly body underwent a metamorphosis and had an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths out of thin air.
Duan Tian explained. He naturally didn't disclose anything about the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, in the Cloud Continent, there indeed was a similar spirit fruit. So that's how it is. Your luck is really good, but being able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, the natural talent you've revealed right now, even in the entire Aurora City's past 100 years, you're still the first. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Duan Tian. Being able to break through today was all thanks to you.
Duan Tian smiled.
If he wasn't under the pressure that Xiaoyu gave him, it would have been impossible for him to directly complete his breakthrough. In other words, you owe me a favor? Xiaoyu grabbed on to the opportunity. You can say so.
Duan Tian didn't deny it.
Then tonight I'll entertain you and Li Fei. You won't decline, right? Xiaoyu asked.
That would depend on her. Duan Tian looked towards Li Fei.
Li Fei was just walking over when she heard Duan Tian. Her angel-like face blushed and her heart slightly trembled. Recalling the bet she made with Duan Tian earlier, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it.
Then we'll have something before returning.
Li Fei nodded.
Subsequently, Xiaoyu invited the 2 brothers Lin Zhua and Lin Qi as well as Meng Quan.
Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to return, Lin Zhua and Lin Qi stayed behind. The other people, on the other hand, returned home. They weren't qualified to receive an invitation from Xiaoyu. Today's youth gathering came to an end.
This year's Hidden Dragon list ranking was released. First, Duan Tian. Second, Xiaoyu.
Third, Lin Zhua. Fourth, Meng Quan.
Fifth, Li Qing.
Sixth, Lian.
7th and 8th were tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan.
9th and 10th were tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. That night, Xiaoyu held a banquet in a large courtyard.
Besides Duan Tian, Li Fei, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiaoyu, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Yun.
During the banquet, Xiaoyu asked Lin Zhua, your strength isn't inferior to Meng Quan's. Why don't you try participating in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test? Hearing what he said, Lin Zhua smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu, I want to go, but my father wouldn't let me. Even you know that it doesn't matter if I don't pass the Genius Camp test, but if I do pass the test and enter the Genius Camp, then I will only have a slim chance of surviving. I'm not afraid, but my father isn't willing to let me take the risk.
In a person's lifetime, there will naturally not be a lack of hardships and dangers. I, however, feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, full of yearning. Lin Zhuo had a strange gaze as he asked, "Your grandfather was actually willing to let you go?" On this point, he was much more open-minded than your father, but even if he didn't allow it, I would still go. Aurora City isn't the stage I yearn for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I will only follow in my grandfather's footsteps, and the nascent soul stage will be my final achievement before waiting for death to take me. Maybe it was because he has experienced this that he didn't stop me. Xiao Yu laughed. With your natural talent, as long as no accidents happen, entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhuo looked at Xiao Yu as he smiled. Entering isn't difficult, but it isn't easy to continue surviving in there. In the past 30 years, at least around 100 genius disciples of our Aurora City's 3 great clans have passed the test and entered the genius camp. But in the end, not even one came out alive. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. You've all been speaking about some Iron Blood Army's genius camp for so long. What is it all about? Duan Ling Tian asked out the question that had been bothering him. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Qin looked at Duan Ling Tian as if looking at an alien. Is it that strange? Duan Ling Tian was dazed. After a moment, after hearing the explanation from Lin Zhuo, Duan Ling Tian finally knew what sort of place the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a formidable army under the command of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, garrisoned in Iron Blood City at the border. The officers of the Iron Blood Army are allegedly able to win 1 against 10 fights with unstoppable might. Whereas the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, on the other hand, was a standalone army camp that gathered young geniuses and was directly under the control of the imperial family. In the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was a Paladin Academy. As long as a student graduates from the academy, practically all of them are conferred with some sort of official appointment, respectively conferred an area of land, and end up becoming a noble. At that time, they would need to say the word, and it would be enough to completely annihilate factions such as the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were numerous small cities similar to Aurora City, and factions similar to the 3 great clans were even more numerous. Paladin Academy's entry threshold was extremely high. Besides disciples of the royal family and the outstanding disciples of the few eminent families being able to directly enter the academy, if an ordinary person wanted to enter the academy, then they would have to go through a brutal test just to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was precisely one of these numerous brutal tests. The Genius Camp was a special training camp that lasted a year. Only those who survive through the special training have the qualification to become one of the students at Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, there have been nearly 100 disciples of Aurora City's 3 great clans that passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. However, these people all died without exception in the course of the Genius Camp's special training. Hence, one can see the brutality of the Genius Camp. Allegedly, only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the Genius Camp are able to survive the year. Since the beginning, there has been a saying, 9 die, 1 lives, Genius Camp. A youth genius without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage would fundamentally not dare to enter the Genius Camp. Once you've entered the Genius Camp, you will be confronted with only 2 paths. The first, die. The second, achieve greatness. Imperial City Paladin Academy. Duan Ling Tian started pondering. The Duan clan was at the Imperial City. According to what his mother said, the Duan clan should be one of the eminent families in the Imperial City. The Duan clan, the day he went there would eventually come. He only had one reason: to take Duan Ling Xing's life. That day, Duan Ling Xing injured Ku Er and heavily injured Li Xian, already completely enraging him. Maybe this is an opportunity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Maybe because of his experience having a military career in his previous life, it caused Duan Ling Tian to have a sense of intimacy towards the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, "So how about it, Duan Ling Tian? Are you interested?" You and Meng Quan said earlier that the Genius Camp's test was in half a year's time? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, but if you want to go, then you must leave 1 month in advance. Because from our Aurora City to Iron Blood City, even if you travel at top speed, you will still need to spend close to a month, Xiaoyu slowly said. If you want to go, you can go with me and Meng Quan, Xiaoyu continued.
Duanling Tian lightly nodded, but he didn't say if he would go or not. No rush. There's still another 5 months to go. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and young girls enjoyed themselves and the banquet soon approached its end.
Right, Duanling Tian, you cut off Li Qing's finger today. Even if it can be connected back in time, at least half of his dark nether finger will probably be crippled. Li Qing is brainless and thus there's nothing to fear from him.
But his grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder, is a prominent figure, so you must be careful.
As Xiaoyu and his sister personally sent Duanling Tian's group out of the Xiao clan estate, Xiaoyu had a serious expression as he warned Duanling Tian.
Thanks for the warning. Duanling Tian nodded.
Looking at Duanling Tian's group leaving from afar, Xiaoyu turned around to look at his sister, Xiaolan. Xiaolan's clear and beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster.
Lan, interested? Xiaoyu had a faint smile on his face.
Big brother, what are you talking about? Xiaolan's cheeks were bright red, then she turned around and left in embarrassment. Xiaoyu laughed loudly. Every young girl thought of love, so he didn't mind.
Moreover, Duanling Tian was indeed outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had extremely high expectations, would be interested. On the way back to Aurora City, Linge suggested, Duanling Tian, if you want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest you go after a year or two. You are different from Xiaoyu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, then they'll forever not have the chance. But you are just 16. Even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances.
The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited youth geniuses below the age of 19.
Duanling Tian lightly nodded but neither indicated consent nor dissent.
They quickly arrived at Aurora City.
Duanling Tian, if you need any help in the future, you can look for us in the Lin clan. As long as it's within my ability, I will absolutely not decline. Before going their own ways, Linge lightly smiled to Duanling Tian. Yeah, we are friends. You don't have to be courteous to us, Lin Qi said. Sure. Duanling Tian smiled amicably to the two of them.
He could be considered to be friends with Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. Their friendship was made from the exchange of blows.
They appreciated their own kind. You've broken through to the core formation stage now. Can you treat my grandfather yet? On the way back to the Li clan estate, Li Fei gazed at Duanling Tian. Yes, my dear wifey.
Duanling Tian answered in all seriousness. What's a wifey?
Li Fei was dazed.
It means wife. It's the way we say it in the small towns at the countryside.
Only now did Duanling Tian realize he misspoke. In this world, there was no such thing as wifey. Hey,
who's your wife?
Li Fei blushed. My good wife. Have you forgotten about our agreement?
Duanling Tian extended his hand and wrapped his arm around Li Fei's slender figure. A soft and supple feeling entered his hand.
Li Fei's delicate figure trembled and was slightly stiff, but she didn't resist as she lightly said, Hurry up and let go. There are people ahead.
Duanling Tian laughed loudly and stopped teasing her. Okay, tomorrow morning I'll come to your house to see you and grandfather. I'm quite tired today, so I need to return and take a good night's sleep.
After returning to the Li clan estate and sending Li Fei back home, only then did Duanling Tian return home. At the moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed the young girl sitting in front of a table with an exhausted appearance. She was dozing off.
The table was filled with food.
Ku-er. Duanling Tian felt an ache in his heart. He could guess that Ku-er had most certainly waited for him the entire night.
Young master.
Ku-er heard some sounds and rubbed her eyes in a daze. Then she abruptly stood up in shock and brought Duanling Tian to the table. Madam said you surely had eaten outside, but I still made some food. Young master, have you eaten? Silly girl, I haven't eaten, and I'm indeed hungry right now. Come, eat with me. Duanling Tian sat down, and accompanied by the young girl, he cleaned all the food on the table.
Even though at the end he was overly full, there was only warmth which flowed through Duanling Tian's heart.
No matter what, this was Ku-er's feelings.
He wasn't willing to disappoint her. Seeing Duanling Tian finishing all the food, Ku-er had a satisfied expression on her face. After clearing up the tableware, she notified Duan Ling Tian and was prepared to return to her room and sleep. Ku'er, sleep in my room tonight. I want to cuddle with you.
Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he looked at the young girl.
The young girl was panic-stricken and her cheeks blushed, but she still lightly nodded.
Lying on the bed, smelling the pure and fresh virgin's fragrance off the young girl, Duan Ling Tian's lower regions were hot and reacted.
But he didn't take it a step further, only embracing the young girl with one hand holding the budding flower on her chest, laying there contently.
Young master.
The young girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She could feel a burning hard object pushing up against her from behind.
Ku'er, go to sleep. Embracing the young girl, smelling the young girl's fragrant hair, Duan Ling Tian fell soundly asleep.
He wasn't Lu Xiahui, but a man that was full of vigor and vitality.
However, the young girl was still young after all, so he was reluctant to take her at this moment.
If the young girl in his embrace was Li Fei, he would disregard everything and pounce on her, to claim her and vent out to his heart's content. Hearing the sound of Duan Ling Tian's steady breathing, the young girl let out a breath of air as she relaxed. Her face emitted a smile of happiness.
The next day, close to noon, Duan Ling Tian awoke. Not good. Only now did Duan Ling Tian recall the agreement he made with Li Fei. Young master.
At this moment, the young girl in his embrace was roused from her sleep because of him.
Ku'er, if you're still sleepy, then sleep for a while longer.
Duan Ling Tian gave the young girl a hug and kissed her on the forehead before getting off the bed and putting on some clothes.
The young girl followed him off the bed and put on her clothes before leaving the room together with Duan Ling Tian, who knew that the moment they opened the room door, they saw the hot-bodied young girl standing in the courtyard who just happened to look over. You too. Seeing the scene in front of her, Li Fei was so angry that she was at a loss for words.
Big sister Fei Fei. Ku'er greeted Li Fei before running back to her own room in embarrassment.
Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had a natural expression as he looked at Li Fei. Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept.
Accidentally? Li Fei's eyes seemed to be on the verge of emitting fire, but when she thought of how she needed Duan Ling Tian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian could still feel the smell of gunpowder that surrounded him.
He shook his head and smiled.
She really was overly jealous. You too, last night. Eventually, Li Fei couldn't hold back. You want to ask me what we did last night, right?
Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts.
Li Fei didn't say anything, but her expression said it all.
Heh, when can my Ku'er grow up to become like you? If it were you, I wouldn't have had to suppress the fire in me and sleep through the night. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh as he sized up Li Fei's hot figure in an unrestrained manner. Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pei, ask your Ku'er to sleep with you. Li Fei made a spitting sound, but her expression eased up slightly.
He followed Li Fei to her house. After a month's time, Duan Ling Tian once again met the old man.
I really didn't expect you would complete your breakthrough so quickly.
Although he had heard from Li Fei about how Duan Ling Tian broke through yesterday, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, he still couldn't help himself from being surprised.
A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was still in existence that was like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was another 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Ling Tian's home, God knows how he would feel then. Grandfather, I can refine the medicinal pill for you and uproot your hidden injuries today. But I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one, right? Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes as a trace of cunning flashed within.
Kid, you're actually having ideas about my things. I do indeed have a cauldron, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. Are you really capable of refining medicinal pills?
The old man's eye emitted a sense of doubt. Duan Ling Tian continued with no nonsense. He directly lifted his hand, with his palm facing upwards, circulating his origin energy. In the next moment, as if he was possessed by the rebirth martial emperor,
Duan Ling Tian skillfully transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame.
It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The grade of an alchemist was judged based on the grade of the pill fire. This This is a grade 9 pill fire. You really are a little freak that nobody can see through. The old man gave Duan Ling Tian a deep glance. If you can really refine a medicinal pill, then can uproot my hidden injuries. I might as well gift that cauldron to you.
Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something that your teacher left behind for you?
Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She knew the meaning of that cauldron to her grandfather.
Grandfather, since that cauldron has a special meaning to you, then it's fine. I'll just casually refine a cauldron myself to play with.
Duan Ling Tian smiled at the old man, unwilling to take away his prized possession. Forget about that. That cauldron is my master's peak creation. Leaving it in my hands will only be wasting such a valuable item. It would be better off giving off its splendor in your hands. But kid, you said that you would casually refine a cauldron to play with? Don't tell me you can condense a weapon flame as well. The old man had a strange expression. Hiss! The pill fire on Duan Ling Tian's palm distorted and become more destructive. Instantly, the air in the seemed to become hotter. Grade 9 weapon flame. As a weapons craftsman, the old man naturally was able to differentiate between the pill fire and weapon flame. The pill fire was more restrained. The weapon flame was more destructive and unrestrained. You. The old man's breathing became hurried, slightly unable to catch his breath. Condensing pill fire or weapon flame out of origin energy was something that even someone with a high natural talent would require years of painstaking cultivation to achieve. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him completely overturned what he knew about alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Years ago, he spent a whole 5 years before he was able to successfully condense his weapon flame. But even then, his teacher said that he had outstanding natural talent. Grandfather, don't get agitated. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his weapon flame and smiled.
Li Fei had long since been struck dumb. Although she wasn't an alchemist or weapons craftsman as she followed by her grandfather's side since a young age, she was imbued with the knowledge she saw and heard.
She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or weapons craftsman.
But now, what happened before her very eyes utterly overturned everything her grandfather had once said. I have really wasted my life all these years.
The old man finally caught his breath and had a bitter smile. Duan Ling Tian quickly diverted the topic. Grandfather, the medicinal pill I want to refine for you includes some medicinal materials that are fairly rare, so ordinary medicine stores wouldn't sell them. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended upon the other crest beside the Li clan's crest on the old man's chest. He recognized it. That was the grade 9 weapons craftsman crest of the Weapons Craftsman Guild.
Relying on this crest, no matter where one goes in the entire Cloud continent, they would still be able to receive treatment that was extremely good.
He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town's branch family's grand elder, Li Hua, had the Alchemist Guild's crest on his chest at all times to indicate his status as a grade 9 alchemist. You want to buy medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild? The old man frowned slightly. According to what I know, the medicinal materials in the Alchemist Guild can't be exchanged for money and must be exchanged for with the Alchemist Guild's points.
I know this.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. What a joke. Years ago, Rebirth Martial Emperor was the only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud continent. And he even was the honorary guild master of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. He was extremely clear about the workings of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, then one must provide a contribution to the Alchemist Guild, such as completing the assignments posted by the Alchemist Guild.
Contributing some sort of rare medicinal material would also result in generous points.
The old man gave Duan Ling Tian an address. Duan Ling Tian left the Li clan estate. Li Fei curiously followed along. This rundown place is the Alchemist Guild? After arriving at the end of a small alley and looking at the condemned building that looked like it would fall at any moment, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. But in the next moment, what Li Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be completely speechless. Not bad. It's slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild.
Li Fei looked at the condemned building and judged.
Duan Ling Tian could only imagine how Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would undoubtedly be in an even more terrible state.
When he walked in the Alchemist Guild, it was completely different to what he expected.
Although the hall was old and worn out, It was very simple and clean. When they entered, besides the young girl behind the counter, there wasn't anybody else. The two of them walked to the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post an assignment or collect the medicinal pills that you entrusted to our alchemist guild to refine? The young girl had an ordinary appearance but was very animated. She had a pair of big eyes that were brimming with vigor. Ordinary people were able to post assignments in the Alchemist Guild by means of monetary payments and entrust the Alchemist Guild to refine the medicinal pill required. These assignments would be put up by the Alchemist Guild and offered to the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to take on. The rewards of these assignments would be then converted to the Alchemist Guild points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to an alchemist, they were extremely valuable. Sometimes, some alchemists would even spend large sums of money to post assignments which they would then complete themselves as a way to earn points. This was equivalent to using money in exchange for points. In the Alchemist's Guild, according to the rules, money was restricted from being directly converted into points. But the proverbs were indeed correct. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. I've come to register as a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he proclaimed the reason of his arrival. Register as a grade 9 alchemist? The young girl was stunned. She thought that she had heard wrong. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a grade 9 alchemist? Let alone that fact that a grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation stage martial artist. Even if this youth's natural talent in the martial Tao and alchemy was any better, it would still at least require spending a few years of bitter cultivation to condense the origin energy into pill fire after breaking through to the core formation stage. This was the iron law of the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked, "What? You're not in charge?" "Customer, wait a moment. I'll go get the guild master." Although the young girl felt it to be inconceivable, he was a customer after all, and she wasn't able to differentiate the truth of the matter, so she could only get Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. The young girl returned with an old man after a short moment. The old man was brimming with energy and vigor, and his eyes shone with a shrewd light. "Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist?" The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. "Me!" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice, "You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home. This isn't the place to joke around. Geezer, how could you not have any manners?" Li Fei couldn't stand by and watch anymore. "Humph! What manners does a little girl like you know about? The two of you coming here to joke around, this is called manners?" For a moment there I even thought that Aurora City had a new alchemist, but I never imagined that it would turn out to be two kids who came to make a ruckus. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly ashamed and irritated. "Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't always look at the surface of things." Duan Lingtian swept the old man with his indifferent gaze. As he finished speaking, he turned his palm upwards and a milky white pill fire jumped about on it. The old man and young girl were both dumbstruck. A grade 9 pill fire. It wasn't something they hadn't seen before, but it appearing in a 16-year-old youth's hand was something they saw for the first time. "Kid, do you have a master?" The old man's eyes shone. His attitude took a 360-degree turn as he looked at Duan Lingtian as if looking at a treasure. "What nonsense! If I didn't have a master, would I be able to become a grade 9 alchemist at such an age?" Duan Lingtian gave the old man a disdainful glance. He naturally was aware of the old man getting ideas of wanting to take him as a disciple. But as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher at all. The old man's expression froze for a moment and briefly had embarrassment on it. The old man quickly helped Duan Lingtian register and passed a grade 9 alchemist crest and a crystal card to Duan Lingtian. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. Duan Lingtian could see that the remaining points inside were 0 when he circulated his origin energy into the crystal card. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and could not regain his senses for an extremely long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that for all these years, the hidden bitterness he had accumulated for being sent to this desolate place had suddenly slightly dissipated.
Right, geezer, I need some materials, Duan Tian said. Kid, I'm not some geezer. I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Suemo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete an assignment or contribute a medicinal formula, you can exchange them for some points and buy what you want with those points. Suemo glared at Duan Tian. Humph. Then I'll post some assignments now. Duan Tian withdrew a stack of silver bills. Kid, I have to warn you. When it comes to the assignments that are posted by customers in the Alchemist Guild, I as the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster have the authority to take priority when accepting these assignments, so if you want to exchange for points with money, you better forget it. The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as if he had Duan Tian in the palm of his hand. Geezer, you're really shameless. Hearing what Suemo said, Li Fei couldn't take it anymore and said this on Duan Tian's behalf. Little girl, this isn't called shameless. I'm just abiding by the rules of the Alchemist Guild. The corners of Sumo's curled into a complacent simile. You! Li Fei was flustered. Little Fei, you don't have to get angry with an old man. The old man's heart isn't well. If you accidentally anger him until he faints, we will have to compensate a lot of money. Duan Tian extended his hand and held on to Li Fei's jade-like hand. He rubbed her palm to make her feel at ease. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Tian with a puzzled expression. Duan Tian looked at Suemo, whose expression froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth had a slight smile. Wanting to steal his business? Help me register. I want to post an assignment. Duan Tian looked at the young girl beside Suemo. The young girl was slightly hesitant and looked to the old man. He's currently a customer of our Alchemist Guild. Pass the assignment over to me once you've registered it. Suemo nodded to the young girl. But in a short moment, when he heard the assignment Duan Tian posted, the smile on his face completely froze. 10,000 silver. Refine 3 phosphorus flame pills. Phosphorus flame pill? What medicinal pill was that? He had never heard of such a medicinal pill. Geezer, according to the Alchemist Guild's rules, if an alchemist can refine the medicinal pill required by an assignment, he can get an advance on the points required to buy the medicinal materials. They can then deduct the points from the assignment's reward once it is completed. I'm not wrong, am I? Duan Tian gave Suemo a deep glance. Suemo felt slightly depressed. There indeed was such a rule. Suemo unwillingly took out the medicinal materials Duan Tian required, also arranging a quiet room for Duan Tian. Geezer, you won't mind lending your cauldron to me for a while, right? Duan Tian blinked his eyes, causing the corners of Sumo's mouth to twitch. Lending is not a problem, but I have to ask for 10 points from you. Suemo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, he actually had to borrow a cauldron from another. Really unprofessional. 10 points. Duan Tian frowned. This 10,000 silver assignment seems to be only worth 100 points, right? And the materials you gave me, how many points do they require? Not much, 30 points. When Suemo noticed the frown on Duan Tian's face, his tense face finally had a slight smile on it. You're really shady, but you better not regret it. Duan Tian received the cauldron from Suemo and gave Suemo a deep glance. Only then did he take Li Fei and enter the silent room and closed the door behind him. Regret? What do I have to regret? Suemo paid no attention to it. In the quiet room, Duan Tian shook the cauldron in his hand and nodded. That geezer is crafty, but his cauldron is indeed not bad and can be considered top quality among grade 8 spirit weapons. Alchemists had many requirements of their cauldrons when they refined medicinal pills. For example, a grade 9 alchemist required the use of a grade 9 spirit weapon or above cauldron to guarantee the cauldron wouldn't be melted by the pill fire. A grade 8 alchemist would require a grade 8 spirit weapon or above cauldron. So on and so forth. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher their requirement towards their cauldron. You said you wanted to make that geezer be regretful? Li Fei looked at Duan Tian curiously. You'll know soon enough. Duan Tian smiled mysteriously. After putting the cauldron on the stone platform in the quiet room, Duan Tian's palm burned with a milky white pill fire. Then he opened the cauldron cover and placed the pill fire within.
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian started putting the materials in one by one. Refining medicinal pills was particular about the order in which medicinal materials were added in, as well as the amount. A small discrepancy could lead to a great error. After that was the control of the pill fire. When Duan Ling Tian finished putting all of the materials into the cauldron, he covered the cauldron. His origin energy jumped about in his palms and condensed into pill fire. He then put his hands on the two air vents of the cauldron and sent the pill fire in, starting to refine the medicinal pill with a pill fire of high strength. The string of moments were completed like flowing water, as if it was a performance by an alchemist with abundant experience. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was completely stupefied as she watched. Is he really only 16? Li Fei's heart shook. Everything this youth in front of her was completely not something a 16-year-old youth should be capable of. She felt the youth to be even more mysterious. She had an unfathomable feeling. 1 hour later, Duan Ling Tian's hands jerked as his pill fire increased explosively, rushing into the cauldron. Pill harvest. Instantly, 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a crimson brilliance flew out from the opening in the side of the cauldron, falling into Duan Ling Tian's hand. My first time refining medicinal pills seems to be not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the medicinal pills, Duan Ling Tian laughed in satisfaction. Even if they were refining the same medicinal pill, every alchemist's completed product would have a difference. A difference in purity. The lesser the impurities within the medicinal pill, the better the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill would be. If it was a phosphorus flame pill refined by an ordinary grade 9 alchemist, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, Fresh Breeze Town's Li Branch family's grand elder, the Thunder Flame pill he refined only had a purity of a little over 50%, so the medicinal effect was reduced significantly. The Phosphorus Flame pill was precisely the medicinal pill he refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Based on Li Fei's grandfather's current circumstances, only a Phosphorus Flame pill with a purity of over 80% would be able to completely uproot his hidden injuries. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian could only refine a high-purity medicinal pill by himself. Purity of above 90%. Any alchemist would be aware of how rare this level of purity was. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian took the Phosphorus Flame pill to collect the assignment's points, Sumo's expression was abnormally marvelous. Picking up the Phosphorus Flame pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the Phosphorus Flame pill, nor did he know its use, at this moment he could use the perception of a grade 8 alchemist to notice how extraordinary this medicinal pill was. Based on his rough estimate, this Phosphorus Flame pill had a purity of at least 90%. What sort of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally understood. Even a grade 1 alchemist of Cloud Continent would not necessarily be able to increase the purity to such a level when refining a grade 9 medicinal pill. After all, on a similar medicinal pill, a purity of 60% and 90% was absolutely like the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was completely not on the same level. Kid, how did you do it? Su Emmo looked at Duan Ling Tian in a slightly agitated manner. I casually refined it and it just happened. How about it? It's not bad, right? This is the first time I'm refining a medicinal pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Su Mo before grinning, revealing a set of white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday? First time refining a medicinal pill? Hearing this, the corners of Su Mo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Su Mo frowned. I'm not kidding. Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can bear witness. Noticing how Su Mo looked right now, Li Fei's mood was exceptional and her beautiful face had a trace of a smile. Yesterday, in the youth gathering hosted in the Shao clan estate, numerous youth geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own 2 eyes. Also, on this year's new Hidden Dragon list, he's ranked at the top. Ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list? Su Mo's pupils constricted. He has been in Aurora City for a few years, so he had naturally heard of how the Aurora City Young Geniuses had a ranking called Hidden Dragon List. The young geniuses who could be ranked on the Hidden Dragon List were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Shao clan's Shao Yu obtained the 2nd rank in the Hidden Dragon List last year, when he was 17. This year, could it be that he still lost to this kid? Su Mo glanced at Li Fei before looking at Duanling Tian with a shocked expression.
Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved as she slowly said, yes, this time Xiao Yu is still the second. Su Mo exhaled out a breath of cold air. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was more than enough to shock him.
A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him.
But even all this wasn't the end.
First, it was the over 90% purity medicinal pill. Then it was the first in the hidden dragon list.
This violet-clothed youth, what kind of freak was he?
Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never once heard of such a freak.
Duanling Tian.
Su Mo deeply remembered in his heart the name which the youth revealed during his registration. It's done. The young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duanling Tian. Balance, 60 points. Let's go home.
Duanling Tian snatched the phosphorus flame pill back from Su Mo's hands and called Li Fei.
Seeing Duanling Tian and Li Fei about to walk out the door, Su Mo couldn't help but call out, "Wait, is there something else?" Duanling Tian turned around and looked at him with a spurious smile.
You said earlier that you hoped I wouldn't regret it. I want to know, what did you mean? Su Mo inquired.
If it was before, he would pay no attention to what Duanling Tian had said.
But once he experienced how miraculous Duanling Tian was, he had to treat him seriously.
Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, but you seem to have diverted off the right path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could perfectly break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. Such a pity. Duanling Tian's eyebrows furrowed as he smiled. Su Mo's face instantly turned black. Even this was considered to be not a big deal. At this moment, he even felt that Duanling Tian had done it on purpose.
Okay, geezer, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving now.
Duanling Tian waved his hand and was about to leave.
Wait.
Su Mo once again stopped Duanling Tian. There's still something else?
Duanling Tian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked at closely, it could be noticed that deep within his eyes was a hidden smiling expression. You have a way? Su Mo asked. His breathing had become slightly hurried. Yes. Duanling Tian gave a straightforward answer.
What are your conditions? Su Mo didn't mince his words as he asked with a pained expression. He knew that based on Duanling Tian's earlier attitude, he probably would have to bleed for it.
I won't be greedy, I only want half the points in your crystal card.
Duanling Tian grinned.
Even that wasn't considered greedy? That was the points he had accumulated for half his lifetime. The corners of Su Mo's mouth twitched and he secretly thought, little fox.
I agree. But Su Mo still decisively agreed upon his conditions and his gaze descended unto Duanling Tian. But I want to examine the goods first before I give you the points.
What, you're scared I'll cheat you?
Then forget it. We don't owe each other anything.
Duanling Tian extended his hand and grabbed Li Fei's hand before walking away with quick steps.
Whoosh! Instantly, Su Mo blocked their passage.
On top of being a grade 8 alchemist, Su Mo was also a 9th-level origin core martial artist.
Even in the entire Aurora City, in the 3 great clans, only the few supreme elders were slightly more formidable than Su Mo. However, with Su Mo's status as a grade 8 alchemist coupled with the alchemist guild that backed him, even when the supreme elders of the 3 great clans saw him, they would still politely call him Guild Master Su. Hand over your crystal card.
Su Mo looked at Duanling Tian and extended his hand. Although he felt helpless in his heart, he chose to compromise.
What Duanling Tian said earlier was something he had noticed long ago. However, he didn't possess the experience of a grade 7 alchemist and thus could only stubbornly continue on the path he was on and stumble along the way. Now that he had a chance to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily.
As far as he was concerned, as long as he broke through and became a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this damnable place. Aurora City, in the entirety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was only a small city.
In the past, were it not for him offending a person who had both power and authority, it would be unlikely that he would have been sent here. As long as he breaks through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person will be helpless to do anything to him. A grade 7 alchemist and grade 8 alchemist, although a difference of only 1 grade, the difference was like heaven and earth.
In the vast Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were an entire 1,000+ grade 8 alchemists who had registered themselves in the Alchemist Guild, whereas there were only just a few tens of grade 7 alchemists. A grade 7 alchemist had an honorable standing. Even the imperial family of Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Geezer, don't worry. You won't suffer any losses. Duanling Tian held back his smile in the corners of his mouth as he handed over the crystal card. Quickly, the crystal card in Sumo's hand flicked and showed its balance. 10,000 points. Catching sight of this number, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, 10,000 silver was only worth 100 points. These 10,000 points, if exchanged into silver, that would be 1 million silver. 1 million silver, what kind of concept was that? In next to no time, Duanling Tian's crystal card had an extra 5,000 points, totaling to 5,060 points. Duanling Tian received the crystal card with satisfaction as he smiled and said, Geezer, I originally only intended to ask for a third of your net worth, but who asked you to cheat 10 points off me when I only borrowed your cauldron? Likewise, I can't go easy on you. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Didn't that mean that he had given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? Even his intestines turned green from regret. Li Fei laughed like a flower. She finally understood what Duanling Tian meant when he said, you better not regret it. So it turned out that he had schemed this all along. Starting from noon tomorrow, come look for me at the Li clan. Right, remember to eat before coming. I don't provide food. Duanling Tian grabbed Li Fei's hand, walked around Sumo and walked away. Sumo looked at their disappearing figures and his eyes narrowed. The Li clan, when did they have such a figure? On the way back. You're too ruthless. Directly cheating him off half his points. Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian as she smiled. But after seeing Sumo be thwarted, her heart was filled with pleasure. Who asked him to cheat me first? Asking for 10 points just to casually use his lousy cauldron for a while, that's an entire 1,000 silver. Duanling Tian had a pained expression as he spoke. Took 1,000 silver, but lost 500,000 silver. I wonder if he will sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duanling Tian was entranced. What are you looking at? Li Fei asked angrily. Little Fei, my wife, you're truly beautiful. Duanling Tian said eagerly. Hey, who's your wife? Go look for your coup-heir. You're so overly jealous, but you still don't admit to being my wife? I'm not. Then I'll just have to turn around and pursue Xiaolan. Don't you dare? Amidst the frolicking, Duanling Tian and Li Fei returned to the Li clan estate and subsequently Li Fei's home. You finished refining so quickly? When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills Duanling Tian passed over to him, he was stupefied. I didn't spend much time because it's only a grade 9 medicinal pill. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. Where did you get the cauldron from? Don't tell me that, in just this amount of time, you refined a cauldron yourself. The old man looked at Duanling Tian as if he was looking at a freak. Well, no. Duanling Tian smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master Sumo. But that Sumo is really stingy. He actually asked Duanling Tian for 1,000 silver just to use his cauldron for an hour. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit and her face was filled with dissatisfaction as she spoke. Is that so? Isn't it only 1,000 silver? Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duanling Tian. Kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll pay for them together. Grandfather, this is my gift to you. I don't dare to take your money. When the old man said those words, Duanling Tian noticed Li Fei glaring at him in a threatening manner that said, If you dare take my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Haha, all right. In any case, this old man's money will be Fei's in the future anyway. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he had already taken Duanling Tian as his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll definitely live a long life. As for this guy, he doesn't lack money. He just cheated Sumo off 500,000 silver. Li Fei scowled, selling out Duanling Tian in the blink of an eye. 500,000 silver? The old man was dumbstruck. Although he was a grade 9 weapons craftsman,
Even all the wealth he had accumulated during half his lifetime wasn't worth 500,000 silver. What happened?
The old man was curious.
Li Fei told the old man the sequence of events. Haha. In that case, Guild Master Su hurt himself by his own doing this time.
The old man couldn't hold back his laughter.
The old man's laughter vanished before long as he looked at Duanling Tian with a serious expression. Kid, you can consider yourself lucky this time. This Guild Master Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you can't use similar methods to dupe other powerhouses. Otherwise, once he attains his goal and comes for your life, you will lose more than you gained. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm aware of what I should do.
Duanling Tian nodded with an air of being educated.
However, in his heart he was thinking of something else. What the old man said was something he had long ago thought of, and he even had a way to cope with it which would guarantee his safety.
In a vast courtyard.
An incredibly swift figure pointed out his finger as he flashed about, causing a piercing howl to explode out.
Dark nether finger.
The figure was precisely Li Qing. His right index finger had been completely connected and healed already, and he was in the process of testing the degree of recovery. Clang! Dark nether finger flashed out, hitting a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of impact as the center, fissures split open in the stone pillar before exploding with a loud bang.
Ah! Li Qing let out a shrill cry. As he gripped his right index finger, cold sweat flowed out. Qing, what's wrong?
The person who was observing from the sidelines was a tall, elderly old man. He walked over with large strides and had a trace of worry between his brows.
It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the Li clan's grand-elder. Li Tai.
Grandfather. My dark nether finger is crippled.
Li Qing's face was pale as he was unable to accept this fact.
In order to cultivate dark nether finger, only he was clear of how much mental and physical effort he expended. Finger techniques, besides their formidable might, were also 10 times more difficult to cultivate than regular martial skills. If he could take the mental and physical effort he expended on dark nether finger and use it on a different high-grade profound rank offense martial skill, he would have long ago cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll be able to recover your dark nether finger's former might. Li Tai consoled. Li Qing had an ugly expression and said, in an unresigned manner, that would mean I need to start cultivating dark nether finger all over again.
Moreover, I'm not left-handed, so if I want to cultivate dark nether finger to the mastery stage once more, it will be many times more difficult than before. It's all the Duanling Tian's fault, it's all because of him.
If it wasn't for him, how could this index finger of mine have been cut off? Grandfather, I want him dead. I want to kill him. I want to kill him.
Li Qing suddenly went mad. He had a savage expression as he howled. Li Tai took a deep breath. His murky eyes flashed with a cold light.
Duanling Tian. Qing, don't worry. Grandfather will get justice for you. He's only just a branch family disciple. And if you want him dead, then he can't live. Li Tai's voice emitted a trace of coldness.
Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandfather. Hearing what Li Tai said, Li Qing's mood finally eased up.
On the other side, after Duanling Tian finished telling the old man of the precautions before consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and headed home.
He happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard.
Young Master Ling Tian.
The person smiled to Duanling Tian before leaving.
Duanling Tian recognized him. This person was precisely the person who sent the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Xiao clan. Duanling Tian guessed the reason he came.
The Xiao clan's operations are indeed quick. Duanling Tian walked in and saw his mother sorting a pile of things. They were precisely the prizes for the first ranked in the hidden dragon list. Tian, you were ranked first in the hidden dragon list?
Li Ro noticed Duanling Tian had returned and gave him a spurious smile.
Duanling Tian smiled as he said, Mom, you're unhappy? Of course I'm happy. My Tian is really extraordinary. Li Ro lightly nodded.
For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her long-lost husband. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Dao. Little Black, where are you going? Abruptly, Ku Er's voice sounded from inside her room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled itself around Duanling Tian's wrist. It was precisely the little black python that had gone into a deep slumber for more than a month after consuming half the beast core of the snow python. Hiss hiss. The little black python flicked its tongue towards Duanling Tian and was extremely happy. Duanling Tian noticed that the little black python had changed. The gold markings on its body were much more profound. Its pupils had now transformed into golden pupils that seemed incomparably fierce. Moreover, the little black python's speed just now had obviously greatly surpassed its mother's, the black python.
Little Black, looks like you've undergone a metamorphosis.
Duanling Tian rubbed the little black python's small head as he lightly smiled. Young master.
Meanwhile, Ku'er had come out too. When the little white python that was coiled on her wrist noticed Duanling Tian, it was slightly joyous as well.
The little white python was similar to the little black python. They both had undergone great changes. The silver markings on its body were much more profound as well.
Its pupils had transformed into silver pupils.
Duanling Tian took notice of the changes in the two variant little pythons. They were the offspring of the snow python. After a while of probing, Duanling Tian discovered that even if he fully exploded forth with the entire strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing spirit serpent movement technique, his speed was still far inferior to the 2 little pythons. Good heavens!
Duanling Tian was shocked ineffably.
Your speed is swift, but I wonder how your strength is.
Duanling Tian brought the 2 little pythons to a side of the courtyard. There was a whole row of stone pillars there, and they were provided to be used for his usual cultivation.
Collapsing fist.
Duanling Tian took a few steps forward and punched out. A gust of wind swept by as his fist blasted a stone pillar in half.
Hiss hiss.
The pupils of the 2 little pythons shined as they transformed into 2 bolts of black and white lightning flashing towards another stone pillar.
Duanling Tian noticed that in the sky, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air. An ordinary martial artist would need to cultivate to the 7th level of the core formation stage before being able to exert such a strength. Clang! Clang! The 2 bolts of lightning immediately pierced straight through the stone pillar, leaving behind 2 small holes on the stone pillar. This! Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. The small holes that the 2 little pythons pierced through were extremely smooth and did not leave a single crack on the stone pillar.
It was imaginable how condensed the piercing attacks of the 2 little pythons were.
They were completely condensed to a single point. This could be said to be perfect. The 2 of you are the real freaks. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto the heads of the 2 little pythons. Those 2 small bulges had already started to blossom. On the little black python's bulge, a trace of a golden horn emerged.
On the little white python's bulge, a trace of a silver horn emerged.
Their respective strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be their match. After all, their bodies are small and they have swift speeds, so they hold a huge advantage.
Duanling Tian exhaled a breath of cold air.
Luckily, these 2 variant little pythons weren't his enemies. If he had such enemies, just thinking about it caused Duanling Tian's scalp to go numb. Ku'er, who was watching from the side, had long since been struck dumb. Little White, so it turned out to be that you're so formidable.
Ku'er had a light smile on her face as she rubbed the small head of the little white python.
The little white python seemed to have noticed that Ku'er was praising it, as it complacently lifted its small head up and playfully flicked its tongue. That night, Duanling Tian passed down a top-tier cultivation method to his mother. This cultivation method was called Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods that the Rebirth Martial Emperor had gathered during his first lifetime, and it was the cultivation method cultivated by the Demonic Beauty Martial Emperor of that time. Thus it could be cultivated until the Martial Emperor stage. This cultivation method. After Li Ro grasped the Demonic Beauty Divine Technique, she realized how terrifying this cultivation method was. She felt slightly numbed.
Her son truly had too many secrets.
The Frost God's sword technique that Ku'er cultivated seems to not be inferior to this Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. Mom. Patiently comprehend it once more. I'll go buy medicinal materials tomorrow and refine a spirit containment pill for you. At that time, the spirit containment pill will absorb all of your origin energy and contain it within. Once you've completed your change of cultivation method to the demonic beauty divine technique, you can release the origin energy that was contained within the spirit containment pill, allowing you to recover your full strength or even become stronger in half a month's time. Good, good. Li Ro looked at Duan Ling Tian dotingly as she nodded continuously. In the morning the next day, Duan Ling Tian took Ku Er along as he left the Li clan estate and arrived at the trade market. First, he collected his account balance from the medicine store manager and once again concocted 2 crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after finishing did Duan Ling Tian proclaim the reason he came.
The medicinal materials for the spirit containment pill were all quite ordinary. After a short moment, the medicine store manager finished preparing them for Duan Ling Tian.
Manager, how much are all these medicinal materials? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Customer, the total for all these medicinal materials are only just a few hundred silver. You don't have to pay for them.
The medicine store manager's face was filled with smiles. Since Duan Ling Tian started to consign his 6 treasures body tempering liquid for sale at this medicine store, his medicine store could be considered to be raking in money. God knows how many medicine stores were filled with envy and jealousy. Then I'll help myself.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. After giving the manager a deep glance, he left with Ku Er. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought that the manager would meet with some trouble from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's huge sale. After all, there were surely many people who coveted it.
But up until now, the manager didn't face a sliver of trouble, meaning that he obviously wasn't as simple as he seemed to be on the surface. But this didn't have anything much to do with Duan Ling Tian. After he and Ku Er arrived home, he entered his room and prepared to refine the spirit containment pill. Whoosh! With but a thought, he withdrew a cauldron from his spatial ring. The cauldron had an exquisite look. It had 9 extremely lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons carved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave him.
Originally, he wasn't willing to take away the old man's prized possession.
But the old man persisted, so in the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to take it.
Looks like grandfather's teacher from all those years ago was remarkable. This cauldron already has a trace of a grade 7 spirit weapon's aura.
Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and briefly flashed with a slight surprise. The material of this cauldron. Fuck. It can't be. 1,000-year dark iron. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian's hands trembled, and he spouted out vulgarities in pleasant surprise.
The 1,000-year dark iron is a type of extremely valuable weapon crafting material. Its limit is being able to withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, the 1,000-year dark iron was sufficient to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon.
The entire body is made of 1,000-year dark iron. Extravagant, too extravagant.
With this cauldron as a foundation, in the future, even when I become a grade 6 alchemist, I won't need to change to another cauldron because I can directly refine this one into a grade 6 spirit weapon.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with a brilliant light. After merging with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he was now not only an alchemist with abundant experience, he was also a weapons craftsman with abundant experience. Before long, Duan Ling Tian started refining the medicinal pill.
When compared to the phosphorus flame pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was much simpler.
After spending half an hour, Duan Ling Tian completed the spirit containment pill refinement and had refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother to consume. The other, he planned to keep it for Li Fei. After passing the spirit containment pill to his mother and informing her of the method to consume the pill and its necessary precautions, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room. He started cultivating.
9 dragons were sovereign technique, raging python form.
At present, Duan Ling Tian had already developed his origin energy and became a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage. If he was cultivating an ordinary cultivation method, the next step would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage.
However, due to the uniqueness of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique,
what he needed to do now was use his origin energy to further temper his fleshly body and increase the limits of his fleshly body, thus allowing the strength of his fleshly body to increase from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering is completed, he will have an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. At that time, even though he will still be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage, he will be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage that possesses the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, he will be superior to a martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage and inferior to one at the fourth level.
An ordinary martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths.
Like the former Fresh Breeze Town branch family's 7th elder, Li Kuan.
A martial artist at the fourth level of the core formation stage, on the other hand, possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Like his mother,
tempering the fleshly body with origin energy. It's really exciting. In accordance with the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duanling Tian started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy for a short moment before his body trembled, causing him to immediately stop. His face emitted a bitter smile. Contrary to expectations, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of numbness, itchiness, and limpness he felt in his entire body caused him to feel extremely distressed.
If an example was really given, it would be similar to thousands of ants crawling around inside his flesh. This type of feeling caused suffering that was even worse than direct pain.
Bring it on. Gritting his teeth, Duanling Tian had a resolute gaze. As a result of the origin energy's tempering, the fleshly body became even more condensed.
The lifeblood and fleshly body that originally were at the threshold were now unendingly growing and undergoing transformations at an extremely fast pace.
No pain, no gain. Duanling Tian deeply understood this logic. After continuously cultivating until noon, Duanling Tian was drenched in sweat and his clothes were soaked through, slimy, and extremely uncomfortable.
After taking a bath and changing into some clean and dry clothes, only then did Duanling Tian walk out of his room.
At noon, while Duanling Tian was eating with his family, an unexpected guest arrived. Guild Master Su, Duanling Tian stays here. Outside the courtyard, a respectful voice sounded. Tian, someone's looking for you? Li Ro glanced at Duanling Tian.
It's nothing, let him wait. Let's have lunch first. Duanling Tian had a tranquil expression, continuing to clamp food with his chopsticks naturally and smoothly.
Duanling Tian, I'm the inner courts manager, Li Chong. Guild Master Su wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, a shout echoed out and entered the courtyard. Ask him to come in himself. Duanling Tian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chong was struck dumb. This Duanling Tian was really unruly. Who was this old man that stood beside him? This was a figure that even their Li clan's patriarch would have to greet in respect. He was Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. Su Mo. Su. Guild Master Su. Duanling Tian is young and inexperienced. How about? Cold sweat poured out of Li Chong as he gazed at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would be enraged because of this.
But in the next moment he was completely stupefied.
You can leave, I'll go in myself. Su Mo nodded to Li Chong and flicked out a medicinal pill towards him. After Li Chong caught the medicinal pill, he that noticed Su Mo wasn't angry nor irritated. So he slowly walked into Duanling Tian's house courtyard.
Origin increasing pill.
When he clearly saw the medicinal pill in his hand, Li Chong's gaze shone. This origin increasing pill was worth 5,000 silver. As expected of the Alchemist Guild's guild master, he's really generous. All I did was show him the way, and he gave me an origin increasing pill.
Li Chong took a deep breath, slightly excited.
Even though he was the Li clan's inner court manager, his monthly pay was only 1,000 silver.
Normally, he loathed buying himself some origin increasing pills to increase his cultivation.
Just when he was about to turn around and leave, a voice sounded from the courtyard behind him, causing his expression to freeze. He was nearly scared shitless. Geezer, you've come so early. Can't be that you came here to get a free meal, right? Let me tell you first, I didn't prepare any tableware for you.